And
I'm not. I'm not.
hello.
Oh,
Yeah. Hi, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? Yeah. Kate and I were just discussing room. You said, Diana, Maddie found you for me, and I happen to be Kate's friendo. I don't get that. What's that mean?
well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know who Maddie is. You should too.
Yeah, yeah.
But as for being my friend, either I know you under a different name or you like me a heck of a lot better than I like you. And I honestly don't know which it is. So if I know you by a different name, especially if it's on Facebook, I'll definitely know you by a different name. Tell me.
Yeah, okay then. Yeah.
Just saying.
Oh, and I hope you don't mind my sitting here in my nightgown. I just woke up an hour ago. Did not have a good dialysis day today, but happily things are settling down and everything's good, and we'll see what happens Thursday. Yeah. What you been up to, honey?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, all kinds of wacky shit. I mean, I got a really, really, really complicated shot done for Quinn Redshift yesterday. It took me all frickin' day.
Oh my.
There were so many different characters, so many different objects that had to be animated in certain really complicated ways. There was cloth simulation that took forever. There was fluid simulation that wasn't actually simulation because I totally faked it. But I mean, like it was just a very complicated shot, and it took seriously. Like I woke up, and then around 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. I started rendering. And I mean, granted, I took a couple of breaks for meals and just general sanity, but still, it was insane. Um,
No, wait. I find it difficult to associate sanity and Kate.
well, there's plenty of sanity here. I'm weird, but not necessarily insane.
Okay, that's the way that works. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not normal, but does that count as insane? Not being normal?
Hmm, that's an interesting one. Okay, audience, weigh in. Is not normal the same as insane?
And of course, mentally not normal.
Yes.
Because I would
Absolutely.
imagine being insane, in a way, probably requires like not being aware of your insanity.
Wow. Now, I've been around some pretty insane people. I mean, these people had diagnoses and everything. And some of them actually realized that they were all flipped out.
Hmm.
It was really weird. I'd never encountered that before, but there was a guy talking to the air in front of his chair, for example, when I walked into the room. And
Wait, which room was this?
this was a room at one of the facilities that I attended, mental health related, years ago.
Wait a minute. Were you a patient or a assistant of some sort?
I was a client.
I see.
Yeah, and he was sitting there talking to the air, and I stopped for a half second, and I guess he saw me, and he turned around and said, "Oh, don't worry, I'm like this." So he knew that whoever it was he was talking to wasn't there, but he was
Hmm.
happily jabbering along and everything, and it was like,
Well,
okay,
I mean, Now, granted, these are going to be personal me definitions,
okay,
um,
okay,
but that's only because I want to describe a distinction I feel is important. So while what I'm about to say may not be official, it's still the way I'm seeing things, and that's that if you are, like a little bit dippy in some way, a little bit nutty, but you're aware of it and you're trying to control it, you might be a little bit like I hesitate to use the word disturbed, but you're not actually full on insane. I think that like being insane requires believing you're Superman and meaning it. You know what I mean? I think insane has to be like everyone around me is a ghost. I'm the only living person, kind of thing, and not realize you're a nut bar.
Oh, sort of like the orange marmalade that was in Washington this last time around, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know that he's necessarily insane. He might just be an asshole.
Okay, because
I mean,
I have to wonder sometimes. I really do.
I mean, keeping in mind, of course, that I mean, he could easily be both.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my, what do we have here? The heck?
I don't know.
Scapegoat says one gave me a $400 gold and onyx ring, insisted I take it. He said that I would see Charlie before he did, and I must give it to him. I couldn't talk him out of it. Imagine that.
Wait, I must.
It's the last thing Scapegoat Iscariot said in the side chat, which is
I'm looking at the thing before that for context. Oh, I think that's about me. The thing said before that.
okay, fine.
But let's see, one. Okay, maybe one day I'll be able to see you in color. Is Scapegoat Iscariot colorblind, or do you only have a black and white monitor, which I don't think you can even buy?
I don't know if you can do that anymore. Yeah, that's.
Oh, Red is Crazy. I remember that name.
Okay, okay.
Okay, all right. Um.
I'm trying to
Well,
remember.
okay, I'm looking at something that Red there said, diagnosed with ADHD. So am I, but I wouldn't call that insane. Maybe a disorder. Now, ASD, I should know what that is, but I'm blanking. Attention something disorder? I don't know. And I mean, depression, anxiety combo. See, I wouldn't call any of that actually insane. I mean, maybe a bit challenged, but well, even that, but that implies a disability. And this is more like a disorder, if you see the
Yeah.
distinction I'm trying to make.
And then ASD.
I
Well,
mean,
ASD was a company I worked for about 40 years ago, but oh well.
hmm. Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's weird. Lately, people have been like phrasing things in ways I've never seen before, and it's really confusing me. Autism spectrum disorder. Okay, I didn't know
Oh,
that. That
okay.
probably describes
Okay.
it. Like everyone I know who knows more about the spectrum than I do says I'm almost certainly on it. And everything that I've looked up that like symptoms lists, I'm like, you know, 75, 65, whatever percent of them apply to me, although not all of them are to any like significant degree, but I've definitely like experienced what they're saying. I'm sure I'm on the spectrum.
And then we have milking stool disorder over here. There goes the neighborhood right down to Crapper. I still.
No one, whoa. Nobody riffed on. Oh wait, Dovey. Is that? Sorry, I thought this had something else. Sorry. Riff on Doveys.
No idea. None.
Yeah, Doveys. I don't know what that means in this context.
I mean, I remember that Gilligan's Island show where the old lady was Lovey, but no, Dovey, I don't know.
And maybe when I read "Yeah, I'm Out" by Rogue Demon there. Usually when I say that, it means I'm leaving, but maybe this is I've told everybody, like being out when you're gay.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I don't
Could be,
know.
could be, could be.
So okay, so red here qualifies for disabled plates. When I was having the seizures, I qualified for disabled bus pass because I didn't have a car. I probably would have gotten the plates too. Except the reason is I couldn't drive because I was having fucking seizures. So
Ah,
you know,
moo.
but yeah, I did have a disabled bus pass for quite some time when I was in Seattle, and it was like I feel spoiled now because other bus systems seem so brain dead and awful to me.
Mm. Yeah, I still have a disabled bus pass. Um, because I'm crazy. Well, you knew that already. Um, in both senses, the funny sense and the actual sense, and
Mm.
yeah, the bus pass comes in handy. I can get around for half fare, and so it's
I forget exactly how much less it was. I don't know. I don't. It might have been half off. I'm not sure. In Seattle,
okay, okay.
I actually still have the disabled bus pass. I don't qualify for it anymore, and it doesn't use a debit card I have anymore. So I might have to actually reactivate it. But as I say, I don't qualify anymore. So, and I'm not in Seattle anymore. So I don't know
Yeah.
if I'll ever be like, I'm sure at some point I'll be in a position to test it because I do still want to visit Seattle.
Okay then.
But I've got some friends I want to see.
Yeah, I know that feeling. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do that anymore, but we'll see what happens.
Mhm.
We were talking about some things with the continuation of dialysis after I have to get this catheter out, and yeah, every one of them seems to really put a kink into everything. There were people I wanted to see, one more time before I die or something like that, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to see him again. Damn it.
You know what I'm curious about? Where does that catheter you got actually go? By which I mean, like, how easily is it uninstalled?
Oh, it's sewn in.
Well, okay, but I mean, it's probably attached to, I'm assuming, a blood vessel.
Yes, the superior vena cava.
So does it just come out like any old IV then?
Um, kind of, yeah, pretty much. I mean, it has caps on it that allow for a one-way flow. But other than that, it's a lot like any other IV.
Well, but the thing is, the few times that I've actually seen it, when you've shown it on camera, the for want of a better word, hoses looked rather large.
Yes,
Uh,
yes.
in fact, the entry point looked about the size of a $half. So will you need stitches when they take it out?
Yeah, they'll have to stitch it closed, one or two
Okay.
stitches. Yeah,
Okay.
the hose, if you will, looks to me to be close to a half inch in outside diameter.
That's a lot bigger than what I picture when someone says the word IV.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just like I can only hope that there's a much smaller needle on the far end of it.
I don't know offhand what the interior end looks like. I've never seen one. But this
Okay,
thing,
wacky question. Did you get an exact name of that particular catheter?
I've heard people call it a tunnel catheter,
All right. All right.
also a dialysis catheter.
Merciful Zeus.
Oh, did
That
you?
shit's going almost directly into the heart.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, I mean, but I'll show it to people. This is a fairly clinical, clean image. Um, it like because they're showing an interior view.
Oh, okay. That'll be a new one for me too. Uh-huh. Yeah. There it
So
is.
that's see, I was not picturing it. I was picturing something ending around about here-ish, like a regular old IV does.
Yeah, they told me that it ends right above the right atrium,
And I
which
think the reason why I thought it was so big was probably that bit.
oh, okay.
Yeah. Is probably I saw that, and maybe it's like closer to your chest than it looks in this picture.
Yeah. Um
So
that's not
that might
exactly
be
the
why I
scale.
that might be why I got the wrong impression.
Okay.
Still, that looks deeply unpleasant.
Well, I tell you, a lot of the time I don't even remember it's there until I turn around and the thing flaps against me.
Makes sense. Have you not like medical taped it down or something?
Oh, it's really medical tapes down. Oh yeah.
But it
Uh,
still shifts around if you turn too quickly?
well, it's this. It's the very far end that shoots around because it has to. Because people have to hold on to it while they're hooking up the exterior lines.
Uh huh.
So I have a hair caught in there. Yeah. So this, if I flip around quickly, this will flap against me, and it's oh yeah, there it is. I don't feel anything inside.
Hmm. Well, it's funny because and I don't know how true this is because I didn't hear from a doctor, but I heard that a lot of your like internal bits don't really have pain receptors.
That is true. Yes.
Well, it's very odd, but it makes sense that that's why you wouldn't necessarily feel anything.
Yeah, you feel pain during a heart attack because the uh, the sensation is hitching a ride on nerves that were there for some other reason.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting the way that works. That's one of the first things we learned in Introduction to Neuroscience.
Hmm.
Um,
It's one thing that's mildly annoying is how my brain will take words and fuck around with them. Like every time I talk about my own neurologist, my brain goes, "Yeah, and what about that old neurologist?" And
Stufole.
I'm like, that's just not even funny anymore.
Yeah.
like
And you tell me
just
about what's not funny.
well, yeah, that's why I'm irritated with my brain for regurgitating that absolutely every goddamn time. I'm like, eventually, if my brain says this enough, I'm going to have to say it just to get rid of it. You know that, right?
Uh huh. Yep.
It's
Yep.
just, it's very frustrating at times. I really wish I could turn off the pun brain.
Oh my.
Well, it's one of the reasons why I use the weed. It's one of the only ways to get my brain to shut the fuck up and give me a little bit of rest. Like, seriously, it's on constantly with this like endless narration in my head. And I just really wish it would go away.
Oh my. Yeah,
You know? Uh,
I told you, Kate, but I'll tell everybody else around here. I found this morning in the entryway,
do you know
and
what's in it?
I don't know what's in it. I'm going to find out.
Okay. No, Rome, I have not woken up without language. I have, however, woken up and not been able to picture the face of anybody I knew. Like everybody looked a little bit like Prophet of Zod in my memory, and it took
Oh,
me a couple of hours to shake it.
wow. Okay, then.
So
I wonder, is that a form of prosopagnosia? Is
is
that
that the opposite of pareidolia?
it's called it's also called face blindness,
I'm not familiar with it,
where you can
but
be looking at a face and not recognize it as a face.
uh, I mean, I don't know. I did not experience this while actually looking at anybody. It was purely memory. And
Oh,
it actually makes a certain kind of sense because you know how names and faces have gotten disconnected for me since the seizures.
yes.
Well, same kind of thing, I think, or at least I think. I don't know. It's probably related.
Oh my. Oh, this is all sorts of fun. Gee, what's
Is
going
it
on in
though?
here?
Maybe it's only certain kinds of fun. Man, imagine if something was all kinds of fun.
Oh,
I
this
imagine that's
is.
impossible. You can't possibly like please everybody. I'm sure one person's sort of fun is another person's never do that.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. Keep your gift. Oh, I see. Order and return information inside. It says keep your gift a surprise. Unwrap your present before opening this envelope. Okay. So it must describe what is that. And what do we have here? Have all kinds of strange stuff.
Oh my god, it's a kidney.
Ah, wouldn't that be great?
No, I'm pretty sure it'd be
Oh,
way past its expiration date at this point.
the note says, I don't know if this is for cooking or aquarium maintenance, but either way, enjoy. Much love from Junk Shop.
It's a
Oh.
floor wax and a dessert topping.
Oh, I like it. Oh man, there's one for the highlight reel.
Well, I mean, you know that's an SNL reference, right?
No, I didn't. I didn't
Oh
watch.
yeah, that's like '80s sort of, Chevy Chase, Bill Murray, Steve Martin era SNL.
Boy, that's the era I know better, and I just don't remember that one.
And we have ourselves an alias fake name.
Hey, Alias! Hi, honey! Yay! What is going on over here? I'm trying to get this thing open, and it's... Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Slowly but surely.
Yeah, I really will never shoot heroin either. Uh, do you prefer Rome or Demon? Or Rome Demon? Well, how do you want that said?
Oh,
But
look!
I've never shot. I'm not gonna shoot heroin. Oh well, then again, I might shoot it with a gun, but I'm not gonna shoot it into my veins.
Oh, thank you, honey! Yay! It's extra coarse sea salt! And this is going to
Mm.
last me a lot longer than it would have a couple weeks ago, let me tell you. Oh, my. Yeah, but this is. I have taken to using a salt mill. Oh, darn it. I just pulled the thing out of my.
Oh, great. Now OBS is gonna
Do this
fuck up,
again.
isn't it?
There we go.
Well, to scapegoat there, I want to try the psilocybin. I won't eat mushrooms in food because ew. But I do want to try the mind altering effects.
Okay. Yeah, that's. They say it's gentler than. Yeah, I guess it.
Acid.
I guess it is gentler than acid when I think about it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've heard it's just gentler medically, regardless of the experience. But
Okay.
that's what I've heard. I couldn't tell you.
Thank you, Junk Shop. I am thanking you extremely many much. Yeah, and I'm not going crazy here because I don't want to blow Kate's ears out.
Mm.
Well, I don't know if you saw the last couple unboxings I did, Kate, where people said, "I want that reaction. I want a copy of that reaction."
Which reaction?
The one with, "Oh yay! Thank you!"
Yeah, that would blow my ears out.
Yeah, mushrooms are fun. It's been a goddamn long time since I've had mushrooms.
I wouldn't even know where to go to get them.
I got them from that dealer I used to live next door to. This was 30 years ago. I mean, it was 1991, so that was literally 30 years ago. And yeah, what can I tell you? I can tell you a
Well,
lot. I don't know if any of it makes any sense. Moo, moo.
hmm,
And then, yay! Thank you. Oh God, thank you! Yay! We'll put this up in the spice cabinet. Oh my word! I'm still waking up actually. Wait a minute. Stool says mushrooms are the devil's penis helmet. Oh jeez. Oh God, Stu.
yeah. Well, what about those mushrooms that look more like saucers clinging to trees? You know, where they don't have a stem,
Yeah, yeah.
whatever the hell they're called.
No freaking idea. Yeah, don't send me out into the wide open spaces gathering mushrooms. I wouldn't last very long.
Well, you know how everything is edible, just some things were only edible once.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Still knocks me out that some dude won like a Guinness World Record for eating an entire car. I can't even imagine what that guy's asshole was like after he shat out all that metal. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, what are you thinking?
I cannot remember how long it took him to eat that car. It wasn't a week, I can tell you that.
Mm. And I mean, some of those parts would have to be really, really sterilized before I would even consider putting them in my mouth, much less eating them.
Yeah, my understanding is that this guy even drank the crankcase oil.
Oh, Jesus, Harold Christ, how did he not die?
Oh man, my understanding is that he would have like maybe half a shot glass or a quarter of a shot glass at a time.
Ugh. Still, that can't have tasted good, and it cannot have done his digestive system any favors.
There you go. Oh, Rome says penis is a banned word. Okay.
Is it?
I don't know.
Well, I remember back in like the early 90s or mid 90s or something, where all of a sudden we were allowed to say penis and vagina on television, and every show started using it endlessly.
Okay then.
Like seriously, at a certain point in, for example, Friends, like put on Friends, start watching, and then all of a sudden hear all the sex organ talk just out of nowhere, right?
Uh
And
huh.
it's largely because people started relaxing a little and you could say this stuff and they ran with it hard. Well, no, I'm not going to say they ran with it hard. That just doesn't sound right. But, considering the topic, but
Yes.
they ran with it. They really just like hit those words as often as they could.
Now I'm trying to remember exactly
Yeah.
what was going on. Is it still allowed or not allowed or whatever to say shit on television? I remember, and am I not remembering correctly, where South Park had a show where they had a shit counter, and every time one of
Um,
the characters would say shit, it counted up, and it got like to 169 or some shit like that. That's they were saying.
well,
Hmm?
go on.
Yeah, they were saying it on the air, and it's like, okay, what are we allowed to do this now? And then I thought I heard later on that you're not, and I don't know.
Well, I mean, I have not watched South Park since like I don't know the early to mid '90s. Like let's put it this way: when that movie came out, I wasn't watching it regularly in any fashion.
Okay, okay, so that
Right,
was yeah.
so I would have missed that episode almost certainly, and I mean, I don't know. I know that in Britain you can say shit and possibly even fuck, but I'm not sure. Here in the U.S., I don't think so. No matter what South Park tried to get away with, I don't think you can actually say that.
Okay, then. Um, I'm trying to look up. Okay, wait a minute. It Hits the Fan is the fifth season premiere of the American animated television series South Park and the 66th episode in the series overall. Uh, let's see. It is also the second episode of season 5 when going by the production order. In the episode after the word shit is said uncensored on the network television crime show Cop Drama, everyone starts saying the word repeatedly. This eventually brings on a mysterious plague that unleashes the ancient knights of standards and practices, and only Chef and the boys can save the world. Okay. On a statistical average, the word shit is uttered roughly once every 8 seconds of showtime. Holy goddamn. I don't know here. It's crazy.
Uh, every time I keep trying to look this up, all I get are George Carlin routines. You know the one,
Uh huh. Yeah. Seven words.
but I can't. I can't. Hmm.
Yeah, and then I put in there, um, can you say shit on television? And the first thing I get is the seven dirty words.
Well, that is also what I typed in. I'm looking at something from the Hollywood Reporter right now that says, "Will it soon be legal to say curse words on broadcast television?"
Yeah, I'm looking at
Mind you,
that.
this is from like more than 2 years ago, though. Um, so it's better than a lot of articles I've seen. This is interesting. Apparently, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office refused to register something called "fucked," but it's spelled F-U-C-T, brand name of a clothing line I've never heard of.
Okay, okay.
And they're saying it amounts to a violation of the First Amendment. I don't know how that came out, but
I don't know. It's an interesting thing the way First Amendment has been applied, or the attempt has been made to apply it. Because I'm not sure that a constitutional lawyer of, say, Barack Obama stature or something like that would agree that saying words people don't want to hear is necessarily an application of the First Amendment. I thought the First Amendment was, complaining against government.
well, a lot of well, the thing is, they said that it was the trademark office of the U.S. that was saying no.
Alrighty.
So that's a First Amendment issue for sure.
Okay, okay.
Um, as I understand it, a lot of why TV is censored these days, like, I mean, I guess the FCC has regulations for like NBC, ABC, and CBS, but it sounds like for like pay cable or extended cable or whatever, the TV channels that get up into the 30s and the 40s, those guys, apparently they are only beholden to their advertisers, to their sponsors.
That's the impression
So
I'm
they
getting.
only hold themselves back because they don't want their sponsors to, have a cow.
No.
So, but I cannot find anything that just lays this out in a reasonable fashion.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
and
Like where it doesn't have 15 pages of preamble first.
okay, yep, yep, okay, gotcha. Oh my. It's interesting though the way you have the different jurisdictions where FCC gets to control broadcast, but not 75 ohm cable.
So I'm looking at a Reddit post about this right now, and I see an edit at the bottom of it that, boy, oh boy, do I relate to.
Oh
Says,
yeah.
okay, you're all missing the point of my post. I'm not saying we should say fuck on TV or not say it. I'm not asking about the FCC, which I know doesn't regulate cable. I know the difference between paid and basic cable. What I'm asking is, and boy, have I ever been through that on the internet. You know, the number of people who feel the need to volunteer information I didn't ask for because it lets them show off how much they know. I'm sick and tired of that shit. I asked a question. I want an answer to the question. You know, it's
Alrighty.
just it's just very frustrating when people feel the need to improvise when you're after information. You know, can we say this on TV now? And if so, why? And the next thing you know, you get a history of cable. And it's like, that's not what I'm asking. It's a yes no question coupled with an explanation for what changed. That's it. That's all I'm asking for. I didn't ask for the history of television, you bitches. You
Stato
know?
Betiaku. Alrighty, yeah. Kate's having a cow over here. Moo!
No, I wouldn't have a cow. That sounds more like something Stool would do.
Alrighty.
I can just picture Stool having his way with a cow. I don't want to picture
I
it, but I
didn't
totally
need
can.
that mental picture.
Well, I wanted to give it to you, whether you needed it or not, that picture.
Oh, what say you, Stool?
Well, I mean, he's the one. I mean, hell, it's Milking Stool. It's right in his name. Dude Boy's a cowboy, I guess. Isn't that a weird thing to think about, a British cowboy?
Yeah, I don't know. Are there any of those?
I mean, I can't imagine them wearing 10-gallon hats and all that, you know?
Now,
Unless there's like some country bar in London somewhere.
now there's the interesting thing where, how the hell did it get that name? Because it certainly doesn't hold 10 gallons.
But then, I like a lot of people have asked, what the hell? Why 9 yards? Why not 10? But it's not about football. 9 yards was the length of a bullet chain thingy on the gun.
Oh, okay
Like,
then.
a belt fed machine gun.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, using the whole 9 yards means you fired every round.
Okay then.
Yeah.
I don't know where the idea came from, but I had seen somewhere somebody trying to claim that the whole 9 yards had something to do with concrete. Um, I don't know where that one came from offhand. Because concrete is sold by the yard.
So I'm looking at the 10-gallon hat explanation. It's one of those where people don't know where the hell it came from.
Okay then.
But a lot of people think that it's actually a bastardization of Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Yes, a 10-gallon hat in Spanish, and a gallon is like a hat band, is a sombrero that's large enough that it can hold 10 hat bands. But American cowboys may have anglicized the word to gallon instead of gallon and started referring to their own sombrero-inspired headgear as 10-gallon hats.
Oh,
Because, yeah.
okay.
But also, there's another idea that says that the Spanish phrase tan galán, roughly translated as very gallant or really handsome, may have also been used to describe the majestic image of a hat wearing cowboy in the saddle, the site says. But it's one of those ones where no one actually fucking knows.
Oh, so the arguments will go on forever.
Probably.
Uh-huh.
But, it can do it without me because I don't care that much anymore.
Hmm.
If it gets too frustrating to find the answer and honestly it won't change my life to have it, I just give up. It's when it would affect my life if I didn't have it that I keep going with the research.
This is interesting. Scapegoat wonders aloud. This is just a guess, but I wonder how many cowboys use the hat to gather rainwater when they were on the prairie and it busted loose. Bigger hat, more water.
Well, I'm pretty sure that has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Although apparently Stetson did run an ad with like a weary cowboy feeding his horse water out of his hat,
Oh.
like as part of their ad. But like that's them working off of the idea of something being 10 gallons as opposed to, the hat actually being a water vessel.
And red person says they are usually felt, so they don't hold water for that long. And I'm just getting a picture here that I did not need.
Yes, I
Somebody
think I'm
feeling.
picturing exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Something stool would probably do.
Maybe not. Maybe we're not picturing that. I'm just picturing a hat that's being felt.
Yeah, felt up.
As opposed. Well, but no one's. No, did someone say felt up? Because I just saw felt.
Yeah, I saw felt. I'm the one who added the up.
Yes. Well, I didn't add up, which is why my mental image was different.
Okay then. Daju korostu.
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh, somebody going night night.
Well, I didn't sleep well last night despite the melatonin. Not sure why.
I didn't sleep at all
Although,
last night.
although it could easily have been one of those things where Columbia woke me up in the middle of the night wanting affection, and I told her to go away.
Oh.
But I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
You
I just know
horrible
that I woke
human.
up and I didn't have a lot of energy.
You're just a horrible human
Um,
telling the kitty to go away.
but I can tell you this much: I do have a couple of Red Bulls in the fridge if I really want them.
Moo.
Yeah, well, yeah. Red Moo apparently.
What's going on over
That's a weird thought. Okay, they make Red Bull in flavors, right? And I have to admit, I really like the watermelon flavor. I actually like it more than the Tums flavor, which is what I think the original tastes like. Um, I've never actually poured any into a glass. I don't know if it's colored red or if it's the same weirdly almost like flat beer color that Red Bull is. Actually, it looks a little bit like gasoline.
Okay.
But no, I actually have not looked at the color of the watermelon Red Bull. Huh.
Uh, water. Let's see what we've got. Okay, I see a picture, and it appears to be colored red.
Well, I see a picture, but it's low red. Ah, that's a much better picture. Yeah, I guess it is red. Unless that's some sort of. Oh, but here's one that's not a cocktail in any way, and that's definitely red. Yes. Like I was seeing a lot of cocktails, and then here's one that's just in a glass.
Alrighty then.
Well, I mean, it doesn't shock me that they colored it red. I just suddenly realized I had never actually looked.
Oh my, and on this page, I'm seeing a reference to an orange glow watermelon. The damn
Hmm.
watermelon is orange.
Huh. Well, you want to know what's really odd? You know how I don't like cranberries because they're too bitter?
Uh huh.
Cranberry Red Bull was actually pretty good.
Okay then. So does the nastiness of the Red Bull offset the nastiness of the cranberry?
I like the taste of the Red Bull. Maybe it's like coffee though. You know how where with coffee, if I sweeten it enough and put enough cream in it, it like kills the bitterness and now it's palatable. I'm sure there's plenty of sugar in Red Bull to kill whatever bitterness comes with cranberry.
Mm. Oh my.
You know what I really want to try someday is get one of those like a fat suit that makes you look pregnant, not chubby, literally baby bump pregnant, right? And then go into a bar and start ordering drinks.
Oh wow.
And well, because there was this thing that I saw, like it was a meme that was going around, where it was this guy who was standing on the platform of like a light rail station, a commuter rail. You know, the not like Amtrak. We're talking closer to subway here, and he had like a thing of French fries, and he was slowly doling them out to these seagulls. Right?
Ah, yeah, okay.
You know the one I'm
I
talking
know the
about, huh?
one. Go for it.
Let
Go
me tell
for it.
everyone else
Yes,
in case they haven't
absolutely.
seen it.
Yep.
But where the guy he keeps like feeding them little bits, and these more and more seagulls show up, and he's not really feeding them enough to satisfy them, just enough to keep their attention. And then a train pulls into the station, the doors open, he's still feeding them, and just before the doors close, he throws the rest of the fries into the train. And the seagulls all follow. And it's pure
Oh,
pandemonium. I so want to see that happen. I
yeah.
want to. I wish that had been caught on video.
And what is it? The last sentence that I remember seeing on that one is the next stop was 5 minutes away.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my. Oh, Mage says my aunt dressed as a nun for Halloween when she was 8 months pregnant. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard of that one before. That's
Oh
good.
my, oh my. But that's some amazing stuff. Okay, wait. Then work out.
I know it sounds like Rome is trying to, I guess, get me. I assume to not drink Red Bull. I can't tell. There's not enough. There's not enough context.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
missing the context as well. So, well, I always
but
miss the context.
yeah.
It's not bitterness, it's chemicals.
No, it's bitterness when it's cranberry. I assure you, I've never tasted a cranberry without going, like it tastes like berry dipped in road tar. So gross. I mean, like, keep in mind, of course, that I'm a super taster, Rome, so I taste things that are bitter that other people don't.
Mm. That is something I miss, though. I miss the cranberry sauce that my babka used to make that had the pieces of cranberry in it. You get the
I
stuff.
will
Hmm?
be the who? I don't know what the heck you're saying there, Rome. You will be the who. I'm lost.
The only thing I think of when I see that is who's on first.
But it's HU.
Yeah, the Korean guy.
Oh. Oh, that meme. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Uh,
Oh
yeah.
my.
Hell, for all I know, that has been caught on video.
Who? What? Where? When?
The thing with the seagulls and the train.
Oh, yeah. Okay, okay. Took me a while to get me back in gear there.
Possibly. Let me see here. Let me turn that off real quick. And no, no one's doing it. At least it doesn't look like it. Oh, well, it would help to unpause, wouldn't it? No, that was said seagulls and trains, but nothing actually happened on that one.
Hmm. Oh, that's interesting, Scapegoat. Scapegoat says, I knew it was Super Taster once. She gets chocolate and cinnamon in a spaghetti sauce in Chicago, I think. It was hard to get anything past her in the kitchen with flavor or smell. Um, Chocolate and cinnamon, that sounds a lot like Cincinnati chili, which I believe has both ingredients in it.
Hmm.
Oh, and then, yeah, scapegoat.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Constable, what did you find?
Oh my gosh, that is so. Oh, that is so mean.
Did you find a video?
Oh, I did. Oh my god, that is so terrible.
Oh no.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, hold on. I gotta share this. This is so mean.
We got to see what is.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, is that mean or is that mean? Oh my gosh.
That is totally horrible.
Oh shit. Oh man. I recognize that my sense of humor is a little twisted, but that was
Yeah,
fucking funny.
I'll give you that.
Oh,
Oh man, Scapegoat
wow.
says I'm listening to you at 1:25, about 2 minutes late. Always was late. Okay.
Oh. I have actually found, like, during movie night, for example, sometimes it starts buffering or you get lag or whatever. You just hit L a lot of times on the keyboard and you get fast forwarded to, current.
Oh.
Oh no! Someone fed seagulls laxatives.
Ow!
Ah.
Oh my word.
Oh.
What, did they shit themselves inside out?
I'm picturing what happens to a parking lot or these people people are getting shat on left and right on this bike path. Oh,
Oh no.
oh, that's so terrible. Oh, God. Like there's imagery of people with just bird shit all through their hair.
Ow. Ow, ow, ow.
Oh man. Oh, it's so terrible.
And Scapegoat says, no, that's just wrong. Yeah, extremely many much.
Oh. Oh, dearie me. Okay, so
Yes, dear.
you can see there's all these people.
Ow! Ow, 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 ow.
Look at that. It's all through his hair. Oh. I mean, it's funny, but it's also terrible.
Yes.
So,
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
yeah.
I hope the person involved receives an eternal punishment or something. I don't know.
Well, it looked like it was, maybe a 13-year-old doing it. So,
That makes
when
sense.
live TV goes wrong, do I want to know?
I don't know. Any more live TV is pretty much wrong anyway.
Yeah. Oh, this is like lots and lots and lots of clips. Okay.
Oh.
But it
Oh.
seems to be mostly people accidentally swearing and a bunch of nip slips.
Yeah, and I bet it has 20 million views.
Well, I didn't look at how many views it has. It has 877,000 views.
Oy
which is more than every video on my channel combined.
Yeah, huh? Yeah, if you want a popular channel, don't do anything worthwhile. Just show nip slips and cats. Oh, and throw stuff off buildings and towers.
Right. Yeah. I never actually watched that channel, but I've heard about it.
Every now and then I'll watch one of their videos, and they're very juvenile. They're around 30, but they might as well be 13, and they run around yelling a lot and stuff. Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of different people. Are these the folks who just like film themselves throwing shit off of buildings?
Yeah. Yeah, it's called
And they do, but they do more than that.
It's called How Ridiculous.
But they do other things too.
Well,
You're saying
they throw stuff off buildings. They started.
okay, just yes will suffice.
Yeah.
Because I swear I swear there is one channel where they just throw stuff off buildings, and like a lot of it is scientific. It's kind of like those MythBusters guys, only with chucking shit off buildings.
Oh, okay. So no, the one I'm thinking of is nowhere near that educational.
Well, I'm saying it's closer. I'm not saying it's super educational, but a
Mhm.
lot of it is like, okay, we're using these substances which have these qualities. So when we make them fall, they'll probably do this, and then they let it go and see what happens. Like it's not, oh, well, here's all of the like really complicated scientific reasons why. It's more like, well, we kind of a little bit know, but we're also a little bit Dunning-Kruger, so we're just guessing here. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Now the guys I'm thinking of, they set up an axe blade and they throw stuff.
Oh, wait, set up a what?
An axe blade.
Okay.
Like about a 6 foot tall axe blade, and they throw stuff onto it, and then.
Okay, maybe I'm going to need you to define axe blade, because I'm literally picturing a blade on an axe.
That's exactly what they're setting up. It's a very scaled up.
And how? Okay, so it's a huge.
It's a huge axe blade, about 6 feet tall.
Are we talking battle axe or Paul Bunyan?
Paul Bunyan.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's
why?
That's what their people want to see.
Now, are you describing what they threw, or are you describing what they're throwing from?
Okay, they're throwing refrigerators onto this axe blade, and glass balls, and
what? So just to make them possibly slice on the blade?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking of a different channel.
Yeah. No, these guys, as I say, they never really grew up. But I guess that some of the proceeds they donate to what they consider worthy causes. Now they're Christians, so that's where the cause goes. But yeah, they met as youth pastors at their church, I guess, or some shit like that. I don't know.
It's always so weird when like you find out someone is just super religious and you'd never know it.
Oh, and
like Bryan Cranston, for example, is like super religious.
Okay.
Like I think he's even a pastor.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd never know it. I mean, this is the guy who like plays a drug dealer in Breaking Bad. But I get the impression he has a sense of humor about it, because there was one moment in Malcolm in the Middle, he's playing the dad, and for whatever reason, he and his family go to a church, and it's totally alien to them. They never go to church, and they do the joke, the youngest son looks up at his dad and goes, "What's the T stand for?" That kind of thing. And it's so like he has a sense of humor about his religion, I guess,
Okay.
or
Okay.
he's willing to separate his job and his beliefs. But I don't know. It's you like you'd never think dude's religious.
Okay then. Um, yeah, what was I thinking of? I forget. It had something to do with knowing who was. Oh, the you know about Bob Barker, right? The paleontologist who's ordained minister. You never would have known that from his appearances on the dinosaur shows. And,
I have no idea who you're talking about at all.
oh, okay. There's a lot of dinosaur hunting in the plains, and I think Aaron was involved in a debate where he was a judge or some shit like that, and it was very one-sided, and we can guess which side he was leaning toward. Um, oh,
So I'm actually having a very difficult time following what you're saying because you're saying it so slowly that I'm like losing track of the beginning of the sentence.
oh, okay. But this,
Like, or rather, I'm losing track of the beginning of the sentence.
yeah, probably because yeah, it is taking a while to get all this out, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm saying while I'm saying it.
Really? Because I'm doing that all the time and I talk a mile a minute.
And oh, scapegoat. Um, Scapegoat asks, "What is in my aquarium?" Platies and neon tetras, and some ratty-looking plants. I'll have to get some new plants, but good stuff like that. And I'm trying to think of other other pastors you would never think were pastors.
Hmm.
I mean, we all figured Fred Rogers was a pastor.
Well, I mean, honestly, I didn't know it when I was watching his show. But then I was also, what, 4?
Okay.
I mean, and I was raised without religion. It wasn't even a little bit on my mind that he might be a pastor.
Alrighty then.
So it wasn't until years and years and years later that people started talking about it that I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's really great. I, for years, lived within 2 miles of him, and I never got to meet him.
Well, just before my parents and I moved into the neighborhood where, where I was raised, basically, Cyndi Lauper moved out.
Oh,
Like
jeez.
just before we moved there, Cyndi freaking Lauper. And I'm like, oh man, I love her. I wish I could have met her. Like our literal next door neighbors, the Crawfords, used to hang out with her all the time.
Oh, jeez. All right.
Things like that. And I'm like feeling really unlucky, especially since she came back to the old neighborhood. This is how I know about this at all because she chatted with my parents briefly. She like
Oh,
used to live in that house almost directly behind ours, but I was living in Seattle at the time, so I missed that too. But I'm just like, wow, Cyndi Lauper, huh?
oh, what do you know?
Well, I know that Cyndi Lauper used to live in the same neighborhood.
There you go. Yeah, that sounds about as starry-eyed as I would get were I to find out that Jim Lovell lives down the street. Which he doesn't. But
Yeah, I is he even alive anymore?
last I knew,
Well,
um,
he's got to be elderly.
oh yeah,
Yeah, looks like he's 93.
already then.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm starting to wonder how starstruck I'll ever get again because social media has given us access to celebrities.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah.
we start to see them more and more as people. And some of us have even made friends with them. Mind you, I haven't made friends with a lot of actors, but authors, oh yeah, you know. And it's like now you get to see who they are as people. The curtain is peeled back, and some of them are great, some of them are jackasses, and I don't know. So it's like if I met a celebrity in person, I don't know how I'd react, because I mean, hell, I've had people gush at me just for my YouTube channel. I can only imagine what a Hollywood star gets, you know? And so, should I meet like an actor or a musician or something that I really like, how much would I keep it together, I wonder?
I don't know. I think about that every now and then myself. Um, and as you're saying, with the internet giving us access to people we would not have had access to just a short time ago. Um, yeah, it's interesting. I think of would it be, oh, hi, how are you, how you doing, and that's the extent of it, or would there be some starstrickedness?
Well, I've been trying to like train myself because someday I'm probably going to go to Comic Con. I live in San Diego. I should fucking go to Comic Con, right? But I've been trying to train myself if I meet a celebrity to not gush, to go, oh yeah, man, big old fan, love what you do, that kind of thing, just really casually, you know.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know what they'd appreciate, but I certainly know I'd appreciate a little restraint if anyone saw me on the street.
Oh my.
Oh, I'm being asked for advice.
Oh wow.
You've raised your son to not believe, but his mom does. When you say his mom does, that makes it sound like you two are not together. I mean, and I only ask because that could be a factor. Like, where does this kid live most of the time?
Uh-huh.
How did you two ever get together if one of you was religious and the other wasn't? And was that never discussed? I mean, I'm very curious how all this came about, and that curiosity, like I say, will make a difference to any answers I might give. So,
Mm-hmm.
also, I'm not 100% certain I'm the right person to be asking because I was raised without religion, so I don't really know a lot firsthand about getting someone out of it. I know how to argue against it, but I'm not exactly Little Miss Conversion Therapy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There you go.
So, take anything I say with a gigantic grain of salt.
Now you got me thinking about the argument that goes back and forth, especially between Ken Ham and people like us. Um,
Rewind a sec. I heard between 10 a.m. and people like us,
oh,
and that's probably not what you meant.
no, between Ken Ham.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, where the argument goes back and forth. What is indoctrination, and raising someone in your religion, is that indoctrination? Raising someone without religion, is that indoctrination?
How can it be?
Well, that's what I wonder, because you're not feeding someone doctrine, which is literally what indoctrinate means.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I mean, I think they probably picture us going to like any offspring we may have and going, "There's no God." You know that, right? There's no fucking God. If you believe in God, I'm going to disown your ass. They're probably picturing us doing that.
okay, and I'm going to admit that were I to have a kid, damn good thing I never did.
Mm.
I might be somewhat disappointed if the kid came to me and said, "Hey, mom, I just found Jesus," but
Well, was he under the couch cushions?
yeah, there you are.
Mm.
I used up the dog's arsehole.
Well, I mean, I guess part of the question would have to be how old is this kid we're talking about? If it's like your 9-year-old comes up and says, Ma, I found Jesus. Well, it's a little different than if your 19-year-old or your 30-year-old comes up to you and says, I just found Jesus.
Uh huh.
But I suspect any kid I were to raise would never even ask the question, simply because they would have been raised with a very empirical mindset. One of the tools in their toolbox will be the words "prove it."
Okay, then. Yeah. Um, I wonder in the sense that I think about my sister. Um, Now, okay, the slimy bastards did try to raise us Roman Catholics, so we did have that grounding going. But she went totally off the deep end
Hmm.
to that brand of Pentecostal that rolls around on the floor, slain in the spirit and speaking in tongues and all that other good stuff. And I cannot imagine that she would be very receptive, or would have been receptive. She died in 2007. Um, to people like you and me, for example.
Sorry, there was so much information packed in there. Too many tangents. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, I have to wonder. Um, I cannot imagine, for example, her being all that receptive to people like you and me, queers.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you took so long to get there. I lost track of what it was about.
And then the other sorts of things that go along with the whole Christian thing and everything else. And I was not very appreciative of the positions she took. Even though she never knew about me, I didn't come
Hmm.
out until maybe about 4 years later after she died. Um, but to have a
Well,
kid like that, I don't know if I would be able to take that. And I think
well, I
it's I think
mean,
it's more the anti shit than it is the religious shit.
I would actually, I guess, in a way, indoctrinate my kid, but it would be more like educate, simply because it would be a thorough grounding in the hard sciences. I mean, even if not like, you're going to learn science, kiddo, it would be more of a conceptual thing, a way of looking at the world that makes it more likely you'll get the right answers when you start asking questions.
Uh huh.
And that would necessitate the kind of empirical objective observation and investigation that a scientist would do, or hell, a crime scene investigator. you know I mean, there's there would definitely be a facts don't care about your feelingsness to it, but without the right wing spin that seems to be getting these days.
Yeah. Um, where was I going to go with that? I forget where I was going to go with that. So let's just set that aside for a moment. Um,
Shunned from Jehovah's Witnesses, you say? Huh. But both of you? Dare I ask what inspired the initial shunning? Was it getting together with you that produced a shunning? Because you weren't Jehovah's Witness, or were you? I don't know. I'm not. I I don't feel qualified to give advice on this matter. I'm sorry, I really don't. I wish I could do more, but I just really don't know how to advise on that one.
um,
Like I know how to explain to someone that religion is bullshit, but I don't know how to counsel someone who's dealing with like a loved one who doesn't believe the same things as they do.
mm,
You know,
yeah. I
like most of the time when I'm dealing with families, it's usually children whose parents want them to stay religious.
okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Um, it's really interesting. I don't have that much experience with the religion, that sort of thing, because those two were not religious at all. They were Catholic. There's a difference. And the other
What
thing,
you mean, like they were culturally Catholic?
well, they wore it as an identity badge.
So yes, then.
I guess you could say culturally. I mean, when I think of culturally, I think of raised in that thing, and then you still appreciate the rituals you used to perform and that sort of thing. Where,
Like being culturally Jewish?
yeah, uh huh.
Well, how is that any different from what you're saying? They like to be called Jewish. These people like to be called Catholic.
Well, the
And
other,
I mean, because enough of my Jewish friends and relatives will say they're Jewish, but have never set foot in a synagogue. You know, they don't pray, they don't do anything. They just it's their identity. I am Jewish.
okay. Yeah, these two, what they used to do, well, he especially, I can remember him going on about Barack Obama at one time, and he's not even Christian. You know, it's like, well, neither are you when you think about it.
What
Um,
I would have said so.
yeah, and what seems to be most important, or not seems, I keep speaking in present tense because he's always showing up in my nightmares. Um, seemed to be most important to him was just to have that badge. You know, I am a Christian, therefore I am better than you. Even though
Hmm.
he couldn't recite a plank of dogma to save his life. Um, I'm reasonably sure that toward the end of his life, he really didn't even give a shit about all the
Yeah.
things Catholics are supposed to give a shit about.
Well, it does seem like a lot of people who are religious are just going through the motions, you know,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they think they have to, or it's tradition, or this, that, or the other thing. And I know a lot of people, but I've actually known a fair number of Christians, mind you, who say, "Oh, well, I'm not really religious, but I'm spiritual," you know, that shit.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I've heard it out of no joke Christians, right? So it's like they're culturally this, they're culturally that, but they're not really that, you know?
Mm. Yeah, it's reminding me a lot of the Easter Catholics or the Christmas Catholics. Um, you know, those people who show up in church for Christmas Mass or for Easter Mass, and then the rest of the year you never see them.
Well, I'm sure that they figure if they have Jesus in their heart, then everywhere they go is a church. And so they're always attending, even if they don't go to the building.
Oh, I've
Which
heard that one.
honestly, I wish that had been the case during the pandemic. But
Yeah,
hey.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Um, you know, that's interesting. I had thought of it for a little bit and then never really pursued it. I have to wonder what that parish that I was forced to be a part of was doing about the pandemic. Um, and I wonder what they had by way of services and everything. Because this gaping cathedral that they had with, you know, like 1,000 people at a time in there and that sort of thing. And then the plague hits. And I have to wonder, did they go totally online or did they try to have services the way like Greg Locke would complain, you know, that the rules are discriminating against me and all that other. I don't know if the Catholics were like that too, or some were.
Well, I do wonder about just the procedure of being a preacher or a pastor or whatever. Like every week, you have to come up with a new sermon,
Yep.
you know? And I mean, granted, you could probably just rework old ones like, okay, last time we covered this part of Deuteronomy. Let's start on this part of Deuteronomy instead. Or let's tackle the same thing, but we'll start on chapter 3 instead of chapter 2. And
Yeah.
we'll still go through chapter 7, but you know, I can put a different spin on it this time, kind of thing. I mean, after a while, you got to start feeling like you can't say anything original anymore, you know, and you start relying on the big hits. I wonder if there's ever a priest or a pastor who just goes, "Oh, I don't have the energy to do it today. You preach to them, please, Sister Mary, whatever." You
There
know,
you go. I have to wonder. I just thought of this. Is there out there somewhere a big book of sermons where you have outlines of sermons in this book and then you just fill in the blanks, you know?
Like what, Christian Mad Libs?
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know, but it wouldn't shock me. In fact, I bet you know what? You're probably right. There probably are tutorials out there. Much like Joseph Campbell's Hero's Journey, there's probably a pastor's pulpit or something. I don't know.
Oh, I am looking up just for the heck of it. Sermon out. Oh
Oh,
my word. Okay, there's sermon outlines for busy pastors.
okay, but hold on. I just had a really cool
Yes,
idea.
dear.
You know how they have like taken these AI engines and fed them like a whole bunch of Hollywood scripts and told it to write the ultimate Hollywood movie?
Mm-hmm.
Well, imagine doing that with, sermons.
Oh,
Feed it the
jeez.
entire Bible and tell it to come up with the best sermon ever. I would love, you'd probably have to leave out all of the begats just so the computer didn't get hung up on them. But, you know,
Oh man, could you see? Because I know a lot of these sermons are written down and preserved. Could you see feeding it a bunch of Cotton Mather's
I
sermons?
don't know who
Or
that is.
oh, he was a fire and brimstone around the time of the American Revolution.
Well, I'd
Um,
rather give it the what's his face whose name I can never remember. The really scary looking dude.
oh, what? Ken Copeland,
Yeah, I think so.
the one with the plane?
That doesn't help.
Oh, there's a video out there of him being
Yes, that's
interviewed.
him. The,
Yeah.
the the guy who tried to like blow the pandemic away.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Ha ha ha
yes,
ha.
that guy.
Yeah.
I would just he's so terrifying.
Oh, jeez, man.
But that would have been my go-to for Fire and Brimstone. If I was gonna go like present day rather than, 1832 or wherever you were going for.
Yeah, huh?
Like seriously, this guy, terrifying. Just look at that. And
Uh,
you want to know the worst part? He's probably some kid's grandpa.
unfortunately, most likely. Just for the heck of it now, you got me thinking. Kenneth Copeland. And let's see if children. Oh, geez. Kelly Copeland Swisher, Terry Pearsons, John Copeland. So the possibility of grandkids is there.
Yeah. Oh, well, it doesn't shock me, but I mean, the point is that imagine being a grandchild and having that asking you for a hug. Okay,
Oh
I mean, there
man.
was a like some great aunt 12 times removed or some shit who would be at like family gatherings on my dad's side, right? And she had some weird, like, I don't know if it was Parkinson's or something, but it was one of the ones that make you shake around a bit.
Okay.
And she probably had a stroke at some point because one side of her mouth was turned way the hell downward, and she kept wanting to kiss me when I was like 5 or 8 years old. She was like, "Oh, aren't you adorable? Come here and give me a kiss." And I was like, "Fuck no, you look terrifying. You're shaking everywhere. Your mouth is a weird shape. You can barely say my name, and you want affection? I'm terrified. My age is less than 9. Of course, I'm scared of you." You know,
Oh my.
I mean, now I'd be a little ashamed of it. Then I was like, "Get the monster away from me."
And let me guess, did she have that elderly person aroma?
I don't remember. I remember just seeing the shaking head and the misshapen mouth and being scared of it.
Dada Boleste. Okay. Oh my, oh my. Yeah, that's craziness. That is absolutely weird. Um, but yeah, I can imagine you've got, Kenneth Copeland's grandkids, and it probably a lot like Donald Trump's grandkids.
You know, I don't know that I've ever actually seen his grandkids. I've barely even seen his kids.
Well, I've seen pictures of Junior with his kids, and God, The kids just look like they just don't want to be there.
Hmm.
Um, let's see if I can find some.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at some pictures and the kids all look pretty happy. So unless it was in video, although this is kind of entertaining, there's one where one of the kids is totally picking his nose.
Okay.
I'm not sure. You must have seen an anomaly because these kids all look pretty happy.
Um, maybe I did see an anomaly, but there were a lot of comments made about the picture I'm thinking of.
Golly, I hope those kids are adopted. There's just too many of them. I would never put my body through that many children.
Oh, who did you turn up? One of the Quiverful people?
No, I'm looking at Donald Trump Jr. He's got like 5 kids.
Oh, okay, okay.
I
Um,
wouldn't want to have 5. I wouldn't even want to have one kid. I mean, geez. I mean, his wife probably has stretch marks that are so thin you could pop them with a simple tap.
oh, here's the picture I was thinking of.
Okay.
Okay, let me present now a window. There we go. Yeah,
Oh,
this
well,
one where the kids just they look like they just don't want to be there.
well,
Can I have another
I mean,
daddy, please?
I want to know what the context is because it could be that they've just been marched in front of cameras too many times, or they want to go see the TV show and they're there without like they're missing cartoons for this. I mean, there could be so many reasons those kids look grouchy.
Yeah, and then they
I,
have
I mean,
a.
I can see why people would try to make hay out of this, but
Mm-hmm.
I want more context.
And I have to wonder how thrilled the kids are to have a cokehead for a dad,
Hmm.
because so many of the pictures I see of Junior, he's high as all hell,
Well,
or at least looks it.
all right. Speaking of which, I'm out of weed again.
Oh no!
Yeah. And the last stuff I bought wasn't very good.
Oh, Vonrek, hi, honey.
Well, it's Vonric here.
Yeah.
I remember noting that you had missed the last one. I was wondering where you'd gotten to.
Yay!
Which, your takeaway from that should be that I value your presence.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. It could have been taken as an accusation. Where the hell were you?
Vonrek is a big sweetie, absolutely, with the little trademark symbol up there in the corner. Big
Hmm.
sweetie trademark. Oh man, all kinds of fun stuff. And
Yeah.
what do we
Well,
have?
I don't know. I mean, again, back to the whole nature versus nurture question. I mean, I forget, was it last time? Yeah, it was, where I was talking about that TV show with that fundy family that lived out in the middle of nowhere, and the kids are slowly starting to find their way into the real world, you know? And like, I have to wonder just if you've been your entire life living around these religious nut bars. I mean, some people are going to rebel, some people are going to embrace it. And I wonder what the factors are that determine it. How much of it is what happens to you? How much of it is just who you are biologically, mentally?
Yeah, I have to wonder. There was a religious crazy family that Aaron spoke of in one of his talks, where one of the girls ran away from home in order to go to school. I have to wonder what got her thinking, I want to go to school. Um, is there some little thing where you get just a little peek of the outside world and you think, oh God, that looks so much better than what I've got here? Um,
I would imagine it's probably something closer to I want an explanation of something and nobody will give it to me, or they'll only point at the Bible, which is obviously false.
Okay, okay.
Or which just plain doesn't present the information I'm after either. So I want to go to school because that's where you learn stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can imagine that as a possibility too. It's not necessarily, oh, look at what the alternatives are. It could easily be, I want to know something, can't know it. So go place to know it. Oh, got unindoctrinated when I went to place to learn.
And I could imagine that I would have been a lot better with the situation I grew up in had I not been allowed to see the outside world. Because when I saw what could be compared to what I had, it just didn't sit right.
Well, I know that my parents and I have butted heads over what we thought was worth having, doing, seeing, watching, reading, etc. In life. I'm more of a movie fiction, but well, let's face it, I like fictional violence too type of person where they're peace loving hippies who would rather I didn't watch violence or play video games.
Okay then. Mm-hmm.
Mind you, they also knew that they couldn't keep me from it. If I wanted it, they were going to have to let me have it. Otherwise, I would rebel even more than I was. So they eventually relented and let me watch like fictional violence and play video games that involved shooting. And, I haven't been a mass murderer yet.
That we know of.
No, 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 no. I have not been a mass murderer yet. I'm just stressing the yet part.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. There you go.
And
Oh man, I have to think though that it is more likely that someone who plays the active shooter games is less likely to be an active shooter out on the street than the person who has to repress all that crap.
yeah, oh, catharsis.
Yeah.
Believe me, I look at any consumption of fiction, especially if it's like interactive fiction that involves any amount of combat, killing, whatever. I regard it as getting out what would otherwise have been a problem in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
Like you
Yeah.
don't want to take my video games away from me. That would be a bad idea.
And I have to wonder if that's the appeal. Oh, ow, 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 ow.
Well, let's put it this way:
Movie.
after playing video games like that for a while, I feel not necessarily like I just had a workout, but I do feel better. I feel, if not renewed, at least refreshed to a certain
Mm.
degree. It's I got out a lot of the things that were causing the brain monkeys to start howling and throwing feces.
Yeah, and as I was starting to say before, my shoulder gave me a little bit of a problem. I wonder if that's a bit of the appeal to the programs like the stuff I was talking about earlier today, where you're throwing the stuff off a tower, and watching it hit the ground and break. Um, is some of that a bit of the catharsis without spending the money for the video game?
Oh, I couldn't tell you about that. I know that for me, it wouldn't be sufficient catharsis just to throw something off a tower.
Okay, okay.
Like, usually, what is cathartic is something that actually gets my adrenaline going, be it the action sequence in a movie or the video game I'm playing or whatever. The point is that I need to feel, if not like I actually did a real workout, like Jane Fonda's workout, I at least have to feel like I worked out some part of me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Got that part of me that was feeling pent up to have some release, which sounds sexual, but it ain't.
Yeah. It's similar, but not identical in some ways. But
Hmm. Well, I mean, have you ever had a bit of inanimate technology just piss you off enough and it was broken enough that it really wasn't repairable, that you just kind of felt the need to destroy it physically?
Once or twice, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what happened to my Chromebook. Is it got to a point where it just wasn't working properly, and it was way more trouble than it was worth to like try to browse the web with it, et cetera, et cetera. So I just smashed the fuck out of it, which oh my gosh felt good, and then bought a much better laptop that I love.
Okay, then, yeah. I actually took part in. Have you ever seen any of the things where you can pay 25 cents or something to hit a car with a sledgehammer? 25 cents per hit.
No.
I actually partook of that years ago. That was a shitload of fun. There's actually a picture of me out there somewhere,
Hmm.
putting a hole in the roof of the car with this sledgehammer. Um, and another thing I did once or twice, back when I could get decent fireworks. You're familiar with the M80s, right?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I would stuff M80s into particular things that I no longer cared about or anything like that, and light the fuse and run, and just watch the pieces go. It was always fun.
I think if I were inclined to go in that direction, I would have started with fruit.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
Like if maybe you'd have to stuff them in little plastic baggies to keep them from getting wet, but I would stuff the M80s in like a bunch of them inside a watermelon,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
or no, pumpkin,
Oh, that sounds like fun.
because then you don't have to worry so much about the moisture like fucking with the fireworks.
Yeah.
I mean, not as much anyway.
Well, the M80s were waterproof, and you actually could get waterproof fuse if you looked hard enough. But yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that good stuff. And
Well,
I remember sending model rockets up with fireworks in them. That was a bunch of crap. It was a good stuff.
I had some of those old Estes model rockets,
That's,
with
uh-huh.
those booster charges in them. Like you'd get the one where it launches and then it has the parachute
Yep.
thingy on a
Yep, yep, yep,
delay.
yep, yep, yep. Hmm.
Yeah, I did that a couple of times, but I seem to remember what some kids liked to do was to glue in the nose cone after they'd stuffed in like a bunch of paper towel with something explosive on it so that the rocket would go up. Sure as fuck wasn't coming down in as many pieces. Because when that parachute charge would go off, it would ignite whatever the hell they'd stuck in the nose cone
Yep.
and shaboom, shaboom.
Yep, like a little bag of gasoline, for example. Yeah,
So
you
I,
wanted
I
to
remember
make
I remember that.
you wanted to make sure you were undercover when you fired one of those babies, because there was always that finite non-zero probability that the thing was going to go sideways and not up.
Well, okay, there was a an experiment that I did with some folks where we were supposed to make one of those rockets and we were supposed to try to make it do a trick. Like it didn't even really matter what the trick was. So what we did was we taped some fins onto the side of it that were a little bit bent in order to make it spin,
Okay. Yep.
right?
Yep. Yep. Yep.
But the thing is, like, we also wanted to make sure that you were able to see it. So we weighed it down with some pebbles to make sure that it wouldn't go too far.
Mm-hmm.
What we didn't count on is that it went to about chest height,
Oops.
and the ejection charge was still in it,
Oh
and the nose cone
no.
was still glued in.
Oh no.
It was
Oh.
not it was not set up to explode. It didn't actually explode, but yeah, our experiment was a little bit of a failure.
What, did it blow the tube open, or did it
It
blow?
didn't actually. No, I think we had left some vents at the top or something,
Okay.
and so it didn't like literally blow its top. But and these were accidental events, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
So it didn't actually explode. It just sort of like it is, what's the word I'm looking? It effervesced.
Yeah. Oh Lord. Yeah.
We did run though when we realized it wasn't going to go much higher, because we're like, if this thing explodes, it's full of shrapnel.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. That's
So
where you want the blast shield. You know, when you hit the igniter.
uh, I mean, because we saw it get to about chest height and then just sort of hover, and we were like, for 2 seconds we were going, and then someone went, ah, fuck, and we all bolted. You know,
Those are the days. Yep. Absolutely. Those were the fun
yeah,
days. You could do shit like that and not get arrested.
yeah. Nowadays, I bet you those model rockets are banned. I haven't actually looked it up, but
They're harder to fly anymore because, yes, a lot of jurisdictions are banning them. Um,
well,
I
the
could,
company still exists.
yeah, no, I could imagine that, for example, right now, within city limits, you probably are not allowed to fly any of those. Whereas I was flying a good number of them within city limits, back when I was, 12, 13, that sort of thing.
Well, we usually found like parking lots and fields to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but these days, I mean, like you can't even fly a drone within 5 miles of an airport. I can't even imagine what they think, like what they would allow or won't allow when it comes to explosive model rockets.
Yeah, there are a number of jurisdictions that are still trying to get them classed as fireworks, such that they can call them illegal and everything else and arrest you for having them.
Well, fireworks sure as hell aren't legal in Vermont and haven't been my entire life. I remember people used to go to like New York, Massachusetts, and Canada to get fireworks and bring them back to Vermont.
Okay.
Yeah. No, there was a store that was like just over the border where you could get them, or maybe it was like on a reservation. I don't know if Vermont has reservations. It has to, but I think that if you go to a res, you can get um like fireworks and other stuff that you just can't get outside of them.
Well, on a reservation, all the rules are different. Yeah,
Right.
because they have their
Uh,
sovereignty and stuff like that. And that's a very interesting setup, the way that works. They have their sovereignty, and yet they have some of the protections of the United States. They don't have their own standing armies, for example. That
so
I
I'm
know
looking.
of.
I started looking up if there were any reservations in Vermont, and apparently there are none that are federally recognized. But there are non-recognized tribes and communities in Vermont, including the Abenaki, the Mohicans, and the Massachusetts tribes, including Pennacook and Pocumtuck. I don't know. I can't really pronounce it. But yeah, I knew about the Abenaki. Didn't know the other ones.
Oh, okay, okay.
Well, and I mostly only knew about the Abenaki because there was a Camp Abenaki, uh, in Vermont. A friend of mine, old family friend Jacob, used to go to it.
Ah,
Yeah.
moo.
Uh, he's one of those ones where like I knew him before I was old enough to know I knew him. Like he's a year younger than me, and like I forget if his parents were on the commune with mine or what, but we knew them because they were into that same all natural hippie shit. And it was like, yeah. So I knew Jacob forever before he ever went to that summer camp. I mean, hell, I think we were both in diapers at the same time.
Okay, then.
Yeah. So
Sort of a
yeah.
purple and sloth girl thing going on there, huh? Where I guess Sloth Girl's mother was babysitting Purple while carrying Sloth Girl,
Hmm.
as in pregnant with, and stuff and things. Speaking of, I haven't seen Purple show up yet.
Yeah, I wonder what that's about. Well, then again, Purple isn't always here. In
That's true.
fact, many times at the very end of a show, we'll be like, "Oh, hey, Purple just showed."
Yeah, just as we're saying, I want to thank everybody who's here. Yeah. And then there's Purple. Hi, how you doing? You just showed up just in time to go.
Yeah. Of course,
Oh,
it's usually right before her own show.
yeah. Okay. Hmm.
You know, like the sheer number of times I've been in a stream and Purple's either in the chat or actually in the stream, and then all of a sudden, no, I gotta go. I got a show in a half hour.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Where there's really no way that anyone can do a show without stepping on somebody else's show or running into somebody else's show or any of that. There's just so many of us.
well, either that or starting a show at a time when, sure, it'll be seen by almost everyone in your country, but you know, in say the U.S., it's 3 a.m.
Yeah, huh? Yeah.
You know, and like it or lump it, the United States forms a huge chunk of the audience for YouTube.
Yes, it does. Yes.
Although actually, it's weird because my search results don't turn up very many videos that aren't in English, and I'm starting to wonder if that's a filter I can turn off,
Could be.
or
Wouldn't
if it's a
surprise
filter at
me.
all.
Wouldn't surprise
I
me.
mean, who knows? Maybe people who speak French don't make videos. I don't know. But it seems like YouTube is artificially slanting my results because surely people in France make videos.
One would think. Um, I don't know.
You know,
Maybe
so
they make them in English.
maybe. Although, I mean, I do know that YouTube has like separate algorithms for certain types of content, like news, for example. They want you to get your news from the major news networks. If your show happens to be an independent news show, even if it's just commentary, YouTube deprioritizes you in the algorithm. And they've full on admitted this on camera. Like
Okay, yeah.
they want YouTube to be a repository for like cat videos or people getting hit in the nuts. They don't want people saying anything relevant on their platform. And
Yeah.
that's something they basically flat out said too is, you know, kitty videos and unboxings and video games. That's what YouTube is for.
Hmm.
Like the notion that someone would start a YouTube news show seems to have boggled them.
And how many of them are there? Yeah. And
Well, actually, I take that back. It seems to have boggled the person in charge. I don't know about anybody else.
mm-hmm. Now I'm looking up videos in French, and all I'm seeing is learn French in 25 minutes. Um,
Well, did you just type in that?
yeah, that's what I typed in.
Okay, I don't think that's gonna do it. Let me see here. There's settings. God, that took forever. Aha. Yes, there is a way to change this here. Location, United States, language. You can set your language to be one of so many. Although there is one I see that's very missing.
Okay, Klingon?
Yep.
Okay. And
But what the hell is this one? There's like one vowel at the very end. SRPSKI. Srpski?
oh god,
The fuck is it?
it's got to be Polish.
Probably, but well, no, that's Polski.
Yep. Okay, I thought so.
Let's see. Srpski. Srpski. Serbian.
Okay, okay, close enough.
Hold on a sec. Okay, it's just pronounced Srpski.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you kind of just imagine that some of the vowels are there.
Yeah, unfortunately, ancient Sanskrit is not included.
No, you're no
I
fun.
know, bastards.
Oh my. Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was that was it you that posted the little joke
Probably.
to where you have a poll being queried on something and it's a collection of consonants and it's read. Can I read? No, I know that guy.
What?
Yeah, it's
Something got lost in that.
yeah there
Read, I know that guy? I don't get it.
yeah there's this string of consonants and I guess somebody asked this poll, can you read this? And they looked at it and says, read? What do you mean read? I know that guy.
That doesn't make any sense.
So he saw it as a personal name,
Oh, okay, but
which I've seen some pretty interesting personal names in languages like Polish. Oh yeah.
okay, but if I mean, if you're asking, can I read it? Can you read it? Yes, I can. I mean, I don't know. It's not funny.
I don't know.
I think it'd be a lot funnier if we knew that the word was attached to a certain guy. You know,
Mm.
can you read this word? Doesn't sound like it's on a name tag.
Yeah, somebody posted it on the Twitter, and I can't remember who, and I can't remember where to find it to put it back up here. But
Hmm.
oh my! And then Von Rick said a couple minutes ago. Von Rick said, "No, French have baguettes to make, not videos." Okay,
Hmm.
is it baguettes
Yeah.
or baguettes or whatever the hell? I don't know.
Most people just say baguettes.
So
Mind
that's
you, most English speakers just say baguettes like they're tiny bags, but they're not.
so young female bags.
Well, that's the thing about et. Sometimes it's small, sometimes it's feminine,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not always both, you see. And if I'm thinking of a baguette, well, it's not alive. Never was really alive, at least not in its current form. So I'm going to say it's a small bag rather than a feminine bag.
And then like the Rockettes. I mean, what were those pebbles?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, compared to boulders.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Funny,
Um.
I was never I only a few years ago found out that boulder isn't just big rock. There's like an official designation. Like it has to meet these criteria to be,
Oh well.
yeah. That was one I didn't know for a good long time. And then I found out.
I did not know that boulder was a formal definition.
Yo,
It's like somebody once told me that mansion had a formal definition. I think it had to have more than 10 rooms or something. I don't know if she was full of shit when she said that or not.
well, actually, that wouldn't shock me. Although, honestly, I would have thought that rather than rooms, it would have to cover a certain volume.
Okay.
I wonder, are there any single floor, like single story mansions?
Huh.
It's wide rather than tall, kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh. You know what I'm doing, right?
Let's see, single story mansions. Yo, wow, those are big. Ooh, I would totally live in this one. That is some kick-ass design work right there.
Which one that is?
I don't. Well, hold on. It'll be easier to show it.
Zapoliki.
Think there.
Oh yeah. I have another view of that one. Yeah. Yeah, that impresses me as something you'd go for.
Well, I like the lines.
Yeah, huh?
You know, I like how there aren't a lot of curves, there aren't a lot of embellishments. It's just the fucking house. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I prefer an unadorned dwelling.
Okay, yeah. Works.
Yeah. You know what I wish I could get my hands on is a well preserved geo tracker. A well preserved geo tracker. I wish I could find one.
Wait a minute. GeoTracker. I'm trying to envision what this is.
It's like imagine if someone took a coupe and a jeep and put them together.
Oh, okay.
Here, have a look.
Got ya.
They were pretty popular in the 90s, and honestly, it's one of the few things about the 90s I kind of liked. And I would love to have one, but they don't really make them like that anymore. Like, I believe you can still get a Geo Tracker, but they're not this small, compact thing that it was. You know?
Okay.
Like, it's more like a full-on Jeep now, rather
Okay.
than a compact Jeep.
Because when you first said
But-
GeoTracker, I was envisioning some sort of GPS thing. And,
No,
it's not
I really like. I don't know. It's like I don't do cute all the time, but those cars are cute, and I want one. You know?
Okay, that works.
Oh,
Oh, wow. Oh, there's a question here in the Google page. What is the
oh, it's almost 6. I'll be right back. I gotta feed the kitties.
kitties? Oh my. Yeah, we have a thing over here. Okay, and I've actually been there. On the Google search page, one of their little questions that pops up is, what is the biggest one-story house? And it turns out that it's the Biltmore Estate in North Carolina. And I've actually been there. It's one hell of a place. Reminds me of a small town. But what can I say? You know, I was driving home from work one week and drove through Asheville, North Carolina on my way home, and I stayed overnight in Nashville. I saw the Biltmore Estate while I was there, and then I continued on home. Those were the days. Back when I got to work for a living. Had a good bit more money than I have now.
There we go. Kitties feted.
Yay!
Yarp.
Eat. Oh, Laura's here. Hi, Laura. Yay.
Oh, whoops. I completely forgot to take the brain meds.
Whoa.
Not that it matters, really. I mean, geez, I what am I, like 2-3 years post seizure? Like my last seizure was that long ago? Do I really need the brain meds anymore?
I don't know.
Surgery was supposed to fucking fix it.
Yeah, it would be nice if what they did to fix it actually fixed it.
Well, I mean, it seems to have fixed it. I just don't think I need the meds anymore. But And I swear my neurologist said 1 year after the brain surgery, and then it got up to 2. I swear.
Oh, they lie. They always do. Yeah, they don't want you having a take. They don't want you taking it badly, and they think that you might not be medication compliant.
I think being lied to rather badly.
Yeah, huh?
You know, it seems to me that, if you're upfront with me, it helps with the whole trust thing,
Mm-hmm.
you know? But if it turns out that you were fucking with me because you didn't think I could take it, well, fuck you.
Yeah. I'm dealing with that sort of shit right now. I have a.
I think I should start recording any sessions I have when I go in and do a doctor's office. Not that I've ever really had problems, but if it comes down to you said 1 year on these meds and I'm sick to fucking death of them, it'd be nice to be able to have that evidence of what I was told.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And they'd probably play Tori Spelling music, so you'd get a copyright strike if you tried to play it on YouTube.
What?
Oh, haven't you seen that?
What on earth are you talking about?
There was a video up on YouTube a little while back about cops playing popular music while people were recording them.
Oh.
The cops were thinking that that would prevent playing the recordings on YouTube to expose what they were doing. And I guess it turns out that not necessarily so.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's provisions in copyright law for that under fair use.
Yeah, I would hope so. It's just a matter of getting it past YouTube's censor bots and all that shit, that sort of thing. But I guess according to the
yeah,
article,
I mean that is a big problem with YouTube. Is it's all bots.
Yeah.
Did you hear about someone who no shit got kicked off Facebook for hate speech because they quoted the Bill of Rights?
I missed this one.
Or if it wasn't the Bill of Rights, it was the Constitution. But there was something in there where it was like this really disgusting racist passage or something that like described Native Americans as savages or something. And, it was all this stuff. But it's right there in our official documents. And he read it verbatim, or not read it, he quoted it verbatim on like Facebook or something and got kicked off.
Jesus Christ.
And I mean, it was one of those things where the public grabbed onto it and it went viral and he got his account back. But still, I mean,
This is the poo-poo. Yeah, nobody bothers to review. Let's just leave it all to the bots so we don't have to pay people.
By the same token, though, YouTube isn't that bad. YouTube will actually have actual people reviewing your shit.
This takes a while to get to them, right?
Well, it depends. I mean, since I moved to animation and all of my tags and my videos and my descriptions, everything reflect that, the approval process is so quick, so fast. You have no idea. But when my tags were atheism, religion, atrocities, etc., all of a sudden YouTube takes a really close interest in what the hell I'm talking about.
Yes, ta. Mm-hmm.
But one thing that's very frustrating, and maybe I mentioned this last time, maybe I didn't, I cannot get YouTube to weigh in on whether something does or does not go against their community standards.
Yeah,
like, I want to ask them, can I show this? And they're like, we can't give advice. And I'm like, but you guys are the ones doling out the punishments if people get it wrong. You're the ones who make the judgment. Why can't you tell me? And they're like, we can't offer you that kind of advice. And like, I would be like, why not? And they said, because we're not allowed or whatever it was they said. But Basically, what it came down to was you can either hire some sort of expert, because apparently that exists, or you can trust to luck.
Wow.
Like, okay, here's a wacky question.
Okay. Here's a wacky
What do you
answer.
think? What do you think they mean when they say for the purposes of sexual gratification?
All right.
Because they say you cannot depict buttocks or breasts, even clothed, if it's for the purposes of sexual gratification. Well, what the fuck does that mean? They don't define it.
It's like
I mean,
the
maybe I'm walking around in a sexy outfit. Hey, look at my knockers, look at my ass. I mean, some people might get off on that. I don't know. Some people might vomit. But the point is that how do I know? If they won't tell me what the rules are, how can I follow them?
sounds a lot like Ed Meese. I don't know what it is, but I know it when I see it. Yeah.
Hmm. But I mean, it's deeply frustrating, and it affects Quinn Redshift, because I have a scene in a bar where instead of a pole dancer, you have a Venusian swimming naked in a tank. In the Quinn Redshift universe, the Quinnverse, the Venusians can breathe underwater.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, she is naked. On the other hand, she does have the full Barbie doll, meaning there's no nipples, there's no visible genitalia. It's just, plastic underpants and a trademark, right? But is that enough to not get in trouble? She's also way off in the background. You can only really see a purple blob. Is that enough? You know what I
Wow.
mean? It's
Yeah.
it's like I don't know where the line is, and YouTube won't tell me.
It amazes the hell out of me. I mean, have you tried this one where you say, "Will you is this legal? By your rules? Is this particular thing permitted?" Will they answer you? Because you're
Well,
not
that's exactly
asking.
what I did. That's exactly what I was doing. I was saying to them, this is a specific instance of something that I'm working on. Is it within the rules or not? And they wouldn't even look at it.
That's a bunch of crap.
Well, yeah.
It almost sounds like they are trying to get people in their net.
I think it's not. I think what it is they're afraid that if their representatives start giving advice that they consider, if not actually legal advice, at least something that might have legal repercussions, I don't think they want anyone giving opinions like that, because it's not necessarily sanctioned by management what they say. Like if there's a disparity between what the help representative tells you and what happens when you upload it on YouTube, if those don't match, why I'm pretty sure YouTube doesn't want to deal with that very much.
Wow. It's just nuts because you're not even giving an opinion. Is this legal? And you look in the rules, and it says in the rules, no, it's not legal. Okay, you can say no, it's not, or I mean, that's not an opinion, that's a fact. But no, huh?
Well, I mean, I flat out said to them, look, the rules are unclear, and I'm asking for you to help me with some clarity, and they wouldn't.
Wow.
And the sad thing is, like, I did those interviews with YouTube staff, and I did two of them. And both times I told them that the rules aren't clear enough, not specific enough. I've gotten in trouble for things that aren't listed. And they're like, well, we just want to give a general guideline of what the rules are. I'm like, you can't just give a general guideline. I told them I can't follow the rules if I don't know what they are. You need to lay them out explicitly.
Yeah.
And apparently that didn't land. I mean, I could argue with them all day about whether or not, the Venusian equivalent of a pole dancer is for the purposes of sexual gratification, and then you could say, well, maybe it is for the characters, but is it for the audience? And which one of those two matters?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could have that argument all fucking day, but let's face it, like I said, she's got the full Barbie doll going on, so you're not going to see anything particularly sexual. I mean, yeah, she's naked, but it's not like there's much to be seen. And it's like a 2 or 3 second shot, and from then on, she's really far in the background, and it's like, is this really a problem? I don't know. It's just it doesn't. I don't know. I wanted them to weigh in because it was not clear, and they won't do it. I'm thinking the only thing I can do at this point is put clothes on her and just re-render those shots. But even then, they said that even clothed breasts and buttocks are not allowed if it's for sexual gratification. Well, what the fuck is sexual gratification specifically? I mean, is it there as spank material or what? I mean, what makes it sexually explicit?
And I think they don't want to define that because I think if they define it and then somebody takes issue with something not covered by the definition, they're still going to feel the sting. And they don't want that.
Sorry, too many theys.
I think that the YouTube doesn't want to define these sorts of things because if if YouTube does define them and somebody complains about something not covered by the definition, YouTube is still going to feel the sting. They want,
How?
well, there's going to be an uproar and people are boycott YouTube and all this other sort of thing, and the advertisers aren't going to like it. And remember, it's all about
feel
ads.
feel the sting was very non-specific.
Oh yeah, it's like in the loss in revenue. It's all about the ads now. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, but the thing, I mean, I really want to see the like social media declared the new public square and thus be covered by the First Amendment, because then I could do whatever the fuck I wanted, and as long as it didn't violate any real laws, they couldn't censor me.
Mm-hmm.
And seriously, barely even PG-13, but I can't get YouTube to weigh in on it. And I mean, it's just as bad with other social media, like Facebook, for example. There are things you can't say on Facebook that they can say on primetime television.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay, they claim that I threatened suicide 4 years ago, and that's why my account was deleted. But the thing is, I mean, I was watching The Big Bang Theory and Scrubs, and what the hell was the other one I was watching last night? Star Trek, right? People are talking about killing themselves left and right on these shows. Half of the time it's jokes, sometimes it's not. But regardless, the point is that if you can do that on primetime television, you should not get in trouble for it on fucking Facebook.
Moo, yeah, because the primetime broadcast television is still tightly controlled, yeah. Hi, Dallas.
So, I mean, it's gotten to a point now where just you can't say anything online because it's a total minefield. The sheer number of times I've started a post or been about to post a meme and then deleted it because it just wasn't worth the trouble I figured I'd get into, no matter how innocent it fucking was.
Oh yeah.
It's just it's gotten insane. I'm sick and tired of it.
The same thing.
And it's not like I'm posting seditious shit. I'm posting a cartoon that happens to have a naked alien chick who's portrayed in a fairly tasteful way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can understand this kind of censorship if I was like selling secrets to the enemy, but I'm fucking not.
Oh my.
So frustrating.
Somebody's really happy.
Well, it's not me.
Mm. Shut up, Clarion.
Ooh, football. Excuse me.
Whoa.
Um, well, I when I took the brain meds, I cracked a Red Bull.
Did it leak everywhere?
Nope.
Okay.
See, I cracked it at the top where it was loose.
Ah.
Uh,
There we go. There we go.
Yeah. So,
Kiddiness.
needless to say, I got issues with online censorship. I would lean more in the direction of no censorship than draconian censorship.
Uh-huh.
Even if it meant I ended up seeing more dick pics than I want to, I'd rather we had less of a filter than more.
Yeah, unfortunately, the greater number of people out there think the opposite. They just don't want to have their little sensibilities offended.
Well, that, and I'm sure a lot of it is parents don't want to have to monitor their kids all the time. I don't want my kids seeing this or that or the other thing online, but there's no way for me to control it, so I have to insist all of you control what you post.
Yeah, huh?
This is so stupid. But, I mean, like, okay, I know that they say, well, we don't want posts that encourage self harm or whatever. And I get that. But at the same time, if someone happens to post, like they're in a thread that got stupid or toxic and they're leaving, and they post a picture of an anime character with a gun to her head and a caption that says, "That's it, I'm out." Am I really encouraging self harm or threatening suicide? Do you think people don't get that it's snark? But
Yeah,
I looked it up. It's actually kind of built into the rules that they are like the airport. Everything has to be taken seriously. Right? Like it doesn't matter if you're joking. That's in print right on the site.
blech.
Yeah. So needless to say, I'm very unhappy about online censorship.
Makes you wonder if this business is even worth it anymore. But
You're going to have to be a lot more specific.
well, I mean, with all the threats of censorship and the censorship and the losing the
Actually, just
accounts and
just define this business for me.
the business of social media, creators and that sort of thing.
Yeah, still not helping. Do you mean it's not worth it to start a site and profit off it, or to post on them?
To run a site, yeah.
Well, but they find it quite worth it. I mean, what's his face? Zuckerberg is a gajillionaire. Of course, they find it worth it.
I mean, creators like us.
Well, but we're not making the site, are we?
In a way, we are.
But
I
we're
mean,
not. We're
we're
not.
making
We're
the
not,
we're
we're
making the
not the
channel.
admins. We're not the ones who own the servers, the software, all of that stuff. We are content creators, but we don't own the site. We don't run the site. We don't make the site. We are merely content creators.
Mm.
So, if you want to say it's not worth it to make videos anymore, okay. But
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if it is. I mean, it's. I'm not going to stop or anything, but you sometimes wonder,
well,
is it
then
worth
I
it to
have to
keep
ask,
going?
what is the value? Like if you're asking, is it worth it? Well, what are you after?
Um, I'm after happy people over in the side chat. Um,
Hmm.
I wouldn't mind an extra dollar or two so I could get back and forth to dialysis, that sort of thing. Of course, that prospect scares me.
Well, I'll tell you this much. If it weren't for this, you might actually well be on your deathbed at the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I mean, if it weren't for us relentlessly badgering you to go get your kidneys fixed with dialysis, where would you be right now?
I am not about to offer commentary on the relative merits because nobody wants to hear it.
Mm. Well, I'm just saying though, is like there, without social media, my life would be so different. I don't even know what it would be. You know,
I'm
like
reasonably.
I remember a time without it, but it enabled so many things to go well in my life. You know, I mean, I've had what I can only describe as a fairly successful YouTube career, and now I'm working on animation stuff. I've made enough money that I can stick it in the bank and feel fairly secure that I could survive a major accident without going bankrupt. Um, you know, I mean, and of course, without Facebook and Twitter and all those, it would have been harder to promote my stuff.
Hmm.
Social media has really been a benefit to my world. It's just, well, it could be so much better,
Yeah, huh? Yeah.
but it's definitely worth it, at least for me. And the fact that I've been able to save at least 4 lives that I know of, and 2 of them through YouTube. And then there's all of us telling you to go to the fucking doctor. You know, I mean, it's like, it's hard to imagine a world without it, even though I've lived in one.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm reasonably sure that I would not have a life without this. And I don't mean that I would be dead. I mean that I would just be sitting
A
around
social
and
life.
doing absolutely nothing. Yeah. Um, and this is my contact with the world outside. And people I call friends are all here. There's really nobody in the neighborhood of whom I could speak the same way. Um,
See, I wish social media was what you make it, but unfortunately, the people who run the sites sometimes don't like what we build.
yeah, 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 yeah.
So,
Oh my, I don't know.
eh,
It's
uh,
crazy.
yeah, I wonder, like, I wonder what it takes to start a social media site. You know, I mean, regardless of whether people go to it or not, I just wonder about what is involved in even starting one up. Like, what hardware do you have to buy? What software do you use? Do you code it yourself? I mean, how does all this work?
Um, Anymore, I suppose that you could avail yourself of software that's already been written. I mean, back in the day, people were writing the stuff themselves. I mean, that's how Wiki started, for example. I'm reasonably sure that that's how Facebook and Twitter and a couple of the other things like YouTube started that way as well. And I suppose that you could rent space on servers now, whereas back in the day you might have had to have purchased your machines to act as servers.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, I don't know. I really wish that the people who had started YouTube had never sold it.
uh huh. Yeah.
I mean, number one, I liked the 5-star rating system. I was much more likely to rate a video if I didn't have to give it a perfect or pure shit. You know, if I didn't have to give it an up or a down, if I could give it a rating with nuance, I was a much happier camper.
Move beef.
You know, I mean, I would frequently give videos 4 stars because, you know, my standards for giving 5 stars are kind of high. But I would give things 4 stars a lot and 3 stars. Rarely would anything get 2 or 1 unless it was absolute shite.
No.
But now I barely rate anything at all ever, simply because the thumbs up, thumbs down is just too absolute.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, like this video wasn't exceptional, it wasn't shitty, I just won't rate it. As opposed to, that video was awesome, or oh my god, that pissed me off. Now I'm rating it,
Yeah. Okay.
So there's that. I miss when we could still add like I forget what they were called now, but there were these captions you could add manually, and I guess they have them in some other form now, but I don't know. It's confusing. Like there was one episode, it was an unboxing I had done, and someone sent me something from Firefly. Now I hesitate to call them the good guys, but the side of the characters we meet during the course of the show, when they were fighting that big civil war, they were known as the brown coats, right? Because they wore these big brown duster looking things when they were in the military. The thing is that the guy who sent me the stuff from Firefly had accidentally put brown shirt instead of brown
Oops.
coat.
Oops.
And I really wanted the ability to go back and put up like a little caption saying, yeah, not what was meant, but I can't. And it was a live stream. So the best I can do is delete it,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So I miss being able to put something up to clarify like that. Just a little message. And it was so easy to do, too.
Oh no.
Yeah, the problem is everyone messes around with stuff constantly. I can't tell you, like multiple times a day, Steam restarts because the client got updated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody likes to piddle around in whatever they made. I kind of miss those days when, the software had to be absolutely freaking perfect when it went out the door, because we didn't really have the internet. And when we did, it was dial up at 300 baud. So like if your product wasn't thoroughly tested out the door, you were in trouble. There'd be a lot of returns, a lot of recalls. Now people figure, well, we can release this piece of shit and just patch it later.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow. Yeah, I remember the days when it went out the door like crap. Of course, it wasn't over the internet. This was the software houses I worked at years and years ago, where I was constantly fighting with people. Like, this doesn't work. It's not going to work. They're going to complain. Oh, it's going out. It's going out. And sure enough, the client would be all over us because it wasn't working in exactly the way I said it wasn't going to work. Shoof boof.
Yeah, the few times I worked in mostly the video games industry, like rarely did I work in tech when it wasn't involving video games. The few times that I worked in the industry, like it was still when games were bought in packages as opposed to sold over the internet,
Mm-hmm.
you know? Um, PC games, obviously, because console games are often still sold in stores. But so because it was not pre-internet but pre-digital download age, we still had to get it right the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Although it's weird now that I think about it, the two games I worked on, I don't remember us having a testing team. I don't remember us having a QA team. I think we just did it ourselves, but I don't remember reporting a bug either. I don't know how that worked.
Moo. I think it's Moo.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, it was fun working in games. I'm not sure I really want to do it again. Unless I'm a tester the way I was at Microsoft, where all you do is play games there all day and then tell them if something breaks. I'd cheerfully do that again.
Okay.
Oh, that was one of my favorite jobs. You have no idea. I mean, seriously, 8 hours a day of paid video gaming? Are you kidding me? I mean, I'm still in my 20s. That was the best job ever.
Well, I mean, how creative did you have to be to come up with things that might break the game?
Ah, well, see, that's the thing. I wasn't that kind of tester. I was actually testing the hardware rather than the game itself. So what they would do is
Oh,
they'd give you the game and wait for something to break, and then they'd try to figure out how the hardware fucked up.
okay.
Yeah, but since it was just a matter of like end user type testing, all I did was play the game. I wasn't like going through a list of things to check, you know?
Mm,
So it was just here, everyone play on your Xbox. If something breaks, tell us. That was it. That was the whole job.
boy, nice work if you can get it.
Yeah, but there were also those poor fuckers who were testing the drawer of the Xbox. So they would put the disc in, close the CD tray, let it boot up, let the game start, eject, take the disc out, repeat all day.
Yeah.
All day. That's all they did was start games up and then eject them. That sounds like hell.
Don't even get to play them. Damn
Right. Oh, it sounds so shitty, doesn't it?
it. Eek.
Like I saw a video recently of these people working in like a fruit field. It looked like pineapples, but I couldn't tell. And they had formed a human conveyor belt where for 8 hours a day they stand in one spot and just hand pineapples down the line all day, like one hand to the
Lord.
next, grab it from the person, grab the next one from a person, one hand to the next, hand it off, grab the next one from the 8 hours a day, and they were going so fast. I was like, by the end of this, do you even have arms? Do they function?
Mm-hmm.
It was just crazy to see it, and I'm like thinking everyone here looks at least a little bit Hispanic, and I wonder how many of them are like undocumented and all this stuff. It's like how many of them is this the best job they could get?
Uh-huh.
It seemed like I don't know, some part of me found it offensive on their behalf. I'd rather they had better jobs and were replaced with a conveyor belt because they have better jobs and you don't need people handing off pineapples to each other. Now, I can't imagine they were even making proper minimum wage, these people.
Of course not. No.
It's just, I don't know, some part of me felt like it was wrong for them to have to do that.
And truly it is, as far as that goes. Another thing I don't get how people can work up the speed to do piecework. I
I don't know
tried.
what you mean by that.
Okay, piecework is menial stuff by the piece. You get paid a penny or a penny and a half for every piece you produce. What I was doing.
Oh, see, when you said piecework, I was picturing PEACE like you're an activist.
Okay. Yeah, what I was doing was stuffing newspaper inserts into bags, and I could never work up the speed that some of those kids had, and I certainly could not work up the speed that the place required to keep me on the payroll. Um, I just
Okay, here, I'm pretty sure this is what I saw.
wow. That's just
I mean, it stinks that they only showed a little bit of the people that were actually, here we go, let's do it. Look at that. That's their whole job.
wow.
Wonder what happens if you drop one.
God, you probably get that taken out of your rate at 10 times what you're paid for getting it right.
That wasn't exactly the one I saw. The one I saw was much closer up, and honestly, they were going a hell of a lot faster. But it was the same basic thing, and it was pineapples, like I thought.
Okay.
But yeah, I just something about that imagery just doesn't sit right with me. I don't like it. I want one of those people to have better jobs.
Yeah, and you say, couldn't you replace them with an actual conveyor belt and that sort of thing? But then you've got all these Republicans demanding that they perform labor for their pittance, and those
Mm,
Republicans are going to go nuts, because I mean the people
honestly,
are still going to have to eat, so they're going to have to get something.
I want to live in a country where the government gives a damn about the people.
I hate this one.
Well, I know that. That's why I'm saying I want to live in one. One that's not like this one.
Hmm.
Ugh. And it should have been Bernie.
Oh yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, okay, I'm glad Biden is allegedly getting us out of Afghanistan. Yay. But I'd much rather that we had, living wage, Medicare for all, college loan forgiveness, et cetera, et cetera. Stuff that actually affects us here at home rather more directly.
Mm-hmm.
I'd really rather that before we start getting out of Afghanistan. Mind you, if it was we're getting out of Afghanistan and taking the money we're not spending to fund Medicare for all, okay, great.
Yeah, but it's not going to go there.
Well, of course not. But if I were president, I totally would. If I wish I could have been in that debate. And if someone said, "How are you going to pay for it?" I would have said, "We'll get out of all those wars and spend the money that we would have spent on bombs on, fucking medicine."
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who would lose their mind over that. But so, I mean, it's like if life got better, aren't you happy about it? Like I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, there was a lot of stuff that the slimy bastards would go on about, and one of the things that they would say was, what is the use of this particular thing? Because it's not putting anything in my pocket or on my table or anything. They're looking at it for what they personally are receiving. And it's
Ow! What was that?
who, what, where,
So
when.
your microphone just went absolutely nuts and produced this high pitched squeal for like half a second.
Oh, so is that why I heard your end drop off for half a second? Okay, I did not hear a squeal,
Yeah, well,
but
your microphone produced something, and my speakers went nuts over it.
to sa kaparodia.
Also,
I
every
don't
time
know.
you make the letter S, it goes straight into the microphone and whistles pretty hard.
Oh
One,
my.
one, one thing I've taken to doing, my microphone is about half a foot to the left of me. So I'm actually talking to the air. That way, if I make an S sound, it doesn't into the microphone like that.
Yeah, let me see if I can reach. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. I thought for a minute that YouTube had frozen. I'm going to reach over, and I am now touching the top of the mic. So if you can see the
Ah,
direction my arm is pointing.
well, you might it try facing the camera that is going to meet. Yes,
Okay,
that way.
that way.
Now start saying words that involve the word S a lot.
Well, there's
Someday on Sunday, there will be several people sinking ships. I don't know.
Satopochke Salakopotiatai Kanimina Potresta Sotototieti.
Sure.
Susa Sepetoteyake. I have
I
no
don't know. It's
idea.
just every time you make an S sound, you get sort of a shh, like this tea kettle whistle sound with every S, and it actually like jams into my ears pretty bad.
What I gotta figure out is how to set the pattern on the mic I'm not even facing the mic. I'm talking past it. I'm talking in this direction,
Ah,
and the mic is over here.
see the
But it's
S
still.
that you just did on this went like a knitting needle through both ears.
Oh, yeah. And Laura wants to join, but I don't want to be on the air until 3 in the morning. Oh, hell.
Well,
Um,
it's only like 7:15 here, so you know.
let's see what we've got here. Because I've got to adjust because the mic is picking it up even though I'm not facing the mic. So that means that I need to work on the pattern.
Hmm.
And where are we? Katerodie? No dobolegetibetista.
You know, it's sounding less and less like Slavic and more like speaking in tongues.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's the same principle.
Okay, but
It really
it's
is.
still like it used to sound like it was from Eastern Europe, and now it's starting to sound like it's from what's her face on that pulpit,
Oh, Paula White.
I suppose. But point being is it seems to have changed in some subtle way I can't define.
Oh, I don't know, because I'm half exhausted, maybe?
Actually, I think it's because it goes on much longer than it used to.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
like there's a big difference between Deprognier and leaky or whatever the fuck you've been saying. It's
Yeah,
like
there is.
10 seconds worth of gibberish starts to sound more like
Starts to
gibberish and
sound
less like.
Pentecostal. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you get the foreign person. I know this is a total cliche or trope where they're searching for the English word. They're like, "Hello, I am," how you say, speaking English to you because of how you say I am in a foreign. The how you say thing comes out a lot.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Is that you say and things and stuff. What am I talking
Although
about?
it's interesting when someone will say the how do you say in their native language instead. You get the Spanish speaker who's speaking English, and all of a sudden they hit a word they don't know, and they say "como se dice" instead of
Yeah,
"how you
yeah,
say."
yeah.
Yeah.
And I still find myself doing that if I can't find a word while I'm speaking English. So often I will drop in wie sagt man, which is how do you say it in German. Um, and
Well,
I'm
I don't know
not
how
tr-
you say it in German. I don't speak German.
and I'm not trying to do that. It just comes out. Um,
Yeah.
and it's
I don't know. It's funny. I know I bring up Jim Jeffries a lot, but he has this one routine where he's talking about being in like a French tasting restaurant, one of those ones where there's like 17 courses, but they're all fairly small, and the meal has a theme to it and all that stuff. Um, Right. And at one point, the waiter comes by and he says, "Now is the time for the fromage." And he's like, I don't like that he said fromage. It's like he knows the words cheese. I mean, what? Did he learn English, but he's just one word short? Come on. He just said it to Frenchie it the fuck up. And then he starts going off on, well, let's face it, my people. He's like, my most hated group. Italian Americans, because you'll go up to, like you'll be in an Italian restaurant and the guy will seem normal and then he changes on you. He's like, he'll go, hey, do you like that food? Yeah, it's great. My mom used to make it with the mozzarella, like that. And he's like, whoa, what the fuck happened to that word, fella? It's like you had a seizure or a stroke in the middle of that sentence. What the hell? And like, I get it. I get it. You're listening to someone talk to you, and then all of a sudden they throw foreign shit at you, and you're like, whoa, what? You get thrown for a second because you didn't expect it.
Four and stuff and five and stuff and six and stuff. Yeah. Okay.
It's just as you know.
I left you a link, Laura. Yeah, in case you were
Although
wondering.
it's funny, I forget, is it Sam or Sammy? I can't remember the redheaded kid with the snake emoji. You know who I'm talking about.
Oh,
Um,
Sam. I think it's Sam Chaos.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But I was like on Twitter, and like Sam was talking about having dysmorphia. And I decided to reply with, "Hey, you get some of this morphia, you got some of that morphia, hey, you got morphia everywhere, huh?" Like that, and it got a hell of a laugh. So,
Okay. That's what
like,
took on.
I didn't hear the laugh, but the reply was, "Oh my gosh, I can't stop laughing, Kate, you're so funny," And I was like, "Oh, thank goodness, someone on the internet read my text and took it the way I intended."
Daju Korostu.
Oh, hey, it's Jen.
Oh, hi. How you doing, honey?
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, that
Mage.
is a problem, Mage. It'd be nice if okay, I know this probably sounds horrible to people who like race, but here's the thing. If your native language or your accent is such that people on the phone have a hard time understanding the things you say, maybe tech support's the wrong job for you. Since it's all about communication, you know?
Yeah,
I'm
huh?
like, it's just if you don't speak English, maybe we'll find another position for you. But you sure as hell shouldn't be manning the phones.
Absolutely. Where communication is essential, you need to be able to communicate. Hi, Laura. How
Yeah.
you doing?
I'm doing spectacularly well.
Oh
Um,
boy. At least one of
yeah,
us is.
Okay. Maybe something's changed since the last time I saw you. Perhaps it's the lighting, but you look different.
yeah, because normally I don't have the camera. um, yeah, well, I've grown my hair long now, real hair.
Maybe that's it.
I used to wear a wig before. So,
That's almost certainly it. Okay. Hair. Got it.
real stuff now.
Right.
So, a wonderful thing happened
Oh
in February.
boy. Oh boy.
I was contacted by a new gender identity clinic that has started where I live, in the city where I live, which meant that the waiting lists were really, really short. And in 18 weeks, I went from being first contacted to having my screening call a week later. About 6 weeks after that, I had my first assessment. I had my second assessment 4 weeks ago. And I started HRT 2 weeks ago.
Hmm.
Now on
Yay.
HRT.
Yay. Yay.
I don't know. When
Yay.
I see HRT, I want to make some sort of hurts so good joke, but that's just me.
Yeah.
2.5 years, 928 days I waited. And finally, diagnosis and HRT.
Nice. Liking it. Liking it.
Amazing.
I don't know. It makes me wonder what the process is like and if it's different in other countries.
The thing is, I mean, in the UK, it's a very long, slow, laborious system because it dates back to when being transgendered was considered a mental disorder.
Yeah, huh?
And so, although they don't think of it in that way anymore, the system and the procedure that they operate with is still dated, is still like 60 years old, effectively. So,
Yeah, I kind of know how that goes. Believe me. I mean, I have to deal with my college loans right now, and they haven't gone into the 21st century with the forms you have to fill out. So it's all paper.
yeah.
Yeah,
So-
and there's the other thing too with the stuff I'm dealing with, the government benefits and everything else. They don't even know about half the stuff that I do, they don't know about Patreon. They don't know about YouTube. So how do you tell them what kind of money you're making that way? Yeah.
Oh yeah, the sheer number of times I've had to explain I'm not working a 9 to 5 or flipping burgers or sitting in an office.
Yeah.
It's like my income comes from a non-standard source. How am I supposed to list this on your forms because there's no space for it? And the sheer number of times they ask you what your career is, there's no space for self-employed.
Right. And basically, yeah, they don't want anyone self-employed. They want people who are drawing a paycheck. I guess it's easier to do the paperwork that way.
I guess. I don't know. It's just so frustrating at times.
But
We
now,
need UBI so bad. I mean,
absolutely.
if nothing else, I love the idea of eliminating the entire concept of the starving artist.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember reading how Beethoven complained about the starving artist. I mean, this is, a couple hundred years ago. And he's saying, I wish that there were something where you could, you, the artist, could take your work to this place and take away what you need, like food or whatever. And, this is like 1810 where he's complaining
Well,
about
I'm
this.
not
So.
against. I'm not against looking at art as a commercial venture, but I don't like this whole attitude of, well, you'll do your art for us for free because you'll be getting all of this exposure,
Yeah.
which will lead to paid gigs in the future. We're sure of it.
But
That needs to go away.
I can't eat exposure. Sorry.
Mm,
Doesn't taste very good.
yeah, exposure don't butter no parsnips.
Uh-huh.
There's some guys I know in the UK. They wrote a song called "We're Artists," and it's kind of largely about this. And I'm going off memory, so I might have it wrong. It's like we're artists. We have a special disposition. We really shouldn't be asked to work in our condition because we're special, and we've got a lot to give. We shouldn't have to prostitute ourselves so we can live. Roughly, yeah.
I know I had it a lot easier before my kidneys died, and I had to come
Before
up.
my kidneys died.
Yeah, and I have to come up with all kinds of extra money now, in order to get back and forth to treatments and all this other stuff. And
See, See, this is the thing that, when it comes to trans stuff, trans care, it's rubbish in the UK because of this long-standing thing, and because it was mental health type stuff. Mental health is one of the least funded parts of the NHS. Usually, people are a bit mental; they're not very good at complaining. Possibly that's the case. But so if I went to my doctor and I feeling a bit down or something like that, he'll dish out some antidepressants, wheel himself across the thing, grab a piece of paper and hand it to you, and that's all the charities that'll help you. Because I studied psychology. One of the things I learned is that therapy is expensive, pills are cheap. Now, and also there's a big stigma in the UK about getting therapy. Well, of course there isn't.
Yeah.
America.
Don't
Now,
say that twice.
So, but in America, if you're trans, you go to your doctors, and I'm a bit, exaggerating slightly, but not by much. You leave with a prescription for hormones.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's not the same day, but it's a lot shorter time than you had to deal with. Yeah.
Well, it's funny in Seattle. Some of my friends have told me about this place called the Ingersoll Gender Center, where the shrink is also trans and will basically green light everything right away.
I mean, really, what it comes down to is that in America, because you got your medical insurance system, you're more customers than patients, as it were.
That's true.
Yep.
Now, in the UK, sorry, let me try again. One of the problems trans people face is often they're poor because they look a bit weird or something like that, or sound a bit weird. People don't want to employ them.
Yes.
So there's a greater chance of trans people being poor, which makes it really hard to afford things like surgery, which will help.
Mm-hmm.
So like, oh, you look a bit weird. Well, if you could afford the surgery, then you wouldn't look so weird. So therefore, you'd be able to have enough money to be able to live. But because you can't, and it's just like a vicious circle, really. Um,
Okay, clear something up for me because I remember hearing about like what was the term they used? Gender confirming surgery, I guess, was like paid for by the state somewhere. I thought it was the UK. Maybe I'm wrong.
yeah, I mean that's why I'm kind of going.
Oh, okay.
So if you're poor and American, then and you can't afford medical insurance, well, there's a barrier for you transitioning. In the UK, it takes ages to get the help, but the help is free. So, for
Is it
Mm-hmm.
example,
just bureaucracy that
I'm
makes it
never going
take
to have
so
to pay
long?
for my help. Sorry.
Is it just bureaucracy that makes it take so long?
Yeah, yeah, that's basically it. You
Okay,
know,
go on.
um, there's other little things as well, but like I say, being poor isn't a barrier in the same ways in America. So, like I say, if we had a system where it was easy to get the HRT in the same way as America, and it was paid for in the same way as it is in the UK, it would be perfect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One thing I don't know, maybe you can tell me because you're closer to it. Do you have the same sort of people in the UK as we have, especially in the South in the US, where you and I are viewed as abominations unto God and we should be eliminated? Because that is a definite barrier here in America.
Yeah, we don't really have that kind of level of it. I think one of the reasons is that uh, I think it's almost like it's a challenge, because you constantly got the people trying to push their beliefs onto others and being told, no, you can't do that because, the Constitution says no, you know, there's got to be a separation of church and state.
Mm-hmm.
Here in the UK, we have a state religion. And as a result of a few centuries, of killing each other over the throne and who's the proper believers, Catholics versus Protestants, we kind of got it into our heads that, why don't we have general day-to-day living society along the lines of, if you go to a dinner party, don't talk about politics and religion because it doesn't really go very well. Well,
Hmm.
politics, okay, fair enough, but when it comes to religion, we just don't talk about it. And the
Mm.
biggest example I can give you to prove this is that uh, I only know about 3 or 4 politicians in the UK that are religious, what their religion is. They don't need to pander to the Christian right
Right,
to get.
right, right. Yeah.
They don't have to prove that they're a Christian to get voted for. If they're an atheist, that's not a problem.
Yeah, okay. Which
So
would be
it's
great
just
if we could
not
have
the same
that.
thing.
Yeah, because
Well,
I
that's
don't know
the
if you've
thing is
been.
like one thing that comes up a lot that I've noticed. The United States and our system doesn't really have a way to deal with beliefs. It's like we govern based on actions a lot of the time, but when people have beliefs, like it's not something you just sort of hold near and dear in your heart. It's something you try to force on everybody else,
Yeah, yeah,
and that's where we start getting into problems.
yeah. I don't know if
You know,
you've
it's
been.
it's that it's that whole like religion says you can't do that because of my beliefs, where it's
Right,
like
right.
you can't do that because it hurts me. Well, you can't do that because it makes my God cry or something. There's so much bullshit.
I
It's
don't
like,
Yeah.
know,
well, maybe that's
Laura,
your God's problem, not mine.
if you've been looking at some of the headlines here in the U.S. Just recently in the state of Ohio, there was legislation passed that allows medical personnel to deny medical care to queers.
Oh, one of those, yeah.
Yeah, This was just in the last couple weeks that legislation, and the way they did it was particularly despicable. They attached it to a budget proposal, such that anybody who voted against the combined legislation would be dragged through the mud because they voted against popular budget considerations.
Well, the thing is, like, nobody ever seems to get out ahead of these things. Where it's like, I'm not voting for this because, and they say it loudly and publicly before the fucking vote. Like, instead of trusting to luck and hoping you don't have to do damage control, why not get out in front of it? Why not tell people, look, this is containing this horrible thing and I have to vote against it. We'll try to get a clean budget bill, but for now, I can't support this because look at how many of you it hurts. I mean, politicians, if they stopped being quite so cagey and stopped playing everything so close to their chest, could probably be a much bigger force for good in this world.
It's the
Possibly.
shadiness of trying to hide one thing inside another. That's just wrong.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, hell, they even made a joke about it in like The Simpsons or something, where someone says like, "Here's a bill, Mr. Speaker, that provides homes for the homeless and food for people and all of this stuff," and then some right winger goes, "I'd like to attach a rider onto that bans queer people from McDonald's or some shit," and they're like, "Okay, motion fails." It seems to me that bills should not be allowed to contain unrelated things. Like, if you can figure out a way that trans people shouldn't get their medical supplies that is somehow like legitimate criticism of the budget, well, let's talk. But if it's just, oh, here's a budget proposal and some like bigotry as a chaser, no.
One of the very, very, very few things that the Confederacy did right was in their Constitution.
Surrender.
Well, that too. In their Constitution, they had a provision that legislation could not contain unrelated articles, such as the kind that we're describing. You couldn't have "kill the queers" attached to a budget bill, for example. One of the very, very, very few things they did right.
I don't know. Sometimes I wish I could be a benevolent dictator. Like, I would never be, Hitler or nothing. I'd be very benevolent, but I wouldn't want people to argue with me too much.
That's I get that idea as well. I've spoken of it many times, and you've stepped on me every time I mention it, but that sounds like something that would be extremely difficult to really pull off. You shall like each other or you feel like it, that sort of
thing. I mean, it'd be more a matter of you can feel however you want to feel, but if you don't treat people in a neighborly fashion, you're in trouble. Like, honestly, scream from the rooftops how much you hate queer folk. Just don't do anything about it.
What amazes me is the, treat people as you would like, done unto you kind of thing. I'm pretty sure Jesus said something along the lines of that, except for that's exactly what they don't do.
Oh, well, that's the thing. They do treat people the way they want to be treated. They just want, they're like, go ahead. If I'm queer, kick my ass, but I'm not, so don't. But that's how I want to be treated, right? So I get to treat other people that way. I'm sure that's part of their thinking.
Well, they don't they don't even observe the Christianity that existed in first century Judea. Some of them are starting to, but for the most part they don't, because remember now that Christianity, that religion that existed 2,000 years ago, was an end times thing. It was an apocalyptic thing, and
that's the thing. They've been predicting the end times for how long?
I know, yeah, longer than the times have been ending, because end times predictions go back before Christianity, definitely, and not fun.
It's weird to me how people are actually looking forward to it. To the end times. I mean, I guess I get it. They want to be with God, blah, 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 blah. But, he has to, like destroy the entirety of existence to do it.
I think the scary ones would be one of those Dominionist types getting in. Because I can imagine thinking, it's all going to happen soon, and God put me in the place so I could press that nuclear button to bring it all to happen.
Well, the thing is
Yeah,
that we're getting
I
more
really
and more
would
of
like
those
a way-
people.
I really would like a way to tell the difference, like for everyone to be able to tell the difference between God talking to them and them talking to themselves.
Oh, I have asked so many people, to tell me how they know the difference, and none of them can. And they won't admit it. Well, one person did. One person actually finally admitted that he could not tell the difference between, talking to God and talking to himself, or between divine revelation and thought that popped into his own head. But everybody else, they will do everything they can to avoid that question.
It's weird the gymnastics they go through to avoid even starting to answer certain questions. Like you will say something like, how can you show me God is real? Prove it to me in a way that I can independently test, make faith not a factor, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And they won't even address it, is the thing.
And
they won't actually engage on the question at all. They will deflect.
And what is the amazing thing is that nobody seems to get that in their deflect, they are admitting that they can't answer the question. But nobody gets it.
I had an amusing one a few years back. Character called Josiah McLean, now known as Brojo, if you've seen him around. And he's one of these presuppositionalist types, he got from other people, and he just got it all wrong. But I said there was a contradiction in the Bible, and I gave these two examples, and it's like, everyone will be saved, not everyone will be saved type things. And he said, "Oh, my spirit knows this isn't true." And he starts and all of a sudden he starts reading something out, like he's reading something. And he's obviously Googled it. And what he ends up doing is saying, repeating what this person has said on, and by the way, this is God talking to him. This isn't, he's not borrowing from our worldview. We're borrowing from his worldview. So what was funny is that this was a Christian guy who made a post, and his name Water Rock, on the Skeptics Anointed Bible YouTube.
The Skeptics Annotated Bible, yeah.
Website, yeah. So his way of God speaking to him is through some Christian guy who wrote something on an atheist website, and he claims he isn't using my my worldview.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just in love with the idea of God rather than actually believing in it.
Okay,
I would love it, absolutely love it if the Force existed, but it fucking doesn't, does it? And good night, Von Rick. Have
I was
fun.
so
Good
happy
to see
you
again.
came by, honey. And well, let's see. Today's Tuesday, so I can't say see you Tuesday. I'll see you at some point between now and Sunday. How's that sound, dear? Yay.
I'll see you when I see you.
If it helps, 3 o'clock in the morning now, so I'm in tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like 7 p.m. here, so I've still got a lot of the day left.
It's 10 p.m. here, and I know I'm eventually going to get back to sleep, because I tell you, I had a hell of a day. Yeah,
I didn't have a hell of a day.
Dialysis did not go well.
When did dialysis start?
3 weeks ago.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry to hear that.
My kidneys have been
No, don't be sorry to hear it. We had to badger her into going because she didn't wanna.
Ah.
This was like you were saying, oh dear, I guess this is the end. I don't want to be strapped to a machine all the time. Quality of life, blah, blah, blah. But we wore you down and now you're saving your own damn life, aren't you?
I'm
Well,
not
in
sure
that
it's such a
case,
great idea, let me tell you.
Well,
well, in
still.
that case, I'm sorry you're going through it, but I'm glad you're going through it.
There we go.
Through the dialysis, not the being sick part. And
Well, I
sick.
mean, it sure would have been nice to not have had that brain surgery, but since I had to have it, it's good to have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just not looking forward to living my entire life around a dialysis machine. I've said that many times.
Yeah, but after a while, oh, like doing a lot of stuff you don't want to do, eventually it just kind of becomes normal, and you realize it ain't so bad.
And it's amazing how many people don't want to do that, but they're okay doing it when attached to their car for 2 hours every day at least.
Yeah, that
Hmm.
sort of thing. And I mean, I wanted to be able to see some people once more before I died, and I don't know that I'll ever be able to do that again.
Okay, that was
Because
very strange. I felt something move against my shin, but neither of the cats are anywhere to be found.
oh my, it's spirits from the spirit world.
Clearly.
Yeah. Balacuste. I didn't do that.
Well, I don't know. I've been imitating that particular bit of a theremin for a long time. It's that classic haunted house and do,
Yeah,
that
huh?
one.
Yep.
I actually got to play with a theremin once and tried really hard to like produce that and couldn't. I don't know. I probably just needed more time with it to figure out how the frickin' thing worked. Put your hands here for this note, put your hands there for that. Now, I needed to figure that out. Didn't have a chance to. I was actually at the Experience Music Project Museum in Seattle, so there were a lot of other things to see, and it wasn't just me, so.
I have to wonder, it just came into my mind. I'd never thought of this before. I wonder how similar learning to play theremin is to learning to play trombone.
Hmm.
Because neither one of them has a definite position or, yeah, like a clarinet. You press certain keys and you cover certain holes to get a certain note. But with a theremin, it's there's no specific
Well, it's a
position.
spectrum.
Yeah, just like a trombone, you get that instead of having
Mhm.
definite notes going on.
Yeah, I have to admit the idea of playing something like a trombone, um, well, I wouldn't want to just because I do like having that definite, here's where the note is
Yeah,
option, you know?
the dear friend of whom I occasionally speak played violin and got into a bit of an argument with a guitarist at one point
Yeah.
about what goes into playing each instrument. The guitarist has frets and can
I was
just
about to ask, do violins? I guess they don't have frets.
no, they don't. You essentially have to find the note. Number one, you have to kind of know where to put your fingers, and then when you're producing the note, you're actually fine tuning it, to use a hamism here, and that's what gets you the note. It's the
Well, you know what? I'm gonna say this then. I think that violin is a hell of a lot closer to theremin than trombone.
okay, yeah, yeah, could be,
I
could
mean,
be, could
if
be.
nothing else, you're using both hands,
Uh
so
huh.
there's that.
Move beef,
Where the
move beef.
trombone, it's like the thing that's doing the job that the bow does on the violin. I guess would be your mouth.
Yeah, your lips doing the
So
old
it's
lip
like
flapping thing.
whereas with the violin, you got to know where to put the bow. You got to know how to use it. You got to know, like, I don't even know, is like, do you put more pressure on it or less pressure if you want a certain kind of note, or is that all done with the fingers on the neck there. I don't know. But I mean,
Well, not only that, of course, they kind of tweak with the fingers, so it goes like, you know, no noise, if that makes sense.
well, I've watched people put the vibrato in it, if that's what you mean.
I don't know the technical terms for these things.
Well, it's like where they're playing a note and they waggle their hand all over the place, but one finger stays where yeah, that's vibrato.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Titan Uranus. Hi, hi, hi.
I actually don't know a lot of musical terms, but vibrato and staccato are two of them.
I don't know any instruments. I have a synthesizer keyboard just over there actually, and I tinker around with it here and there, but really I'm no good at it.
I have a recorder and I haven't done that much with it.
I had an old 4-track digital sample song creator thingy called Mod Edit way back in the DOS days. And I actually created a couple of tunes, some of which I'm fairly proud of. And one of my viewers actually made a really professional sounding cover out of it.
Oh,
and I was like, that kicks ass. I mean, I really love what he produced. He managed to capture the spirit of the original tune really well.
Okay.
I think I tinkered with sound a bit, but it's only like changing the sounds in something like Audacity or something like that. So, for example, on my YouTube channel, it kind of like goes noise, and then it goes bong, and it gives like a bong. But the bong was actually the Windows default ding. And I changed it and lowered it down and all sorts of things.
Well, we have
if you want to talk about sound effects, some of the stuff I've done for my animation is a little, well, let's call it silly, but fun. For example, if you remember in Return of the Jedi, there was a scene where they were doing like this briefing talking about the second Death Star and Endor and all of that. And as Endor is like, you know, spinning and the Death Star is spinning with it because it's in geosynchronous orbit, and it goes by the camera, you hear this sound effect. This sort of like, well, I could not reliably extract that sound out of Return of the Jedi because there was a lot of extraneous background noise at the time too, people talking and all of that stuff, right? So what I ended up doing was literally just going over to the microphone, going like that, and then hitting it with like 1,000 mechanized filters, and in the end, it came out sounding almost exactly like what they had in Return of the Jedi.
So maybe that's what they did.
Well, they may have, but that was 1983. I don't know if they had the same mechanized filters. I don't know.
Don't be surprised if it wasn't something like a bird.
Like a what?
A bird, you know, like some bird tweeting, and they've gone and tinkered with it.
I suppose it's possible. It could easily have just been someone sticking a ruler in a fan and then making it high-pitched, for all I know.
Yeah. I mean, you know, let's not forget that, you know, the TARDIS is a set of keys on a piano, you know, the strings of the piano inside. So that's sort of...
Oh, that's okay. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, that's just a set of keys on the string of piano inside.
Well, you know, the TIE fighters going by in Star Wars, that's an elephant.
Right.
Oh.
Yep.
I learned
And
something today.
the blasters are tapping on one of those support wires. What are they called? Guide wires or something that's on a telephone pole, like a really tall one, or an electrical pole. You know, and they have those ones that go outward sort of diagonally down to the ground, almost like a really weird umbrella. You know, and they just walked over to those metal things and bing, you know, and it was sort of like that, you know. And that's how they got the blaster sounds.
Yeah.
Moo.
You like it when I say Endor stool, really? Endor. Endor.
Stool's weird.
Hey, stool, does Endor make you moist?
Well.
Cheta pal colleghi. Yes.
Also, TV Tube, thanks. I'm glad you like my avatar.
Yeah,
I had a fun time with it. I used one of those voila filter things on your phone that turns you into a cartoon, then cut it out and stuck the demisexual lesbian flag behind it.
Moo.
I've actually been getting some pretty good results from those like cartoonify me things. You know, like I wish they would stop changing my eye color, but otherwise it's a pretty good app. Like, let's see if I can find. Well, okay, one of them, and I'll make it the first one. I was wearing those elf earbuds that I have, right? So that's why I sort of look a little bit elfish,
Yeah, yeah.
Ah,
you know. But then there's this one, and that one, and that one. I'm pretty happy with that. I wish I looked that good in real life.
Shut up,
I don't
Florian.
know. Oh, hush you.
well, I'm hoping my new medication is going to make me look very much different as well.
Yeah,
I don't know. It'd be cool if you could take a make me hot pill, wouldn't
There
it?
you go. You have that puff of genie smoke, and just poof, and there you are, Barbara Eden standing there.
Although I do remember, like there was some, I want to say it was Twilight Zone the movie, but I'm not sure. Where there was this like old woman who used to be absolutely amazing looking, and she like looks into a mirror and it shows her younger self. You know, her former like model self versus the elderly woman she is. And I remember her looking in the mirror and going, "Yes, yes, please." And like she magically gets turned into her old self, except she's blind.
Yeah, good
You know,
Dorstein.
one of those end up in hell endings that the Twilight Zone loves so much.
The one of those that I really liked, the bookworm that
Oh yeah,
starred Burgess.
time enough at last.
Yes, yes, yeah. Where he's finally the only one around, and he can read all he wants, and then his glasses break.
You know, I didn't know that was Burgess Meredith though.
Yep.
I don't know. I really only remember seeing him as the Penguin.
Yeah, he's played quite a few roles that are not the Penguin, strangely enough.
Well, I'm sure, but he can't possibly still be alive, can he?
I don't think
No.
he is, no.
No.
All I need to do now is figure out when
Whoa,
he kicked it.
97. He was 89.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Oh, wait a minute. He was Mickey and Rocky?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I was just about to bring that up.
Jesus.
I just did, but wow, he looks so different when he's not the Penguin.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, dude was born in 1907.
If you want a guy who's really old and he was around for the sort of the gold, still around towards the trailing edge of the golden age of Hollywood, and
say that
I've forgotten his name now. He played Al in Quantum Leap.
yeah. I should know this name. I should totally know this name. He's been in so many things. He was in Air Force One. He was in shit. That's gonna bother me. I'd like seriously. I'm gonna look at his name and feel foolish. Come on, scroll. Dean Stockwell.
Well, that was it. Yes.
Oh yeah,
the guy who
1936. Wow.
Mm.
Yeah, he was Dr. Yui in Dune, and I only vaguely remember Married to the Mob. Wow, he was in the remake of Battlestar Galactica. You poor man.
and he
I thought that was very good.
I fucking hated it so much. You have no idea. It was like the living embodiment of everything I hate in sci-fi.
and he Stockwell drew quite a few paychecks from Disney, if I remember correctly.
I wouldn't know about that.
There you go. 1945 played alongside Frank Sinatra and Gene Kelly.
Well, I see he was apparently in. Oh no, that was Burgess Meredith. Never mind. Burgess Meredith was in. Why am I blanking? Clash of the Titans,
Yes,
which I've actually never seen. If you can believe it. Wow, he was on Dean Stockwell was on an episode of the A-Team. It doesn't really shock me, but if you'd asked me, I couldn't have told you.
Yeah.
And now we're past 1975. The likelihood that he was in anything else I've seen is really low.
So I've been playing a little game with my DVD collection because I have a lot of DVDs.
I've got 700-ish.
Yeah, I'm probably heading that direction. I can certainly watch probably at least a year and a half to 2 years and never see the same one twice if I watch one every day. And so what I'm playing is a 1 degree of separation game where you watch a movie and someone in that movie has to be in the next movie. And then you watch someone from that movie in the next movie and so on and so on. And you see kind of what trail you can go through.
Well, here's the problem with that game is I know certain directors who keep using the same actors. Like Joe Dante has put Robert Picardo and Dick Miller in almost every movie he's ever made. Mind you, Dick Miller just died like a year or two ago, so that's going to stop. But I'm sure he'll keep putting Robert Picardo in. James Cameron and Catherine Bigelow keep using people like, say, Bill Paxton, Lance Henriksen, and Jeanette Goldstein. Although Bill Paxton's dead, so there's that. But I mean, yeah, it's like certain directors reuse the same actors over and over, so it'd be really easy to just like watch their entire body of work all the way through without ever switching to anyone else.
The thing is, though, you have to pick a different actor every time.
But even then, I could go Dick Miller, then Robert Picardo, then Dick Miller, then Robert Picardo.
Yeah, but no, because they watched the same one twice. I mean, that's not in the rules.
What do you mean watch the same one twice?
You followed the same actor for 2 different things.
No. That's the thing. I can watch Explorers, which has both of them in it, Dick Miller and Robert Picardo. And if I say, okay, I just watched one with Robert Picardo, the next one with Robert Picardo is Matinee, which has Dick Miller in it. But now I'm done watching that, so I'm going to watch Gremlins, which has Dick Miller in it.
But now you're watching Dick Miller again, and that's not it.
Well, but I thought that's
so. Here's one of the thread that I started to do, but accidentally got onto the wrong movie, so I missed it. So IQ has Tim Robbins in it, and has Meg Ryan in it. So I watched Sleepless in Seattle, which has Rosie O'Donnell in it. So I watched Another Stakeout, which has Richard Dreyfuss in it. So I watched Always, which is Holly Hunter, which is Copycat, which then got me to Sigourney Weaver. And so I ended up watching Aliens, sorry. But unfortunately, I jumped off the list that I was going to do. So it was Deal of the Century was going to be the Sigourney Weaver, which got me to Gregory Hines for White Knights, my favorite movie. William Hootkins is in it, which is Biggles, which is a British movie.
See, I would have gone to Star Wars because he was Porkins.
Yes. The problem is I'm trying to try and go away from Star Wars because then you can get stuck a bit because you end up with some actors that aren't in many other things.
So are you saying that you absolutely cannot watch a movie that has an actor from another movie in it that you've already used as a connection?
Yeah.
So wait a minute. Okay, let me just clarify. If I were to watch, say, if I remember right, I think Lance Henriksen is in Chud, right? No, let's go to Near Dark. No, because that also has Bill Paxton in it. I'm trying to say, like, what if you watch a movie that has Bill Paxton in it, and then you watch the next movie also has Bill Paxton in it, and then you switch to a different actor, but the next movie has Bill Paxton in it.
That's okay, because you didn't use Bill Paxton to make the bridge.
Now, and can you absolutely never use the same actor ever to make the bridge?
Yeah, I mean that's the reason why it's a bit of a game. It's like how far can I go without stumbling over the same, having to use the same actor twice?
Well, I mean, I used to work in 4 video stores, and I used to be really good at connecting people to Kevin Bacon. I could probably go through most of my collection if I had to.
Yeah. So like I say, it's just curious I'm curious to see how far I can get without either coming into a dead end, because I've watched, like, the movie's got like 6 people in it, and the one other person doesn't really link to anything else that I own as well, of course, because it has to be something that I own.
And I assume you can't ever reuse the same movie either.
No.
Yeah, I figured.
You're not watching a different movie now. You're watching another.
Well, I mean, like, if I started.
I mean, sometimes it can be interesting because, for example, I could end up with a Bond movie, and so you get the guy who played Q to watch a different Bond movie to get onto a different thread, and of course, I could end up coming back through Bond because now now it's Sean Connery. And so I get from Sean Connery to to a different direction. I mean, what I did was I ended up. Who was it? I've forgotten how it was. I got to the. Who was it that I? How did I manage to? Oh, that's right. Yes, I watched Twister. And Twister has got oh god, the guy who died. I've forgotten his name now.
Bill Paxton.
No. He died.
Well, it does have him in it. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Right. Oh gosh, what the
I've
hell
forgotten
is
his name. Blonde guy.
Yeah, kind of chunky.
Yeah.
Yeah, glasses.
Yeah.
Okay, I know the guy you're talking about, and he has some really wacky name. Also, there's someone that Diana knows in Twister.
Yep. Sure enough.
Oh, this is going to drive me right the hell up the wall.
Philip
Seymour Hoffman. Yeah.
So I watched him. So then I watched The Hunger Games Part 2, or the second one, sorry. And through watching that, of course, who's the bad guy? Donald Sutherland. So that's got me to Kelly's Heroes.
I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised you didn't go Carrie Elways with The Princess Bride.
I don't actually own that one.
I'm sorry, you have to leave the stream now?
Yeah, if I've watched it, you have to.
Own it doesn't mean to say I haven't downloaded it.
Well, that's a sort of owning it.
Yeah. Anyway, so, that gets me... Kelly's Heroes gets me to Clint Eastwood, and that gets me to Firefox. And that one gets me to David.
I actually can't remember watching Firefox, which is weird because it seems like the kind of movie I would have watched. And it was made in the 80s, so. Oh, yikes, it has Freddie Jones in it? Because he's in frickin' everything.
Yeah. Another thing is, of course, I could, Nigel Hawthorne. That could get me to Demolition Man, which can get me to either Stallone or
Sandra Bullock,
or what's it?
Or Rob Paulson, or Wesley Snipes.
Wesley Snipes. That's what I was thinking of.
Okay.
So, like I say, it's an interesting game because you can sort of like, well, if I go for that one, who can I get from that one? So you have to sort of think, I mean, geez, thank goodness for IMDb is all I can say.
Well, I can do a lot of this from memory, to be perfectly honest. I mean, let's suppose I start with, I don't know, My Cousin Vinny, which has, why am I blanking on his name? Dude played Daniel LaRusso in The Karate Kid, right? Which has William Zabka in
Ralph
it.
Macchio.
Thank you. Macchio, but which has William Zabka in it, who was in National Lampoon's European Vacation, which had Chevy Chase in it, who was in, do I want to go Fletch? Yes, I do, because that had Gina Davis.
I like Fletch. I do own that one.
Let's see. Gina Davis was in Earth Girls Are Easy, which had Jeff Goldblum, who was in The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai, which had, why am I blanking, Peter Weller, who was in RoboCop, which had Nancy Allen, who was in, what's that other one I know her from? Fuck, let's not do that. Which had Ronnie Cox, who has been in everything, like Beverly Hills Cop, which had Eddie Murphy, who, again, everything. Which, let's say, brings me to Coming to America, which has James Earl Jones, which could lead me to Star Wars, but what the hell, let's do The Lion King. which had Matthew Broderick. So now we go to Ferris Bueller's Day Off. So then, hey Diana, let's go. Alan
Let's
Ruck,
go, Al.
who was also
Yep.
he was also in Speed, which had Keanu Reeves, who was in Point Break, which had Lori Petty, who was in Tank Girl. I could probably keep going, but you get the idea. I mean, hell, Malcolm
Yeah.
McDowell was in Tank Girl, and that'll get us just about every fucking where. You know, so I mean,
That gets me to Patrick Stewart in Star Trek Generations if you want.
well, there you go. And Patrick Stewart's been in so much. What was that one where he played a gay dude?
I don't remember.
I think it
Oh,
weirdly
I
had
know the
like
one
a
you're referring
rabbit
to,
in the
and
title or
I
something.
cannot
For
remember the title thereof.
some reason, I think it involved a rabbit. Maybe I'm wrong. When was it?
Mage.
Oh, hey,
Honey,
Mage. I'm not
hi.
sure I've ever talked to you like in real time. Are you muted?
Hello. Yes, I was muted.
Oh, hello, hello. Yay.
Oh, I think it was called Jeffrey. Let me look.
It's the acting and the acting that is for today looking to making.
Yep. Oh my gosh, look at that thumbnail. Oh my gosh. There. I mean, there's Patrick Stewart.
The question is, where'd you go from him?
Well, I've never actually seen this movie, so I can't actually use it. But I was trying to remember the one that he was in where he was totally playing a gay dude, because I remember there was this big stink about it for some reason.
Huh.
Nah, what you gonna do? Oh, that's right, he was in LA Story, which will get me to Steve
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
which will get me to, well, I don't own Roxanne, so
I
screw
love
that.
LA Story. It's one of my favorite movies.
Oh, me too. I love it. I adore it. It's so much fun.
Mm.
Oh, wait a minute. I do own a copy of Dune. That's right. So that'll lead me to so many people. I mean, seriously, everyone's in Dune.
Well,
What the
my
hell? That'll get me to
way,
Sting, which will get me to Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels.
yeah, my way out of so it's Kelly's Heroes because of Donald Sutherland. That gets me to Clint Eastwood. So I'm going to watch Firefox. Ronald Lacey, who played the, in Indiana Jones, the first movie, and it's like, let me show the people I am, used to dealing with, kind of thing. That's him, which of course now gets me to Harrison Ford. So I could go to Star Wars if I want, but I do have other options. So, like I say, and the thing about it is sometimes you come across someone that goes, wait a minute, that brings you right back to the movie that you watched early on. And so you got to kind of go a different direction. What else were they in that you might own?
You've seen Life of Brian, yes?
Yes, own a copy of it.
Well,
Yep.
Shake up parodia. Yes.
that amuses the hell out of me.
By the way, also was in Firefox as well.
Yeah, okay, I have this meme that I'm not going to show because it's, well, the kind of thing that triggers algorithms. But it says, well, it's a picture of Jesus on the cross and he's just covered in blood and everything. It says, when Jesus was getting crucified, do you wonder if he thought, I bet this will look good on a necklace someday?
What's really fun when you think about it, though, is that in the age or the popularity of the guillotine in France, there was guillotine jewelry available, necklaces, earrings, all this other happy stuff. It was so popular.
Wow, I always thought that was just a joke. I didn't know anyone actually did it.
Yeah, it was real. And the other darn thing was that the guillotine was so real for so long. I'm trying to remember when the last guillotine execution was. It was either 77 or 97 or some shit like that.
Well, I find myself wondering if this story is apocryphal, but I remember hearing about a dude. He knew he was doomed. There's just nothing you can do about it. So, what he told a friend is he had this hypothesis that you don't die right away when your head's cut off. And so, when they hold him up by the hair and say, here's the head of a traitor or whatever, he's going to look at his friend and blink a couple of times before he dies.
Yeah.
And apparently, managed it, and I'm like, I don't know if that's true or not, but it's a good story.
Yeah, huh?
The
Okay,
last guillotine in 1977. Last public one was 1939.
Yeah, huh? Yeah, I was just starting to go there, and yeah, so it was quite recently that you had the last guillotining. Well, I mean, for somebody like me, it's recent. What, in 77 crap, I was 20 years old.
Yeah, in 77, I was about a year and a half when Star Wars came out, so,
Oh,
No.
man, I like it. I definitely
Well-
like it.
Millennium Falconry,
Yes, uh-huh.
Eh, I don't know.
It is the fufu. That's what it is. It is fufu.
Really? I would have thought it was Moo.
This is the fufu and the moo and the fifi. And it's also that.
So,
I'm
do you know
really
what a
weird.
Do you know what a mosque and a 9-year-old have in common?
It's got to work through Muhammad somehow.
Yes, Muhammad's been in both.
There we go. There we go.
Yes, it's terrible, but what are you going to do?
Oh my! I don't know. It's just some lovely shit.
So for Indiana Jones, I'm thinking about going to the Temple of Doom, and by doing that, I can go through the Vietnamese kid, Jonathan Ke Quan, and because he was in Goonies,
Mm-hmm.
and well, Corey Feldman was in Gremlins. And so I can go from Phoebe Cates, it was Drop Dead Fred. And Bridget Fonda was in that, so that gets me to Doc Hollywood. That gets me Michael J. Fox to Back to the Future. And Armageddon from Shawnee Smith.
I think I'm going to try this game sometime.
It's a really simple one. Like I say, you got to own it, though. That's the thing. You got to own it, and you've got to find a way to do it. And you can't use the same actor twice.
Yes, well, but you can watch a movie from the same franchise, though.
Oh yeah, I got no problem with that. I mean, like I say, James Bond, you could go. I mean, there's been so many James Bonds over time that you can go through one, go around somewhere else, come back to another one.
Okay, so those are movies.
Mm-hmm.
Those are movies. And these are movies. I have a few.
Yeah, I got the same thing in there.
You
I've
have
got-
almost as many films as I have books.
Well, I probably have as many books as you have books. They're just all in digital form.
Dayu Korosto.
Question is, have you read all the books?
Yes.
Well, most of them. In fact, several I've read multiple times.
Yeah, you have to understand that I've been accumulating these books of mine for, oh Lord, over half a century.
See, I've been getting rid of my books because I have them in digital form now.
So many of my books simply aren't in digital form.
They might be, just not
Right.
officially. There's a couple of books where I couldn't find them anywhere until I started pirating versions that people had put out themselves.
Oh, okay. So in other words, I might have to make my own digital versions.
No, you
I-
could probably download your own digital versions. It's just that, you're going to have to be willing to be a little bit loose with the law.
I think that I probably have the most nerdy book out of all of us.
Oh,
I'm going to gamble on that one. Okay.
okay.
Not in terms of monetary, I just mean in sense of it. So I've got a book, and all it's got is that, all the way through, just pages
Well,
and pages of it.
What is that? I can't read it.
It's about the disposal of parcels coaches.
Oh,
Uh,
okay,
huh.
okay.
Um. Well, I mean, I'm not really sure what the parameters of like 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 what standard you use to call it technical. Um. So. Ah, no, that's not it. Where'd it go? David, I lost a lot of books when I moved. Like a couple of crates just sort of disappeared on me.
Mm.
So, like I may be looking for a book I don't own anymore.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've run into that problem.
You know,
Oh, I'm amazed. Allegedly, one of the books I thought of is out there as an ebook. Um, Lord. God
well,
damn it.
this isn't the one I'm looking for, but it has technical right in the name of it.
Alrighty then.
You see, it's a technical manual.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah, I've got something similar. I must admit, I would quite like that. I watched Aliens recently. Amusingly, I might be going back through Aliens because there are options to take me through Alien.
well, I mean, hell, you already went Sigourney Weaver. Personally, I would have gone Ghostbusters with her, but you know.
N'est-ce pas?
And of course, Aliens. Guess who's in it? Bill Paxton. We keep coming back to Bill Paxton.
Yeah,
Well, funny enough, he was the one I started with. Sorry, no, it wasn't. I don't know why. I keep getting him and Tim Robbins mixed up. They look and sound a bit similar.
Really? That's not. Who's the one I mix up with Tim Robbins? Why am I blanking? The Encino Man. Fucking Blast from the Past. Brendan Fraser. That's it. I keep mixing him up with Tim Robbins.
I don't know who he is.
He was also in Airheads. All right, hold on. All right, image search and Brendan Fraser. Wow, I typed in BREN and he was the first one.
Oh,
Holy
Brendan Fraser.
Shit, what happened to him?
Did you say Brendan Fraser?
I did.
Okay, well, I could use him to get
no, I only bring him up because I mix him up with Tim Robbins.
Oh, right, okay. That's weird.
But apparently he's turned into a bit of a blimp.
Oh, right, okay.
But hold on, that's not a very good picture. Let me see if I can find.
Oh gosh, I forgot the name of the movie now. He makes a pact with the devil.
Who's in it? Is
Brendan Fraser.
I don't think I know that one. Oh, wait a minute. Does it have Elizabeth Hurley in it?
Yes, she is the devil.
What you're talking about. I think it might be Bewitched, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But Brendan Fraser. I keep mixing him up with Tim Robbins.
That's weird because like I say, in terms of the sound, I think a chunk of it is the sound for me.
Oh. Well, for me, it's the look. I mean, like, let's see if I can find. There's a good picture of him. He's a little older than I want, but it'll do. Copy image. All right. Keep looking at Brendan Fraser, and then 1, 2, 3, bam.
Bill Paxton again.
No, that's Tim Robbins.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. You see, like I say, go to Bill Paxton.
All right. Bill Paxton. Let's find a good one of him. That'll not do. Let's find. There we go. That more accurately represents his look. And 1, 2, 3. Nope, not seeing it.
Yeah. I don't know. This sounds similar to me. Bedazzled is the movie we were thinking of.
Ah, Bedazzled, Bewitched. You get why I made the mistake.
Yeah.
Last movie I saw was Tomorrow War.
The what?
Is
Sorry.
that a movie? I thought it was a series.
Yeah, it's a movie. It's on Amazon.
I honestly thought maybe I'm thinking of Foundation, because I'm pretty sure that's turning into a series too.
Yeah, maybe.
Last movie I saw was The Wall this morning.
Yeah, good.
What is in Pink Floyd?
Yeah,
I've never seen that. Not into Pink Floyd.
a strange film.
How was it?
It's not one I would watch 55 times in a row, but it was all right. It was interesting.
Tomorrow War, kind of have to turn your brain off to watch it because there's a lot of things that don't make sense.
I imagine being stoned might help too.
I saw something funny recently, which was, during Pride Month, someone got really upset by a Pope. Someone had painted a mural on the wall, and they thought it was an LGBT thing, except for it wasn't. It was Dark Side of the Moon.
Oh,
with
yeah,
that
the
prism. Okay.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, those LGBT people, they're everywhere. It's like, not LGBT thing, but thank you for playing.
I think it's so funny that they decided the rainbow was stolen from them.
Oh, they decide that for everything.
Oh, well, yeah, but I mean, it's still like, it's a natural phenomenon, but they will insist up and down that somehow they own the rainbow because God.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny? Or what's
Yes,
really nice? Not funny, but nice. I started HRT during Pride Month.
Oh, well, okay. And while we're talking about aliens,
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I felt the need to make that. I don't know.
There was another amusing one that I saw on Twitter this week. So the UK has been gripped by football.
Yeah.
Just a smidge.
So one of the amusing things happened was, so before the final, which we lost, oh well, I don't really care. But it would have been nice for people to be happy. In the run-up to the final, it was Spain versus Italy. And a British politician from the House of Lords, so not the House of Commons, who the people we vote for, the ones that have been nominated as a peerage. Okay, so this guy was complaining about how he watched the Italians sing, the Italian national anthem, but when it was the Spanish, they were silent. How awful of them. And people had to point out that the Spanish national anthem doesn't have any words. And the last time it did, they were approved of by Franco.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's cultures out there where when they play their national anthem, you sit respectfully rather than stand. I bet you that culture exists somewhere, and I bet you someone, especially in the U.S., would wig out about it when they saw it without context.
Of course, everybody has to do things the way the Americans do them. Yeah, of course.
This reminds me of something, 10 years ago at least. So it was Australia, and Australia were playing the West Indies at cricket, and it was sponsored by KFC. So what happens is the advert on the TV is white guy, Australian kit guy, wearing Australian kit. And he's surrounded by black people. So his team is sucking. And he's like, oh, oh no, that kind of thing. So, whereas all around him are West Indian fans, and they're all singing and dancing because they do that. They play the drums. They really get into it. Okay. And so what he does is he ends up lifting a bucket of KFC, and these black hands go in and pulling it out, and he just looks at the camera and goes, "Too easy." Now, Americans went mental over this. The most racist advert ever. And it's because Americans have this weird thing about fried chicken and black people.
Yes.
And nowhere else does, even Australia and the West Indies. And it's like, oh my gosh,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I found that somewhat amusing, but also infuriating because it's like, oh my gosh, and it's like I say, it's like it's like the guy about the Spanish national anthem, and it's like it would have taken you precisely 2.5 seconds to say what are the lyrics for the Spanish national anthem, and it would tell him there aren't any. But off it goes before you had a chance to think about maybe there's a reason why they weren't singing it.
Well, Americans, or at least the right wing, have this tendency to overdose on patriotism. And honestly, it gets to the point where they seem like a bit of a cult. And, I'd really rather not deal with them. There really are two Americas. And honestly, I feel like we should break up the nation.
Yeah, it might be the best thing, and have the jurisdictions that want their crap, and then jurisdictions that might come closer to decent. But then again, were you to do that, you'd run into a lot of trouble with facilities throughout the Central North American continent that would now become less easy to access among different regions. Facilities that everybody depends on.
Well, here's the thing. If I were in charge, and thank goodness I'm not, I would probably do something where it's like, well, you can come back if you wanna, but you're gonna have to start being nicer to people. You can come back, but with conditions. And if they say no, well, that's kind of a little bit on them, isn't it?
Before Brexit, I might have said, are you sure you just don't want to come back and join with us? For the lols, of course.
Yeah.
But given what's happened with Brexit, perhaps not.
I have to admit, Brexit seems simple, but then when I hear people talk about it, it seems a lot more complex. And I'm really not sure if those people are talking out of their asses or if it's more a matter of, I just don't get it. Because it seriously could be either one.
I think one of the problems America has got is, Americans, when they think about Brexit, is they think about the idea of independence and how great independence is, and think that, that's different to Europe being equivalent to the United States of America. In other words, multiple different countries, all with their own little laws, but they have a sort of a bridging version that covers everybody, and it's all for the good of everybody in the end, which is the equivalent, of course, state laws and federal laws in America.
Well, of course, this is not so much an American thing as it is a right-wing thing that they think like that. I really don't want to be judged by the people that I find disgusting.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, so, I mean, because there's all these memes floating around. It's like, how Americans think they really are, how they actually are, how Britons, all that shit. And I'm like, we're ashamed of those people too.
Yeah. There is one thing that I can say now, but in our defense, we do not have an equivalent to Florida Man.
Ah, well.
Okay, then.
Wait a minute, don't you? Isn't that Wales?
No, the Welsh are all right. The Scottish are ever so slightly crazy, but they're not.
Wait a minute.
Crazy than everybody else. So.
Okay, I forget exactly the weird ass slang term he used in Snatch, but I seem to remember something about people called pikeys. They're like gypsies or some shit.
Yeah, Pikeys is a really, that's the N word. Um,
Yeah.
it's not quite as bad, but it's not terribly far away either.
Well, I've gotten the impression that even if they're nothing like it, they get kind of treated a little bit like their Florida man.
Yeah, but the problem is they don't get a lot of news that comes out, because
Hmm.
of it. I mean, yes, there is a stereotype and a stigma, yes, but we really don't have a Florida man. Now, if I was Australian, you could just say Queensland because that is the Florida man equivalent.
Wait a
Um,
minute.
that's
What
the
about
Florida of Australia.
what about your soccer hooligans?
Well, we don't have a lot of those these days, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah,
I
it's
always thought that
scary
was like a
keeping it
staple
fast.
of British life.
No, no, not for a long, long time.
Oh,
You know, I
TV has
mean,
lied to me.
yeah. I mean, it's not that there isn't a bit going on still here and there, but it's certainly not the thing that it used to be. I mean, at worst, you'll get racist and slogans sung at matches. And if they find people doing really bad things, then they basically ban them for X amount of years or for life from
Hmm.
going to the stadium.
Hmm. Well, what about later at the pubs or whatever?
Like I say, there have been, and like I say, it's really not something you see anymore. I mean, it's not.
Hmm.
I'm not saying that it doesn't happen very, very occasionally, or it's an underground thing. I suppose is there a soccer hooligan equivalent of Fight Club? Maybe I don't know, but it's certainly not something that you see a lot of. Largely because, number one, they don't allow beer in the stadium.
Oh, I
Um,
didn't know that.
yeah, it's I mean, you know, the UK isn't like the Philadelphia Eagles fans or anything.
Hmm.
Um, you know,
Well, but I mean,
um,
the stereotype is a bunch of British folks watching the football match in a pub, and then suddenly a fight breaks out and people are getting punched.
well, like I say, I'm sure that goes on. I mean, you do get people of opposite teams, so But like I say, it's not the organized "let's have a big fight" thing that it used to be. I mean,
Okay.
that was something that really got rid of in the 90s.
Hmm.
80s it was a problem. 90s, I think Hillsborough was kind of one of the things that made it stop. Where a whole bunch of people died because too many people crammed in the stadium. But there was another one that Liverpool supporters did have a big punch up in Germany. I've forgotten where the place of it was now. But like I say, the football hooliganism is something that is by and large a thing of the past.
Hmm.
Certainly not in any organized or common thing. And as I said, one of the things that they do is at the stadium, no more beer, and if you're drunk, they don't even let you in. But also, they do kettle the supporters. So they've got,
Kettle?
a kettle. It's kettling. It's like, a bit like, sheepdog. So you got the police and mounted
Oh,
horses and things like that, and they keep the fans separate.
from?
Because they have the entire blocks are going to be one team,
Oh,
and
okay.
then another block is another one, and they make sure that they leave in separate directions as well to prevent such things.
That is just wild.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just become one of those things that had to happen because we had a problem, and now it's less of a problem. And if you really want the soccer hooliganism, you just have to look to some of the East European countries in the EU.
Hmm.
Poland, Latvia, Romania. They do have some real problems, including racism in particular.
So I want to try something.
Mhm.
All right. Uh,
Well, come on over. That could be arranged. Alrighty, and I don't even remember how many squares are there.
Well, I'm of the never humble opinion that it's 6.
Okay. Which 6?
Yeah. Well, hold on. I could have sworn it would have changed to present my solution. I don't know.
I think
I
I got
told
about
it to.
16.
Here. This should do it.
Okay. See, I thought I saw 16 because the one with the one with 6 on it.
Hmm.
Well, if you go to the east and down and across and then back up again, well, that's another square.
But see, here's
Two
the
are both
thing.
on top of
It didn't ask how many squares can you make out of those lines. It said how many squares do you see?
Yeah, my gut
And-
was first 6, and then I started to add other ones together.
Well, I feel that's overthinking it.
Mm.
I think it said how many squares do you see? And it didn't say using the white lines as borders. I'm just looking at the green. Because I see square shapes, and there's only 6 of them. Everything else is a rectangle except for that one that's bent down at the bottom. I mean, suppose the white was rather the surface that these green shapes are sitting on rather than the shapes themselves.
Yeah.
That's the way I was looking at it. But a lot of people insisted up and down that I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, this is the problem, because how many squares do you see? Well, again, it comes down to, do you see? Can you make up? It depends on how people, are you going to take that question literally, or are you going to take it laterally?
I'm going to take it literally. I'm going to take it exactly at its word.
Just because it's a square doesn't mean, just because it's not one of those, it doesn't mean to say that you can't see a square with lines intersecting them.
Well, unless those lines were like separate from each other, I can't call anything else a square other than those 6.
Mm.
While we're at it, same basic idea.
I see 8.
Well, read the caption. There's one square. All of those matchsticks aren't connected. None of them are. And so there are no squares there. There are just suggestions of squarish shapes. The only square is that black line around the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like, I do wonder if the people who came up with these, knew what was happening, or like was it a trick, or did they really want us to see how many square shapes we could make out of the lines rather than the actual area that was inside those lines? Like I wish I knew how they were testing us with these.
I mean, another thing as well, they have in mind a trick, maybe. So are they trying to trick you, or are they being serious?
Well, I mean, they're supposed to be brain teasers, so maybe the like the trick is something you're supposed to spot. Like, I remember a while back, there was a dude doing like card magic, and it was like street magic, but it was not on the street. It was actually in a classroom. And one of the things he said he was going to do is he's going to flip over a card and like show us a number, right? And most people assume that was the number on the card, but what he was actually doing is he'd flip over the card, take his hand away, and then put his fingers in a certain number, like with some folded over, and put them down on the table. And if you don't notice what he's doing with his hands, you won't know what number he did. So, it may be a little shady, but it might also be, can you think out of the box?
Yeah. I mean, I've used a trick question And so it's a car driving thing because people tend to get this wrong. So if you can imagine, you've got, like, a neighborhood road, and you've got parked cars, and sort of the line is in the middle. Do you know what? I'll find a picture because it's
Okay.
easier to explain it with the picture than it is to use my mouth. So talk about something else for a couple of minutes while I find it.
Ugh, I'm overclamped. Talk amongst yourselves. I don't know. That was like an SNL routine a long time ago. I don't really remember it too well because I was too young to understand it.
Have you
Yeah,
seen
it's-
Star Kid?
What?
Have you seen Star Kid?
Star Kid.
Yeah.
That sounds really familiar, but I'm not sure.
Some kid finds like a robot battle suit and he gets into it. That's all I
see.
remember.
Isn't it?
Oh. No, I definitely haven't seen it. The closest I can come, I think, is either Zathura or Explorers.
Yeah, it came out around when the one of the Mummy movies came out.
Oh. I liked the first one. The second one was when the director, Stephen Sommers, started going full Michael Bay. I mean, like, he didn't go full Michael Bay until Van Helsing, but even so, he turned into Captain Special Effects, where he used to actually tell really good stories.
It's ironic. It was only earlier today that I was saying about how Matthew is the Michael Bay version. The resurrection account by Matthew is what I call the Michael Bay version. Because with the Michael Bay movie, if a car explodes, it needs to do 3 somersaults in the exploding. And, sort of in Matthew, it's like, there's a great earthquake and an angel swoops out of the sky, moves a tombstone out of the way and sits on it. Which is quite different to the women turning up and, oh, look, the tombstone's moved out of the way.
I never actually got that far in the Bible. I got halfway through 2 Kings and said, fuck this.
Well, I do find some of the, it's a case of you only realize how easy it is to debunk it by reading it.
I read through it all the way, but I don't remember most of it.
Yeah, my favorite one I did in 2019 against someone. So it's Mark. So the ending of the Mark, the resurrection account, is Mark 16. And the first part, there's 2 elements to consider here. The first one is that the Codex Sinaiticus, which is the oldest Bible in existence, which was found at the St. Catherine's Monastery at the bottom of Mount Sinai. And it's a 4th century one. It's got all of the New Testament and most of the Old Testament. And in it, the women turn up to anoint the body and come across the angels and a tombstone and open and whatever. And they flee and they tell nobody. And that's the end of Mark. And yet, sometime between then and now, we've got another 11 verses popped on the end of it. But my favorite part of it was using it against one of these street preachers who decided he was going to try and ridicule me by saying, "Oh, and many want to be women." And it's like, okay, I'm happy to play this game. So I, debated him quite fiercely, but, not aggressively. And so it's the Great Commission. And at the end of the Great Commission, it says, and these signs will accompany those who believe. In my name, they will cast out demons. So there's your, like, out demon kind of stuff, They will speak in new tongues. So there's the nonsense, stuff. They will be able to pick up serpents with their hands. Well, there's your snake handlers. And they'll be able to lay hands on the sick and they'll recover. So there's your spirit healers. And then finally, there's my favorite one, which is they'll be able to drink any deadly poison and it won't hurt them. So,
Oh,
I
please
said to
try.
I said to this guy, now, there's a Tesco's over there. If I go over there and buy some bleach, will you chug it down for us to show that you're a believer? For some reason, no one ever wants to take me up on this offer. I'm happy to pay for the bleach as well.
No, my favorite Bible verse has to be Matthew 5:22. Because it's basically the one that says if you call someone a fool, you're in danger of hellfire. So you get all those people who say the fool has said in his heart there is no God. I just go Matthew 5:22, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and most of them don't actually know what it says, so I have to tell them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, it says if you say someone's a fool, hey, you might be going to hell, pal.
Yeah, there's also the ones that think that Romans 1 says everybody knows God exists. You know, they knew God, but they denied him in their unrighteousness.
I kind of want those people to be smacked.
Yeah, well, if you want to smack them, use 1 Corinthians 15:34, which is, awake to unrighteousness and sin not, for some have not the knowledge of God. I speak this to your shame. Which is basically, you haven't been professing it enough.
I don't know. I've always kind of found religious language to be strange. Like, just the way they phrase things and a lot of it took me forever to find out what the hell grace meant as far as they were concerned. Like, I knew grace was either a name for old ladies or it was, like what dancers do to not look clumsy. But apparently, when God's grace happens, it's a little more like his favor. And that's not a way that a lot of people use that word, at least not here in the U.S. So every time I would hear religious people say it, I was like, what the actual fuck? And when they say things like in unrighteousness, I'm just like, nobody talks like that, right? Like only religious people, only Christians and like other Abrahamic faiths will say it that way. Why not just say like, oh, you're living unrighteously instead of in unrighteousness. I want to start a town called Unrighteousness just so people can live in unrighteousness.
Well, you can already live in hell.
Well, yes. I forget where that is. It's like Iowa or Nebraska or some shit. Somewhere in the middle of the country.
I thought it was in Michigan.
Maybe. I couldn't remember. That's my point.
Tatobalekisi.
Okay, I finally found an example. So how do I screen share with this? Does it present now? A window and that window. Okay, there we go. Can you see this?
Yes.
Oh, it's starting. Okay, so this is just an average road on a suburban street.
That's the suburbs in England.
Yeah, people just live in.
Right. But our suburbs have a lot less brick.
Well, we live in a country where we don't need to chop trees down to make houses now. So, I'm sorry. No, wood is cheap, so people use wood a lot in America. But in the UK, I think I've seen about 4 buildings that have been made out of wood, and really it was sort of cladding kind of stuff to make it look interesting rather than made out of wood.
I suppose brick buildings burn less.
Yeah. Anyway, so bear in mind we drive on the opposite side of the road here. Just saying. So imagine you're driving down this way and there's a car coming towards you. The question I will ask is, who's got the right of way?
Everybody?
And people will say, I do. Because if a car's coming towards you, they're expected to give way because the blockage is on their side of the road, as opposed to my side of the road, which is clear.
Okay, but what blockage?
That parked car.
That's parked?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I thought that was oncoming.
No, in fact, I think there's a guy unloading it. There you go.
Jeepers. I would imagine that the person on the left has the right of way.
So if you imagine we're driving the car looking this way, it would be us.
Yes, because that's the side of the street that's clear.
Yeah.
I mean, like to be perfectly honest, if this was the United States, there would be no street parking. This would be a 2-lane road.
Mm.
Either that or it'd be big enough to accommodate a 2-lane road and street parking.
Yeah, well, for the UK, most of the area is built, for like Manchester, for example, was the first industrialized city. So there's rows of houses with hardly any parking at all. Just down the road from here is that way. But this is a slightly more well-to-do middle class. This is a middle class neighborhood. Now, like I say, I'm not going to judge you for getting the answer wrong, because you're not British.
Yes.
But let me just find it, because there's a lot of people that think I've got the right of way. They should just get out of my way, and this leads to problems. And so, I've now let me go present again.
Well, if this was the United States, I can pretty much guarantee that the person who is closest to the side of the road that's unblocked has the right of way.
So this is the key part. And it says, the rules of the highway code do not give you the right of way in any circumstance, but give examples, advise you where you should give way to others. Always give way if it'll avoid an incident. And this is the reason why people get it wrong all the time, that like, I've got right of way, you should have just got out of my way. And it's because people get competitive and they end up fighting over a little bit of land, because they want to get where they want to get to quicker,
If it was me and I was in the situation you described, and I was on the same side of the road as that van, I would give the right of way to the person who's less blocked. I would, yes, absolutely. Yeah. I do it all the time, even if I'm just walking around, Yeah. But then I've said it many times, I'm the sort to hold doors open for strangers too, so it's like I'm in the supermarket, there's someone with a big honking cart, and they're coming through a narrow aisle, maybe there's one of those cardboard standees or something, I will step to the side. Let's face it, if they were close enough that there might be a crash or a clash or something, they got the bigger thing. Just let them go by.
Yeah, I mean, really, what it comes down to is, that like I say, what I gave there is a trick question. For you, it wouldn't make any difference because you're not British and these aren't the road rules that you should know if you're driving around, of course. But
it also sounds like it's not a rule. It sounds like a suggestion or a guideline. From the thing you quoted.
Yeah, no, because really, what it comes down to is that people have twisted. They've tried to reverse a concept, and it comes to the wrong conclusion. So, if you're expected to give way, then I have right of way. If I'm expected to give way, you've got right of way. That is the way that people have thought about it. But the reality is that you can't just flip it like that. To give you an analogy, the opposite of, you are what you eat makes you a cannibal. You can't always just reverse it and have it make sense.
But I don't really see the reversal in the road scenario.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that when you have two groups of people who think that they have the right of way, they have the right to that bit of road at that time, you'll end up having two people trying to squeeze two vehicles in one space at the same time.
Well, I guess I don't understand then. Why would anyone think that the person who is closest to the blockage would have right of way? That doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, well, okay. If it's going to be completely not rational. I mean, like I'm the sort who says the rules exist for a reason and
Mhm.
would follow them to the letter, you know?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, or at
I
least
guess
as
I'm
well as
just
you
not
can.
an asshole. I
Yeah.
mean, I guess part of it is also that I've endured way too much at the hands of other drivers. You know, no one in San Diego has respect for pedestrians. They're constantly trying to make rights on red, looking only at the oncoming traffic and not at the crosswalk. And I'm at a point now where I would almost want to engage in violence, keying their car, stabbing their tire, something to teach them a fucking lesson.
Mm.
Because I'm that sick and tired of almost getting run over.
Yeah. Yeah, I ride a bicycle. The amount of times I see people, I've had people pull out on me because they were looking for cars and weren't looking for smaller vehicles like me.
Mhm.
That's why I
Part of
started
why
wearing
I-
a cycle camera.
it's part of why I'm hesitant to get that scooter I've been talking about.
I've heard one of the best things to do is make you move around a bit. So if you got someone, got someone out in front of you that looks like they might pull out, just weave a little bit because the moving object is more easily seen.
They taught us that in the motorcycle safety course that I took.
Mm.
Lots of different secrets to being still seen on a motorcycle, where a lot of them are ignored. There are a couple of things you can do also. There's like these stickers that reflect headlights back at people really, really brightly. It kind of makes your bike look like something out of Tron, which is part of the appeal, but it's also a safety thing so that people will see you.
Yeah, I have something like that. I've got they're not white walled tires; they're reflective walled tires.
But that's actually like those stickers. Some of them are not just for the surface. Some of them are for the wheels, the rims, the inner bits.
Yeah.
And I also got something else for safety that I intended for my rollerblades, but it could work with scooters. Are these little bands that flash?
Oh yeah.
Right, and they have different rates they can flash and solid and all that. So, that's a way to be seen. So, little things like that. Also, Diana, God, shut up. You keep trampling on us. You keep talking so much.
I don't know to that thing and that thing by for to that thing. What is my about to talking to making is my not knowing?
Right. It is like, how you say, a reversal joke is what I do.
Yes, taikere. What is that thing and that thing with that thing over here?
I'll show you my bike, and it's gorgeous.
It's funny because I'm a little bit of a tomboy, you may have noticed, and it took me forever to figure out why girl bikes are different, because I just never wore like a skirt or a dress as a kid.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why I
didn't
changed
really
my bike.
understand why was that crossbar missing on girl bikes.
Yeah, that's the reason why I bought this bike, because lifting my leg over over the saddle wasn't very ladylike when wearing a dress. But I've got the rims around the edge, the tires, they're reflective. I've got little spoke reflectors as well as the main reflectors, and it's bright bloody pink, so you shouldn't be able to miss it.
We should put the bike lane on the opposite side of the sidewalk.
It looks like one of those electric bikes like my dad has.
No.
I mean, just because of the seat config.
Ow.
But it's a gorgeous bike, isn't it?
I guess. I don't know. It's not one I would choose, but
I didn't go out my way.
It's funny because when I was doing that motorcycle safety course, like I didn't have my own helmet yet, and they had a bunch that you could just use because hell, it's a safety course and not like they're giving it to you. And one of them was almost exactly that shade of pink, and I figured, oh, what the hell, and started using it.
I didn't go out my way to buy a pink bike. I needed something that was had a large frame because I'm tall. I needed something with gears because, unlike most Amsterdam-style bikes, and the Netherlands being rather flat, Manchester is not flat. So I needed something with gears, and I needed something that didn't cost £400, which is what most bikes of that quality and style cost. And the side effect was that it was pink, and I'm like, because I didn't want to be going too far. And, early in my transition, I really did struggle about, am I going too far? Am I being too girly? And it's like, well, what does that even mean? Because if you think about a spectrum of like tomboy to really, really girly, well, is there any reason why me being a trans woman can't be like over here somewhere?
None at all.
On the girly side?
One thing I've noticed is there are some trans folk, like a lot of them went to the goth club I used to go to, who would femme it up so hard that they were edging into drag queen.
Yeah.
And like there's others where I don't know, it just seems like like whenever you see someone in the media, they will pick someone who does sort of conjure up the image of the drag queen rather than someone who just wants to be a chick,
Yeah.
And I wonder like how deliberate that is. I mean, were they just going for someone who has a very like forceful or prominent personality, or were they actually trying to find someone who gave off that I like to go on stage vibe?
I really struggle. I don't really like drag queens. Not necessarily, not the people, more the concept. And the reason is because I've had more than a couple of people assume that I like drag queens because I'm transgendered. And it's like, no, because I think in their minds, I'm a guy in a dress and they're a guy in a dress. And it's like, no, this isn't me at all. So that's not me at all. I'm not a guy. So, now they are guys in dresses. They are that, the persona that they put on, that's a character. This is who I am. This isn't a character. The clothes that I wear, they're just my clothes. For, for drag queens, it's a costume. This is not a costume.
And also they don't wear, like, I'm assuming that's a shirt and not a dress or something, but
it's the dress.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, let's face it, it's rather understated. And every time I've seen a drag queen, they look like they're going to some high fashion like tea party or wine tasting. So, like, just based on what you're wearing, no part of me would have said, "Oh, hey, a drag queen." No part of me. I don't know.
This is a dress.
Okay, fair enough.
Local.
I don't know. It's hard to tell from this angle. So, all right, clarification accepted.
No. There wasn't any clarification other than, nah, it's a dress.
Well, still.
It could have been a T-shirt, though, of course, couldn't it? So
it could. I'm just saying I appreciate the extra info. That's all I'm saying. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, another thing I've noticed is a tendency on the part of some of my trans friends to pick names that are so out there that it makes you raise an eyebrow when they introduce it's like there's this one, I wish I could remember exactly how it went, but it was like Celeste du Bouvier Frankincense or some shit. It was like this long ass name, and it was like you realize you kind of sound like a character in a bad children's novel about a governess like Mary Poppins, right? But you can't just say that to them.
Yeah, I've actually. It's funny you said that because I mentioned this to someone earlier today, and because tonight I took part in some voice training.
Okay.
Although we haven't actually started the voice training, it's more breathing and knowing how voice works. And so I ended up chatting. Like the people doing the course had gone, and I was left chatting with 3 people, and I talked about changing your name, because it's not so much like it now, but it is for the more traditional transgender clinics, not the local one. That they consider the change of your name as the start of your transition. So you could have been living as a woman for 2 years, but you haven't changed your name yet. Well, until you change your name, you've not started transitioning yet in their eyes.
I'm
And
assuming you
will
mean
live for
legally
years.
and not just picking a name.
Yeah. So you've got to change your name legally, which is free in the UK.
I was
And
going
I
to say
don't-
it's so much easier for you kids to do it than it is for us.
And literally, it's a case of you write the document. You
Huh.
write a legal document and you basically write on it, and you've got to use certain language, but it's basically, I'm relinquishing my old name and will forever use my new name in writs and deeds and, basically how I present myself. And then you have 4 signatures. You sign your old name, you sign your new name, and then you have 2 people witness it, and there you go. It's a document, and you can then take it to your doctors and the council and the IRS or whoever, and that's it. They change your name on their system. It's
you
free.
folks
Yeah,
have,
but it takes-
You go
do
to
you
a
have-
court to petition a judge to say I'm transgendered.
do,
I'd
do,
like to
do
change
you
my name.
have notaries over there?
You can get it done with through a lawyer if you want, but it's really not
Well, a
necessary.
notary here, at least, is usually just someone with a stamp at the post office.
Hmm.
I've never actually seen anyone who has that little like embossing tool. Like I know they exist, but I've never seen someone do it. Usually, it's like a rubber stamp that they use.
Yeah. There is the more technical version where basically you get a lawyer and you then submit it through the government, and then as a part of it, they post a note in the London Gazette that this person has changed their name, and that's it.
You know, one
Alright,
thing I
cool.
kind of like when it comes to things like that, like your legal identity. I don't know if you're familiar with the Principality of Sealand, but it's like this little sort of micronation off the coast of the UK, and they started selling like noble titles at some point. And I figured, what the hell? It wasn't very expensive, so I bought myself like I am now Lady Catherine, right?
Okay.
But the thing is, here in the United States, there is no way to add that title to your legal identity. It just doesn't exist. You are Mr., Mrs., Ms., or Miss, and that's it.
Yeah.
Well, and they're adding new ones, of course, because people are starting to get a little woke to the fact that trans people exist. But for the most part, they expect you to have Mr., Miss, Ms., whatever.
Well, there's a document that was written by a couple of trans women, and it's called Mascara and Hope, and it's basically a trans woman's guide to the NHS. Now, some of the stuff in it is out of date, but it's also a really entertaining read as well. So, for example, it refers to laser hair removal as like being, laser hair removal really hurts. It's like being punched in the face with a fistful of needles that have been dipped in lava. So it's entertaining. Here's the bit. It says it's surprisingly simple. All you have to do is sign a deed poll in the presence of a witness, although the GIC prefers 2 witnesses because fuck you, that's why. And like I say, so anyway, this little bit. So this feels like a big step. Try not to worry too much about it, but do try to pick out a good name. There'll be a temptation to use something wonderfully unique and special, but the ability to blend in is occasionally useful. Yes, we realize this is problematic, but the name Sparkle Femibot will only be cute for a month or 2. If you must, make your middle name unique so you can at least hide it if you must. Also, try not to use anything culturally appropriate, you filthy weeaboo.
I came so close because I was raised by hippies, came so close to being named something like Moonbeam Peace Love Dope or something. Like seriously close, I'm so glad they didn't, but as it is, my middle name is Haley, like the comet.
Yeah, I know people who were saddled with some of the really strange names.
Dweezil.
And, the wife of a friend of mine was Infinity.
I knew an Infinity. I went on one date with her, and it didn't go anywhere.
Okay.
It didn't go on. It was only the date that seemed to go on forever and ever.
Well, yeah. I mean, we were very different people. For one thing, I wasn't yet a pothead, but she totally was. Which was a little bit of a deal breaker at the time, especially since I'd already dated an addict, which granted, you're on pot, you're not an addict, but still, like someone who was abusing certain substances I'd already been with and was a little shell-shocked.
I need to know, when you said, someone who's Infinity and, we went on a date and it didn't go very far, was that you being literal rather than
No.
making a little joke?
Well, it was. I met a girl named Infinity. She asked me out. I said yes. We went on a date. It didn't go very well. The potential relationship went nowhere, and I haven't seen her since.
Yeah, but what I mean is the way that you said it was this person was called Infinity. We went on a date and it didn't go very far, and of course, it
I was
certainly
not.
didn't go to infinity.
I was not trying to be flippant.
Okay. Because that was a great joke. If that was deliberate, that was a good joke.
Some of my best jokes were completely accidental.
Oh, mine too. I have a punny sense of humor.
Oh, you may have noticed I do too.
Got the
Just a wee
pista.
smidge.
I mean, just to give you an example, when I was at school, there was a kid called Paul Bowes. Okay. And one
Bowes?
day I said something flippant with him, and he said, "Are you taking the piss? Are you taking the pee?" And I said, "No, if I was taking the pee, you'd be all bowels." And he didn't get that at all. It went straight over his head.
Now, maybe it's just
taking
the
the pee
accent,
is-
but I'm having a hard time understanding the last name. Are you saying Bowels?
No, Bowes, Bowes.
Okay, then I guess I don't get the joke.
Well, his name was Paul. If you
Right.
take the P out of Paul, it's just all, not Paul.
Oh,
You see?
yeah, that didn't come through.
Yeah.
Okay, I honestly thought that you were saying he'd be all bows, like ALL bows. So what the hell does that mean? Is a bow something in England that we don't have? Because there's a lot of those, so I just I was looking at it a different way. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, that was a pun example. It just like taking the P, and sometimes I have a kind of, a quick throwback. I used to have a game I used to play with my brother called Insults to the Death, and the rules are simple. You basically got to be as insulting as possible, as cutting as possible. But if you swear, you lose because you couldn't think of anything better to say.
Oh.
And so, my favorite insult that I've used is I've worn shoes with a higher IQ than yours, and that's when they were still in the field grazing. It's like,
All right.
What? That didn't make any sense.
cows.
Also,
Where'd you think
hi,
shoes-
ox.
Moo.
Yeah,
What?
it's cows.
Yeah, that's
Oh!
that's
See,
in the days
they
when
they're leather shoes, are they? Because I was picturing sneakers.
yeah,
No.
there was once a time when shoes were made from actual leather. Yeah.
Well, but I mean, I was picturing the wrong kind of shoe, which is why the joke didn't land.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because, again, little bit of a tomboy. I pretty much exclusively wear sneakers except when I'm wearing boots.
Yeah.
Oh, and I do have some Tevas, sandals.
Moo.
Mhm. But I mean, a specific kind of sandals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's a little.
Oh, well,
I
if
think
you've
this
ever
is one
seen
you'll
Tevas, they're a little different. Like, they don't have those buckles a lot of sandals do, and they're clearly not flip-flops or Crocs. Are Crocs sandals? They kind of seem like they might be, but I can't tell.
I don't know. You might call them that. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, they're not open-toed, so that's the only thing that makes me think they're not sandals, is they're not open-toed.
Hmm.
But that's just me. I don't know. Maybe there are sandals that aren't open-toed.
I've seen sandals that aren't open-toed.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, there are, and really it comes down to the sides and the back aren't. So it's usually got like a strap over the back or whatever. Um,
Leather chucks, Ox? What the heck are chucks? I mean, I've never worn a leather nunchuck, if that's what you're going at, but I don't know.
okay, I guess by definition, sandals are open.
That's what I thought.
Definitely
Here's,
seen
here's,
before.
here's another insult I think you'll like, and it's uh, uh, yeah,
Ay.
I forgot what it was now.
Dada Barosti.
Just gonna look at what the hell Stool just sent me. Ready?
Yeah. Okay, here's one for you. So, since he is such a blunt tool, why is it that G-Man's always axing people questions?
Oh, don't get me fucking started on that.
Wolf beef.
Well, see, here's the thing: is like, all right, I was raised in Vermont. Vermont, even now, is 94% white. Okay, so if someone said axe, it wasn't a cultural thing. It was usually an "I'm very young" thing and still getting it wrong. These are the same kids saying Pischetti. But in later years, I found out that saying axe is apparently like a black thing, an urban black thing, and so if you object to it, suddenly you're racist. Like, it doesn't matter if your objection is, I like language, quit fucking it up. It's still, oh, you're anti-black if you expect people to say ask instead of axe. And who cares if that's not the order the letters are in? It's very frustrating.
I've heard some white people do it too, but yes, you're right. It does tend to be a black thing.
First time I ever heard it was from white people.
Hmm.
My
Ebonics.
relatives. But around here in Pittsburgh, they asked you a question.
I'm really confused by this DM that Stool sent me. I have no idea what he's referring to.
Elaka?
I don't know. He said a bunch of stuff. It's in my direct messages, so I don't know how much he wants me to say it, but I honestly don't understand what the hell he said.
Maybe that's what he wanted.
Some kind of temporary truce? Did you have a
Maybe
bit
he
of a
wanted
I
to
have-
confusticate you.
No idea what the hell he's talking about right now.
It is moo.
There's the thing I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think my favorite interaction with G-Man was where he'd made a video a few weeks before saying how there were more Christians than there are atheists by like 1,000 to 1. And I went into his hangout and I said, this isn't true. There are 30 million more atheists than there are Christians. And he laughed and cackled and he said, maybe things have changed since last time I looked. What's your proof? And I said, my proof is G-Man, him, saying how Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, and Catholics aren't Christians. And he then spent the next couple of minutes telling me I was wrong and that he could call them Christians because they claim to be Christians, but they're not Christians really. They're not saved, basically. And he thought he'd beaten me with that. And in fact, all he did was repeat what I just said.
Well, I don't know. It's kind of like when people say, "Oh, you like Discovery? Well, you're not a real Trekkie." You know, it's very No True Scotsman-y, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is.
And
Yeah.
I
The
mean, it's
problem
like,
is,
okay,
G-Men-
what book are they reading? Are they
Yeah.
reading the Bible? You know, which God are they worshiping? Is it the same God as you? So you're basically just saying they're Christianing wrong,
Mhm.
which, you know, makes no sense. Like, did he actually list, "This is why I think so"? Or was it just, well, they're using the wrong word for themselves?
No, it's
I-
just basically they're not saved. They say they're you know they're not proper Christians. It is the No True Scotsman fallacy. Unfortunately, people pointed this out to him enough that he did his chocolate atheist thing. Did you ever see that?
I don't think I did.
He basically pretended to be an atheist for a few days,
Oh,
and
How the
and
hell do you do that?
yeah, I didn't believe him for a second because, anybody who goes through such a change, it's a gradual change. It's not a sudden jump ship.
well, not usually anyway. There have been a few,
Yeah,
but you're right, not usually.
yeah, and so, but what he pretended to be an atheist, and he tricked people into believing him and wanting to help him, sort of, make the transition kind of thing, and ultimately he upset people by faking it. And the only reason it came out as early as it did is because Brett Keane decided to hug the limelight.
Oh, fucking
Because he
Brett
told Brett
Keane.
Keane that it was a big con.
See, the thing is, I haven't dealt with Brett Keane or G-Man in quite some time. And
I've never had anything to do with Brett Keane either. He is a pariah in the corner of the internet that I have found myself in the past.
Okay, but I was going somewhere with this. Okay, I've seen Christians try to pretend to be atheists before. The problem is, every time they're imitating the caricature of atheists they were taught, rather than sounding like a real atheist. So, they'll say stupid shit like, "Oh, evolution, I believe in random processes." And it's like, dude, no atheist says evolution is a random process. So clearly you're fake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's so silly.
Well, the reason why G-Man decided to do this is because he was trying to prove the No True Scotsman fallacy wrong.
Okay.
It's a logical fallacy.
How
did he
think it would manage that?
Because he's an idiot. Ignorance and stupidity are two different things, but he's got both covered.
Well, okay, but I mean, did he at least try to present some sort of internal logic?
No, he was basically trying to say that, effectively it's like that, well, you weren't a true Christian then, or you weren't a proper atheist if you believe this and you believe this. You can't believe two things at the same time, So, and I think he, because he didn't understand he doesn't understand what a logical fallacy is, and there isn't a defeater to a logical fallacy. It's it's used to illustrate, bad thinking, effectively.
Well, one of the things I like that's very telling about him, I was in a stream with him and S.J. Thomason and a few other folks where it was on her channel, and the discussion went really well. But I was going to be on another one with G-Man on his channel, and he kicked me out after about 5 minutes because I refused to accept his definition of something and substituted my own, so he kicked me out. And of course, the definition was something that made it impossible for me to defend my atheism. It was like basically limiting the scope kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, because like I say, he doesn't care about what's true. He just wants to embarrass you, and you weren't going through the trick that he'd laid out for you. It's a basic, effectively he laid a trap for you, and it was all covered up nicely. Every leaf was in just the right place, and you went, "That's a trick. I'm not going to go and stand on that." You try going around the outside, and he just bans you.
Yeah.
Do you remember true empiricism? Do you know who that is?
No.
Truman Prince is in one of G-Man's friends. He's one of these creationism is real and, evolution is not real. And he's one of these people that opens his mouth and says words, and they sound convincing if you don't know anything about the topic. But if you do know something about the topic, it's as transparent as glass that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And so he'll talk about allele frequency and all sorts of, things like that. But
does he also hang out with Standing for Truth?
I don't know. Possibly. Anyway, he used to have this thing, a show on pretty much every weekend for, a long time. And it would be Bring It Evolutionists. And occasionally an evolutionist would go in and, sort of embarrass him. And so pretty much all the week, every time he would be on, he would have all the evolutionists who could bring it blocked, so they couldn't bring it. And occasionally someone would come in who didn't know, and they would embarrass him, and so they would be blocked, so they would never be able to go on and challenge him ever again. And so it ended up being a circle jerk, where they basically said they can't bring it. Well, yeah, because you've got them blocked. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like I'm saying, Fiona Robertson, she's a Catholic, right? Or she doesn't preach the gospel. And it's like, well, how do you know? How do you know this? Do you watch her channel? No, I don't watch her channel. Well, how do you know she doesn't preach the gospel if you don't look at her channel? And if you did, you'd find she does. But
it's I don't know. I mean, I would love to have a debate with an honest Christian, one who's willing to say I don't know when they don't.
Yeah. Do you know what?
And one who's willing to take my position on its own terms. So that's part of the problem is I will describe my position. They will take some of the words I use that have other definitions and throw it back at me. And it doesn't matter if I told them using this definition of the word, they don't care. There's just a lot of little things like that just drive me up the wall because you can't have the discussion with them. They shut down any conversation whatsoever simply because they won't debate in good faith. They won't take me at my word. They won't. It's just so frustrating because I want to have a real conversation and they won't allow it.
I think one of the ones you'll probably find most amusing about people who talk about things they don't even understand. There's a guy called Dragnaut, and he's an atheist. And he was talking to a guy called Jesus is Lord. And in the conversation, it was about evolution and stuff. And, this guy mentioned something. And Jill, he was talking about whatever it was. And, and so Dragnaut basically mentioned a Dr. Cloud and the Jonova project. And of course, that's Final Fantasy VII. And this guy is like, oh, yeah, I heard about that one, And it's like, no, you didn't. It was a bloody video game. You don't know. And, it's just someone who's opening their mouth and talking, and they don't know. And rather than say, oh, I don't know about that one, which an honest person would do, they bluffed it to pretend that they did. I don't know why. Why do that? That's ego. That's ego.
Well, is it though? It might just be imagination run amok. I mean, they may actually believe what they're saying.
No, that's ego. It's ego. When Dragnaut says, "Oh yeah, there was this thing by Dr. Cloud," and he was doing something on the Jonova project, and he sort of talks of a little bits and bobs, and this guy's like, oh yeah, I know about that one, yeah. And it's like, no, you don't know about it because he's made it up. He's literally using names and things from a video game. And so rather than say, oh, I've never heard of them before, I've never heard of that before, no, his ego is, I need to prove that I know everything that this person brings up. You know, it's a vital thing. I mean, you know, I won't have a conversation with someone on science. You
On
know,
what?
science.
Oh, oh, oh.
I don't know enough science to speak authoritatively in, you know, any of these things. I mean, you know, maybe maybe some engineering type stuff, but certainly not in terms of physics and metaphysics and all sorts of other things. No, I mean, well, metaphysics is more philosophy, but you know, I'm not going to play that game because I'll just make myself look like a fool. Because all that happens is I say something wrong and it becomes perfectly clear I don't know what I'm talking about. And rightfully so, I would look a fool because why would you try to be an authority on something if you don't know enough about the subject?
Well, because, well, Dunning-Kruger, if nothing else,
Mm.
they don't know enough to know what they don't know. And a lot of these religious types seem to go on this sort of like gut feel level, you know, where it's like, well, this feels right enough. And they're probably like, and thus it's God's voice talking to me, but maybe not. But either way, they're probably thinking like it feels right, so it must be. It's kind of like the same thing with like flat Earth, and not modern flat Earth. I mean original flat Earth, where they said, well, it looks like the Earth is flat. It looks like the sun is what's moving instead of us. So we're just going to run with it.
And I'm just looking at Titan, talking about Jill. I once joined a stream to argue with Jill, told him that Jesus was a socialist progressive liberal, brought chapter and verse to prove my point. You should have heard him squirm. It is funny because I've got 3 times that I've thought Jill was just, you know, crazy, you know, amusing. Like it's like he just, you know. So he is someone who's able to believe 2 opposite things at the same time, which I find fascinating. So the first one is this is in Google Plus days. So he made a post because he claims he's a school teacher. So he made a post saying liberal education standards is the reason why a kid in my class couldn't get spell his own name for an exam. And I replied with, you know, well, if we forget about maybe the kid was nervous and he was busy thinking about the exam and he just wasn't looking where he was typing or writing. But you can't spell there, and there, your, and your. What's your, spell correctly, excuse? Because he can't spell. He can't get your and there, the correct ones used in the correct places. And you
just
know,
to play devil's advocate for a second here, ever since my seizures, my like typing has gotten weird. Like sometimes I'll truncate a word for no good reason. Like, you know, I want to type remembering and I only type remember. Or I might mean to type like at or in, and I end up typing of instead, or it. You know, it's like just for some reason that happens, and I've caught myself typing like I'm thinking YOU''RE and end up typing YOUR.
Yeah, you'd think that, but you know, he does it all the time. You know, so you know, when it happens occasionally, it sticks out. If you're used to someone typing or writing or whatever, but when you see it all the time wrong, that's an indication someone doesn't know it.
You know, I suppose
mistakes get noticed more because it's unusual rather than it's the norm. You know, I see a similar thing when people go, you know, you know, like you buy someone on eBay and it's like 10 off, not of, 10 off. No, it's not 10 off, it's 10 of. But, you know, similar kind of thing. Anyway, so like I say, he then spent the next couple of days going round and around in circles because he'd go off a tangent, you drag him back. And he's basically said, it doesn't matter if they get it, if I get it wrong, as long as they get it right. And of course, the counter to that is, well, wait a minute, how can you tell if they've got it wrong if you don't know it yourself? You know,
Well,
and it feels like, you know,
I can answer that one. They've given you something to work with. You know, they've said like, okay, here's like what I think, and if you go look at their conclusion and see whether it's right or wrong, it gives you a baseline to start from to check on it yourself, if you're of a mind to, which most religious people aren't.
Yeah. Well, in this case, he just doesn't. It really isn't of a mind at all. So the second one was, he said he was in favor of free trade capitalism because Republican, right? But he's also in favor of Donald Trump's trade tariffs. And, I'm literally, doing this picture of the definition of free trade, and it's no tariffs. And yet, but he wouldn't have it. What's the bit underneath? God answers prayers.
Oh, damn it. It's truncated. It says, no, says God.
Ah.
Yeah. I hate that they did that to it.
Yeah. So, and he wouldn't have that these are opposite things, that trade tariffs aren't free trade. If it's free trade, there are no tariffs. If there are tariffs, it's not free trade. And again, he'd go off, you drag him back, go off, drag him back. And it's like, no.
Well, okay, there's something that I've been asking people for a while. And basically, because actually this was for primarily other atheists, actually, although a few theists got into it too. They insisted up and down that atheists have to say there is no God, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, so if there are people who believe in a God, at least one, and then there is the entire rest of the universe that's atheistic, then how would you describe everything else in the universe if not saying atheist? Because there's theists who believe in at least one God. Wouldn't being atheistic be everything else?
Well, I've heard the argument go back and forth over non-theistic versus atheistic. In other words, the distinction without a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, really, what it comes down to is there is a certain amount of dishonesty I've seen with some atheists, which is lack theism.
And not to mention igtheism as well.
Yeah, maybe it means more ignorant on what what God is, because of course, do you believe in something until you know what it is to believe in it?
That's not the way it was described to me, but okay.
No, but it's a sort of, the wider one is effectively that I think God is too big a thing to understand. Kind of thing, ignorant of.
But I mean, that's part of what was on that meme I posted, which I made, by the way, where it said, if not atheist, what word describes every part of the universe that doesn't believe in at least one God? Because I want a word for that. Because that was how I wanted to describe myself, as a member of that part of the Venn diagram.
Yeah. The difficulty is, as I was saying, there are a few atheists that have tried to do the I lack a belief in a God as a dodge to avoid the burden of proof.
But there is no burden of proof for an atheist. There isn't one.
But here's the thing. This is where people get the trickle, they try to go in the belief kind of thing. I don't have to prove no God exists. I only have to prove my justification why I think no God exists.
But that's not even my position, though. Not even a little bit. My position is that every God that has been presented to me has been unconvincing, and therefore I continue to not believe. However, I hold open the possibility that someone might present viable evidence, just in case.
Yeah. You know,
But I
I'm
mean,
being
I
honest,
have
isn't it?
never been able to get someone to give me a word for that, which is why I invented the term apistivist. And it's also why I describe myself as an atheist, but using two adjectives. I'm an agnostic apistivist atheist. I lack sufficient knowledge of God, agnosis. I will not use faith to come to conclusions, apistivist. And therefore, I am an atheist because I have no evidence of God and I won't use faith, and so I don't believe.
Yeah. I am certainly an atheist to the Christian God. I can say that for sure.
Well, yes, I know
And
that
I-
one doesn't exist.
Yeah, I might have justifications for my reasons to come into that conclusion. You know, now I don't care what Romans 1 says. I know the contents of my head better than any other Christian. Just because they believe it and they've read something in a book, that doesn't mean to say that it's true.
The thing I like about that definition is you can parse it out to specific gods. So you can be something from one god, but something else for another god.
Well, and that's the thing, though, is I hate that thing. I'm pretty sure Richard Dawkins said it, but I know he says it a lot. I don't know if he originated it, where he says, you know, everyone's an atheist with regard to like this God and that God and the other God. The rest of us just go one God further. Well, if anyone's believing in at least one God, they're not a fucking atheist, are they?
Mm.
No. I think you're missing the point of that.
No, I'm not missing the point. I'm saying it's badly phrased.
Okay, because the idea is all the people that believe, they believe in that God.
Yes, I know. I'm saying atheist is the wrong word to use in this. They're not atheists with regard to other gods because they're a theist with regard to one God. And you can't be both atheist and theist. They may be non-believers in those gods, but until they believe in none, they're not an atheist in any form at all.
But isn't it, you know, with the A, it's, you know, they are to be without theism for that other God that they
Well,
don't.
no, because they're not without theism in total.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I say you have to believe in zero gods at all to be an atheist in any sense. If you're going to not believe in a certain God but believe in another, you're just a non-believer in that other God. You're not an atheist.
I think it's more, you know, because the word that he uses is atheistic,
No,
which
he
is more of
doesn't.
an attitude than an element of belief as such, if you know what I mean.
Well, I still say that's the wrong word because if you're an atheist, it has to be total. It's a binary set. You're either an atheist or a theist. You can't be both at once.
Yeah. But
Well,
again, he's referring to an attitude towards.
Yeah,
know-
but again, atheist is the wrong word. I'm gonna die on that hill. I've planted my flag. Atheist is the wrong word.
The difficulty that we have in all of this stuff is ultimately we are defined or confined to language. You know, at the end of the day, okay, so I can't communicate telepathically. So the only way I can get an idea from my head into your head is to use words. And unfortunately, you know, there's a lot of stuff missing. How do I transmit the actual things that I'm thinking rather than, you know, the broad essence of it?
Okay, that went on pretty long and I missed a lot of it. What? Can you make that more succinct?
Sure. So I'm trying to get an idea. You know, I've got an object here, and I need to describe. I need to get, you know, so what goes. You know, it goes from my vision, goes to my brain, and I need to get that information to you so you can see the same object. Now, and the only thing I've got to communicate with you, to you, is language. If I say that, you know, it's made out of plastic, and it's transparent, and it's and it has a lid that clips on, and you know, it's got a cap that rotates, so you know, and you put liquid in it and you pour it out, and you can rotate it so it doesn't fall out, you know, all of the
This
time.
isn't more succinct.
You know, well, what I'm saying is I'm describing this jug. You know, and so I've got to. How do I describe what this jug is to you in a way that you will understand it. You will be able to envision that. Let's imagine a Rubik's Cube. Yeah?
Sure.
It's like, okay, it's a cube. It's each side of it is made out of different colored. There are 9 pieces within each side with a color on them, and it's designed so that you can rotate it and twist it, and they'll mix them all up. And the idea behind it is to get each side to have a different color on it.
Now, here is one way that you and I definitely differ as far as communication is concerned. And I know I've mentioned what I'm about to say before on this channel, though possibly not to you, is that, okay, before the pandemic, I was in a board game group. We met every other week. And there was this one guy where if he was showing us a new game, he would inevitably describe what all the pieces do before he tells us the goal of the game. And so because I have no way to ground why you want to do any of those things, everything he says bounces right off me until he describes the goal of the game. And then I start asking him to repeat everything else, right? So if someone were to say, let's take a Rubik's Cube, the first thing I would say is it's a game or puzzle of sorts, and this is what it does. I would have started with function before I started describing form.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a thing because I know the way my attention works.
Mm-hmm.
There are definitely people at the gaming group who, after hearing what all the pieces do, can then fit that into the goal without having to go back and revise, but I'm not built like that, apparently.
Yeah. I got one more, that Jesus is Lord character, so Jill is name. So my absolute favorite one. So the community is fragmented, but he would block all the women in the community. Because as far as he's concerned, the Bible's basically women should be seen and not heard. So if he blocks all the women, he can't be mean to them because he can't see anything they say and they can't contact him, and so they're silent to him.
I don't know. Women should be obscene and not heard.
So what happened was when I came out and told everybody I was transitioning, his reaction was, "You're a man. You will always be a man, and I will only ever treat you like a man." And then he went and blocked me, like he does all.
Well, I mean, he probably blocked you because queer rather than woman, but
not queer.
Well, okay. In common, like at least here in the U.S., queer and LGBT might as well be synonyms. Queer contains trans, at least in the United States.
Yeah, but like I say, I'm asexual, so it has nothing to do with sexuality.
Well, that's another thing is I have objected to the idea of putting T in LGBT simply because L, G, and B are about who you fall in love with, and yes, who you have sex with if you do, but it's mostly about who you fall in love with. And T is not, because T can be L, G, or B, or straight, So I always felt that it was not necessary to add it, or at least it was out of place simply because it addressed a different topic. But since there is no way to stem that tide, and let's face it, GRSM hasn't taken off as a replacement, if someone says queer, they're saying LGBT, WTF, BBQ, and everything else in between. It doesn't matter if you are asexual. Hell, being asexual is queer too.
The reason why the T is largely there is because at the end of the day, it's people are oppressed for who they are, and they fought together to get rights. That's generally the reason why they're together. Well,
it's not super different from what I said.
No. Well, you're right.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, but again, I stand by my guess from before. Is he probably blocked you because trans and not because woman? He probably blocked you because, as far as he's concerned, fucking weirdo who doesn't follow the Bible. So bye bye.
Well, he didn't ban me for. He didn't block me for those things because I'd already embarrassed him several times. But yeah, it was funny. It was funny. I will only treat you like a man, and then he went and blocked me like all the women.
I don't know. I guess all I'm saying is there's so many reasons to be blocked that it may not be quite the self-ponage.
Mm.
And to what Titan's saying, yeah, GRSM may be better, but I think it's difficult to get people to switch because LGBT has been used for just so long that I think it's an uphill battle to get it switched to GRSM, especially since a lot of people, myself included, are getting really sick and tired of the language policing that goes on the left.
Mm.
Like seriously, it just like you use a term slightly the wrong way, even if it was a 100% acceptable term like a year ago, and as far as you know, it's still acceptable, but some asshole goes off on you because you haven't adapted to whatever alternative they're insisting upon.
Yeah, I still say Asperger's.
Mm.
I still refer to myself as Aspie, and I say Asperger's.
Yeah, here in the U.S. it's Asperger's, but hey.
Mm.
Which leads to the childish joke, Asperger's, burgers in your ass. But, I mean, still.
Or burgers made out of your ass? I don't know.
Mm. Well, it's funny. There's a sign I ran across in Seattle once, and I think I've shown it on this channel before, but whatever. It was like one of those little things for a restaurant. It's shaped like an A, and it just sits out there to advertise it. And it said like meat, lamb, and fish or something. And I was like, really? Those aren't meat? Like all of them aren't meat? Like they're literally meat. What is meat if it's not like those? You know what I mean? It didn't make sense to me.
Yeah. I hope Diana's okay because she's been gone for a while.
I don't know. Like here, meat, lamb, and chicken. What the hell's meat if lamb and chicken aren't included?
Yeah.
But
what? Is Gyro's the name of the company or something?
No, that's Greek food. It's pronounced gyros. It's sort of like a Greek taco almost. But yeah, it's a lot of people get the pronunciation wrong if they're not Greek. I had to be taught that it's gyros and not gyros. But yeah, the restaurant sells that Greek food.
Hmm.
I see a kitty. Very cute kitty, even.
Yeah. Well, the raccoon's tail.
I guess.
Oh, I can hear noise from her, which is sort of encouraging.
She's saying ow. Clearly one of her, slip discs or whatever is hurting.
Ow. Yes, I was supporting the neck there for a while. Oh, shit, man. Okay, just to let everybody know, don't get old. It isn't worth it.
Yeah, well, I'd like to be forever young. That would be fun. I hate the idea of getting immortality, but not really looking at the fine print, and it turns out you just keep aging and aging and aging until you're basically a puddle.
Boleki. Yeah, I would not like to be Dorian Gray's portrait.
Well, I was thinking a little bit more about Connor McLeod, but okay.
Okay.
My last attempt at a girlfriend once told me that between my model airplanes and trains and war games, I'll never grow up. The way I'm going, I'm gonna live. So yeah, the way I'm going, I'm gonna live forever.
Yeah, well, growing up is for suckers. I mean, hell, I've got an entire shelf just full of statuettes and bobbleheads of my favorite sci-fi and stuff, and I've got 2 robots coming. Right? Like they haven't been released yet. It's Cosmo 2.0 and Vector 2.0.
You're getting those in what, about 2 weeks?
I don't know anymore. But no, definitely not 2 weeks, closer to a month.
Oh,
They said that
okay.
the earliest you can expect anything is August 15th.
Oh, okay, fine. Wolf
Yeah,
beef.
and I was playing Enter the Gungeon earlier today, and yeah. So I mean, obviously, I'm still a little bit of a kid, just a smidge, And I know Diana, you've seen that picture of me just absolutely festooned in stuffed animals.
Oh yeah, I tell you, that's one of the cutest things I've ever seen.
Oh, I mean, it's yeah. I
Yeah,
have to have at least 20 of them, if not more.
Is that all? I've got quite a few
Because
stuff lines.
that is a stuffed armadillo, right?
Uh-huh. And I've got another one as well.
I've got an armadillo as well. Yeah.
What else do we have here? I mean, I've got a stuffed stalk of broccoli. Does that count?
I can't imagine it wouldn't.
Bird.
But everything that was in that picture, let's see, there was Howie, who you already know. There was a bear someone sent me that has this weird little sack with like beans in it or something, and you can put it in the microwave for a minute, stick it back inside the bear, and now it's warm. Like you can cuddle up with a warm thing. It's mostly meant for kids. There's a fennec fox in there. There's her name is Cordelia, is the armadillo you saw. The other one's Ducati. There's a plushy space shuttle. There's a plushy Serenity from Firefly. There's Red Fraggle. There's Kanga. I think I can see Gizmo just a little bit from Gremlins. There's another fox named Dana, which is kind of a reference to the X-Files. There's Fox Mulder and Dana Scully, so it's a fox named Dana. You see, there's a little alien like the ones that abduct people. There's an R2-D2 Beanie Baby. There's an astronaut bear that I call Space Bear, and there's my tiger named Aonin, and a few others that I really can't identify because there's very little of them to see.
I've got several. The armadillo.
Oh wait, I left out the face hugger from Aliens.
Yeah. The armadillo that I've got is called Wilson, after Sophie Wilson, who wrote the script set for the ARM processor, as in Armadillo. This is Lenny.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Lenny. And what's fun about him is that he's kind of got a smile underneath, but he's got sad eyes. So depending on what kind of position, it can make him look happy or sad. And I've got giraffes in the same kind. But I've got this is Georgina. I've got big Georgina. I've got middle Georgina and a little one, Georgina. I've got 3 tigers of the same time and an elephant I've called Ears. Always looks a little bit startled. It's a lemming.
If I could find it, because Sylvia's kind of taken a liking to it. I've got a stuffed H. pylori bacterium around here somewhere. My ex.
Yeah, only you could make stuffed animals boring.
My ex gave that at me when I was having my really bad ulcer problems.
Yeah, my friend Fiona, I think it was a bowler that she got for Christmas one year. That was a plushie.
Yeah, stuffed Cthulhu.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm quite convinced if it'll take 10 seconds to find a plushie COVID-19.
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
I'm pretty sure I've already seen one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're out there. Oh, and Sylvia has a stuffed kitten. Yeah. This is Sylvia's stuffed kitten over here.
I had to train Xander to not lick Howie.
Okay.
Well, he would nuzzle up against Howie and then start slurping on him, and I had to break him of that habit. I mean, Xander's weird. He will eat anything. He's like a goat. I've seen him eat random stray threads that had fallen off of one of my garments or something. I've seen him eat bugs. I've seen it's weird, and he slurps my feet constantly. It's weird.
Xander has a foot fetish. What can I tell you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, and he
Um,
doesn't lick anything else, just feet, which makes me wonder about him.
Wait a minute, doesn't he lick your crowbo?
No, that's Columbia.
Okay, okay.
I have this guy here. This is Tex, and he's a giraffe, but he's, you know, he's one of those things that you stick at the door to keep the draft out.
He kind of looks like a
With
snake.
what we call in the UK a draft excluder. And so I saw that and I went, oh my gosh, it's a draft excluder in the shape of a giraffe, like a giraffe. And so I had to buy him. And I've called him Tex, as in giraffe, Tex Cluder. I think he's German.
Not familiar with it. There's Xander going to town.
Neocoperadia. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's kind of cool to have someone licking my feet, you know,
Even
giving
if it's
me a
only
tongue bath. But at the same time, it's weird.
Well, I suppose at least I suppose it makes it a lot cheaper to wash your feet.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. I remember hearing once that cats' mouths are actually like really sterile, but
Yeah.
given what their breath sometimes smells like, I have to wonder.
Yeah, cat food breath isn't the sweetest aroma I've ever experienced.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know they recommend you
also
brush
supposed
your
to-
cat's teeth, but I don't know how to do that without getting like seriously scratched to hell. One of the things they did say was like try to swaddle your cat so they can't escape or scratch you, but I tried that and really didn't work.
Biscuits, cat biscuits.
That
There's dog
stuff.
ones, and
Whoops.
chewing cleans them.
Yeah.
Well, and Xander does love his kibble, that's for sure. Like he would, like if I presented him with wet food and kibble, he'd forget the wet food existed within 5 seconds.
The cat swaddling, I've noticed, is usually a two-person job. Cause,
Yeah, and Columbia will not help me out. Neither will Xander.
Back when I was giving my Miranda my Prozac, because it did help her a little bit. She was doing that whole self-mutilation thing, clawing at her neck. But the
Okay.
only way to get that stuff in her was, Melody would restrain Miranda, and I'd use a syringe to shoot a suspension of the stuff into the back of her throat. And then when it was just me trying to do that, it was like, okay, we're not going to get this done. Oh, so I see that Sylvia has noticed the kitty now. Okay, now she's not noticing the kitty anymore. Okay. Yeah, it smells like my dirty hair, doesn't it? It's been a couple of weeks since I've been able to wash my hair, or get my hair washed.
Haven't tried that stuff yet.
I haven't tried it yet. I want to try that maybe tomorrow, and let's see if it works. And I thank you extremely much for that. Ow! Ow! Ooh. Cramp.
I hope it works out for you.
Do you know, when you were talking about dialysis, it just sort of occurred to me, it's like, isn't it amazing that there isn't like, a portable dialysis machine that just works off USB or something?
Actually, I think there is. Aren't there
Right.
aren't there home dialysis kits?
There are indeed, yes. What I'm trying to do is find out if I can use one of those home dialysis kits by myself, because I'm getting conflicting answers from everywhere. I'm being told, no, we won't let you do it, and then there are those saying, well, maybe you can, and I've got to get all this figured out. And the poor kid that they sent me to educate me with this stuff is and such a quandary because, well, first of all, I know more than she does. So I've been doing a lot of looking around and everything she's told me I've already found out. Um, and it feels like she wants an answer out of me right now. And no, I'm not going to give her an answer until I know more. Will somebody just please give me, I hate to use the word, but an authoritative answer to some of this stuff so I know what is available to me. What I would really like is something where I'm not chained to a machine 4 hours a day, 3 days a week, off site, for the rest of my miserable life, to where I can't do anything.
Yeah.
And they're telling me, well, yeah, you can go on cruises. And no, I can't. Well, number one, I can't afford the cruises. Number two, with the schedule that I have to maintain with the stuff that I'm doing right now, there's no way I can do anything. To be able to go to all the dialysis stuff they want me to go to, for example, I would not be able to get to Kentucky. And I guess it's a good thing that there is no ARC protest this year.
What happens in Kentucky?
There's an ARC encounter protest there.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was there a couple of years ago, which is where I got to meet Aaron Ra face to face, and I got to meet a few other wonderful people down there. And I was kind of hoping I'd be able to see some of these people again once before I die. I don't know, though. But it's
last time I met Aaron Ra, he bought me dinner.
He did. Wonderful.
Yeah, we there was a convention thing going on, and he was in the UK meeting DPR Jones, and they both were going, and so we met up there, and so yeah, we ended up going to a Thai place in the city centre.
Wow! Yay!
It stinks. Like I met DPR Jones a bunch of times, and then he just sort of disappeared completely from the scene. And then someone tells me he died, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like I wonder where he went, because he struck me as such a nice fella, and then he disappeared.
He got busy.
Yeah, he had a back thing happen, and he was on an immense amount of pain, and I don't know if that's what killed him in the end, but he wasn't doing terribly well. He's getting a little bit better, but then he'd have another, another phase of it.
One of the only members of the YouTube atheist community that I know has died. The other one is Happy Cabby. But other than that, I think we're all pretty hale and hearty and healthy. Well, I say healthy. I mean, not necessarily on our deathbeds yet.
Yeah, you may not.
Some of us aren't exactly the healthiest specimens, are we?
Do you ever remember someone called Millie Grillis Phyllis?
Not even a little bit.
Jade Turkey Cat.
Jade. Yeah. Wait. Jade Turkey Cat.
Yeah, that was her username.
Yeah, I remember Jade.
Yeah, well, she died.
Yeah.
And she adopted me as a cyber mum. That I told her about myself before I came out to anybody at all, before I decided to transition. And one day I said, I wish my mum accepted me for who I am, but she doesn't. She went, well, I'll be your mum then. So when she died in June of 2018, I was really, really upset, as you can imagine. However, I not only get to remember her in my head, but I also get to remember in my purse, because my middle name is now Jade.
Ah, Moof Beef.
Oh, nice.
And I thought that was a good way to honor her impact on my life, because as my cyber mum, well, what do we do in society? Often a middle name is a parent or grandparent. So I thought it was good to use that name. And the only reason that happened, because in the January, it actually goes back to that that Mascara and Hope thing I was talking about earlier, that trans guide. And suddenly the start of your transition is when you change your name. So suddenly I had to change my name, and I went through the internet looking for a middle name because, I can't be a serial killer or a presidential assassin without a middle name.
There you go.
So,
Wait, why not? I mean, I know people who have no middle name at all here in the U.S.,
I
like
don't have
no
any middle
legal
name.
middle name.
yeah, I know, but John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah.
Lee Harvey
Well,
Oswald, John Wilkes
exactly.
Booth.
Okay,
yeah.
but Charles Manson and what the hell's the guy who ate people?
Oh, I can see his
Jeffrey
face.
Dahmer. Jeffrey
Yeah,
Dahmer.
Palikise.
Yeah. So I mean, middle name
Not all
isn't
of them do, but
everything.
sorry, I think you're taking a joke far too literally.
Yeah.
I think maybe when you make a joke, you got to be a little more waka waka about it.
Yeah. Well, it's usually done in my tone of voice,
Hmm.
Well, I don't know. John Wayne Gacy. I'm sorry. Jeffrey Dahmer's middle name might be Daikorostu or something like that. I don't know.
Well, like I'd love to see John Wayne Gacy and John Wayne Bobbitt in a death match.
Okay, then move beef.
I don't know. It's still funny to me that John Wayne Bobbitt went into porn.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just so silly. But
I'm trying to remember. Is he the one that got his dick cut off?
yes,
Yes.
indeed.
Okay.
Yep. It's funny, like I was listening to a Weird Al song a couple of months ago. It was that one based on the Crash Test Dummies song, that one. And it's all about like current events, except this was like the 1990s or some shit. And so current events were that kid who got caned, for whatever he did, graffiti or something. And then there was like Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan was part of it. But like there was another part of it that was all of a sudden I'm blanking on it. I guess it was John Wayne. Yeah, it was John Wayne Bobbitt was another part of it. So like you listen to that song now, and I bet you it makes no sense at all to anyone who wasn't around in those times.
Yeah.
I have a similar problem sometimes when I sort of make a little joke about my weight, and that is that I left the bathroom light on. I saw my silhouette on the wall. It scared the hell out of me. I thought it was Alfred Hitchcock.
Hmm.
Now, of course, if you got young people who've never watched an Alfred Hitchcock film and know that the start of the film will have a silhouette of Alfred Hitchcock, they won't get that joke.
Also, I swear that joke is from something. Like
It's from Red Dwarf.
That would explain it. Yep. I've watched Red Dwarf 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Well, I take that back. I've watched it up to a certain point, and then it started getting super lame, and I stopped.
I think one of the funniest things I've ever pulled on the internet. Before I got involved in great debate type stuff, I used to sort of, leave comments under 9/11 Truther videos. And there was this one guy who made a video saying, building number 7 fell down in the evening, about 5-ish or whatever it was. And the BBC announced that the building had collapsed before it had, as had a couple of other ones, but so they all seized on Jane Stanley, and she's there at Wall Street, not Wall Street, excuse me. She's there at Times Square, and she's like saying, details are sketchy, but which is code for unconfirmed report. But third building is collapsed. It's the Solomon Brothers, yada yada yada. And over her shoulder, you can see the building's still there. And so this guy was like, the BBC were in on it, a foreign news agency. They were in on this thing, and they announced it too early because of the clock change. And I left a comment. Of course, this is over like 3 days. So I leave a comment. Next morning, I get up and they've replied. So I leave a comment saying, bit of a problem. The clocks change in October. And so I wake up the next day and they're insisting, clock change. And I said, and this is where I use the Red Dwarf one. It's like laser cannons, So I was sarcastic and I said, it's a good conspiracy with only two problems. One, the clocks change in October. And two, the clocks change in October. Now, I know that strictly speaking, that's only one problem, but I thought it was such a big one, it was worth mentioning twice.
Yeah.
The following day, I woke up and the guy had changed it. So the BBC were using European time, which is why they got it too early. So the BBC at 0 hours GMT were using European time at +1 hours to talk to their New York office at -5 hours in a room full of clocks. Because BBC Television Centre at the time, the newsroom was like a circular room, and all the way around it were clocks with different time zones on and cities underneath them. So if you want to know what time it is in Tokyo, you'd look to your right. Further to the right is Australia. You want to know what time it is in New York, where you look to your left. LA is further over to the left, that kind of thing. And it's like, what I learned was never let reality get in the way of a good conspiracy. And the fact is, by saying, that, they were using European time, well, suddenly that doesn't fit with the clock change at all. And even if it did, it would have happened for 1 second at like 3 o'clock in the morning somewhere over Greenland. Because at that time, unlike today, where we'll change it 1 week and you'll change it the week after, so there's 5 hours and then 6 hours difference and then back to 5. It happened on the same day.
Now, I was pretty sure about something. Now, in the UK, that's where they changed the clocks in October? Because in the United States, it's around about November. Like the beginning of November. And I know that my parents have been spending a lot of time in Oaxaca and were in fact trapped there during the pandemic. And when they had daylight savings time, it was like displaced by about 2 weeks for when I did.
Yeah, ours is 28th of March and 31st of October this year.
For us, it was March 14th, and then the other one's November 7th. I'm looking at the different years here, and it was November 1654317653211754. That's from 2015 to actually 2029. And actually, the daylight savings time at the beginning. Oh no, it's actually not all over the place. It looked more all over the place, but it's only by 1 that it's more over the place than the daylight savings time at the end there. I don't know. It's really weird. Like, we should just stop it with daylight savings time. It doesn't really seem to serve a purpose anymore.
Nobody likes it.
Never really served a purpose.
Yeah.
What's funny is you've got some parts of the world where it's the same. China has 1 time zone. It's hugely wide, so it can be night at one point and more, black outside, and it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon or something. I don't know what it was, but it's like Beijing time, and it's 1 time zone for the entire of China.
I don't know. One of these days, I want to buy a bunch of property right on a lake or something, especially, and I want to own it enough that I can rename parts of the lake. And so I want to put my house right on a bay that I'm going to rename Jing. So I'll be living on Beijing, you see.
Yeah.
It's kind of like I want to go up to Ireland. I think Ireland, maybe Scotland or Wales. I don't know, and start a town called Itsnaught. Itsnaught. Itsnaught, and every year we'll have a festival called the Itsnaught Fair.
Okay.
Yep. Little things like that. I've always wanted oh gosh, what was the other one? Oh yeah. I want to get into astronomy and discover a supernova, and I'll name it Scotia. Yeah, Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia. Yeah.
Oh, hey, I see a purple.
Azerbaijan, ja, Caruso da Berridie.
Yes,
Hello.
Azerbaijan. Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense.
Is for to you is on the thing, by for to the thing is yet, yay.
Okay, so right now I've got two options: either leave or eat with the microphone on. Choose.
Yeah.
Which one? Choose.
Yeah.
I think the answer is leave. However, I'm thinking more of me because my eyes are starting to feel tired, and I think it's time for me to go to bed because
Fuck it, I'm
It
just gonna
is-
eat. I'm not hungry.
it's 10 to 6. So
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
going to
if
get going.
you-
So it was nice chatting with you all.
Well, nice chatting with you, hon. And okay, Kate, you're taking off too? Or
No,
have-
she's just off to get something to eat.
Oh,
Nice
Dobalaka.
to be heard.
But yeah, like I say, I really only dropped by to say, hey, by the way, I've got HRT finally at last.
Yay!
I-
Taking 5 hours to say hi.
I missed something as well. I'm also taking finasteride, which is hopefully going to give me my hair back.
Which I believe might also help with a little bit of anti-androgenic stuff going on.
Yes. Well, I'm actually really lucky in that regard because for someone who's leaving, I'm going to start talking about something now. When I went through the HRT site, what we're going to do about HRT with my doctor because he's looking at the numbers. And by the way, it was really quite funny because on the NHS, he's screen sharing my blood tests. And the way the system works is if things are wrong, they will flag up with red lines with the text would be in red. So it was showing several lines where it was really bad for me. However, it wasn't as bad as what it appeared. Because one of the problems I had early on into my transition was going to the doctor and to sign in. There was a touch screen thing, and you would have to put your gender, and then you put your date of birth, and then it usually just found your appointment straight away, which was easier for them than having German people go to the reception desk and that
So
kind of
did
thing.
they insist you call yourself a guy?
Well, effectively, I had to press the male button because
Yeah.
I was still M under the system,
I remember
even
those
though I
days.
was using Laura.
Mm-hmm.
So they changed my name, no problem. But for some reason, they couldn't change the MF marker in the system. So I had to get a new NHS number and then move my records to this new account.
Okay.
So it'd be like a new bank account, and they sort of just move your funds over effectively.
Moo.
So what happened is, when the doctor's going through all the numbers and everything, there's all these red lines, and that's because they're showing quite a lot of estrogen for someone with an F on their system.
Yeah, there you go.
So, yeah. Now, I'm really lucky because I take an antidepressant called amitriptyline.
Oh, I know the one. I've been on that.
Yeah, so that's got a little bit of estrogen in it, and it actually caused gynecomastia in me, which was a 1 in 1,000 side effect. So basically, boob growth.
Yeah, cabana.
I've already had 2 years of boob growth, although a very small amount of boob growth, but it's incremental, and now I've actually got something. I mean, just to sort of give you an idea, let me just drop that down.
Yeah, there's something going on. Maybe about what, 10-year-old level?
Yeah, so I got a bit of boob, but not much.
I'm a little disappointed. My Cocoa Krispies neither snapped, crackled, nor popped.
So anyway, so when he's going through all the numbers, well, thanks to the amitriptyline, my testosterone levels are really low. Usually it's somewhere around about, sort of 25 to 50, that kind of number. Mine's 8.8.
Nice.
So,
like it.
so it's really quite low. So with the finasteride, and the finasteride does a couple of things, but one of the things it does is if you got hair loss, um, it can reignite some of the hair follicles that either are dormant or not growing as quick as others. Because it's the it's the testosterone that causes male pattern baldness.
Right. It's the
So
DHT.
yeah, so well, because this has got a bit of anti-androgen in it, it means that it reduces the testosterone, and mine's already low. So between this and the gel, the Sandrina gel, which I just put on every day, it's only half 0.5 grams, milligrams. Yeah, 0.5 milligrams, micrograms, isn't it? But of course, you start off low and they increase gradually your dosage. Yeah, we're hoping that between this and the gel, that I won't need a testosterone blocker.
Boy, that would be nice. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they come with some side effects, including arrhythmia due to high potassium levels. So
that's the interesting thing. I have to have a look at my continuing potassium numbers, because potassium is one of the things that goes through the roof when your kidneys go south, and I want to make sure that I'm not going into hyperkalemia, because the last thing I would want would be to be taken off my anti-androgen.
I should actually have extra potassium in my diet. Apparently, with the rheumatoid arthritis, taking the non-steroidal anti-inflammatories can apparently reduce the potassium in my system.
Okay, then.
So,
Man, I forget what it was. I had something to say on this topic, and then it went away. Oh, well, I don't think it was that important. It was probably just a bad pun.
The way this, if you've never seen it before,
oh, wait, I remember.
Oh,
sorry, I remember now. Because we were talking about like hair growth and hair loss, and I looked into getting laser done on the old leggies. $5,000. Jesus, Harold Christ, I'm not doing that. I'd rather just shave.
Try looking. You have Groupon in America, don't you?
I think we might, but
yeah,
I've not used it. I'm not 100% certain what it even is.
Right. Okay. Well, there are basically it's like Coupon, but for groups or whatever. But yeah, there are places where they offer cheap deals. So
yeah,
instead
like
of costing 1,000, it'll cost like 300 or something.
I'd like to be able to get unwanted hair removal for less than the price of a small castle.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, it'd be nice, like, to get everything except possibly the pubes removed, like, from the neck down.
Uh-huh.
I will never, forgive my biological father for being Italian.
Yeah, I need to shave my legs again. But yeah, this is what I get every day. Just a little tiny capsule, of gel.
Gum.
No, it's just it's just gel in here. It's a bit like tomato ketchup you might get at McDonald's or something in the little packets. It's just a small one.
Okay, maybe it's just the size of your window, but it looks like a stick of juicy fruit.
Yeah, you don't want to chew that stuff, though.
Yeah, it's silver, and so all you do is you just, rip the top off, and you put it on one of your thighs. And what I do, and I wring every little bit of it out.
Oh yeah.
So it's like a patch then.
Almost.
Yeah, but with it not, but it goes into the skin rather than like sitting on the patch all day. The main problem with patches is that if you get a bit sweaty or something, they end up sliding, and all it needs is just a hot, humid day, and next thing you know, your patches are falling off all over the place.
So,
So,
okay, when I was saying juicy fruit, I was talking about these right here. You can see why at a
Yeah.
small res it looked confusing.
Mhm.
Moo.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
So,
that's the
yeah,
the hot and humid days. The problem I have, this dressing that I have around the bandage. They change that only once a week. So they just changed it this morning, and come Monday, it's already going to be peeling at the edges a little bit, and that gets a little. Yeah, because you don't want any nasties getting in there, because that's direct path right to the heart.
Does it get stinky?
Nobody has said anything. Well, of course, they're probably just either being nice or they're so accustomed to it they don't notice it.
Okay, but you could bend your head down and take a sniff.
I haven't noticed anything that way.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, because I remember, like, there were a couple of times I'd have to wear a brace or something. Like, you remember when I broke my wrist in 3 places?
I
That was
do.
fun. And let's face it, the stuff I was wearing got kind of stinky after a while because I was wearing it 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, I worry a little bit about that stuff because I haven't had a proper shower in almost a month. Because I am not allowed to get this wet. Get that wet that'll allow a path for infection, which you don't want. And sponge bath is the best I can do. So Mage was such a good mage to send me some body wash and some dry shampoo, and I am going to.
Well, I seem to remember you saying something though about having another option for like they were eventually going to remove that thing
Right.
and replace it with something else.
That's when I go to whatever long-term dialysis method I end up going to, whether it's the hemodialysis or the peritoneal dialysis, and
When do you make that choice?
reasonably soon. I mean, not next week or anything, but I have a feeling they kind of want me to have made a decision by September, something like that.
And do you think you might?
Well, I'm hoping I have enough good information to make a decision by then. Because, I'd like to get to the next step, if you want to call it that.
I don't, but go on.
I just don't want to lose all of my life. I'm after quality, not quantity.
Yeah, I don't think that's in the cards, frankly. Like right now would probably take, I don't know, some sort of divine intervention or aliens with a Star Trekian medical bay to make it so you can keep doing the stuff you want to do.
Well, I mean, there is that possibility that that's a decision I'm going to have to make. And you people don't want to hear about it, so, it's another story entirely.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Personally, if I found myself tied down to a machine like that, I'd take the opportunity to get some writing done. I have this idea for a story. I think I've told you about it, where it's like kind of dystopian, and it's essentially calling out all of the people who take their activism too goddamn far to the point where they've lost their sense of humor entirely. I didn't have a story for it exactly. I had an idea. But then when I had that little dust up with that ex-friend of mine, I suddenly realized what the story was going to fucking be.
There you go. No, I understand.
I don't know if you've ever seen the movie PCU, but basically I was trying to make a sci-fi version of it.
Oh, Tabaliki.
And if I were tied to a machine, I'd take the opportunity, bring in the old laptop and start writing.
Because I can tell you that I know I'm not looking to try to be a jet-setting globetrotter. Okay, I mean that was never in the cards even before my kidneys went south. Um, but I would really like to be able to spend a day at the ballpark, or spend a day with people. You know, I mean, even
You're not doing dialysis every day, are you?
currently every other day.
Right. So take the off days and do the stuff you want to do.
Okay, for example, you have dialysis on Thursday, and
Hmm.
then you get in the car on Friday and drive to the Ark Encounter, and then Saturday morning you go to the whoops. Saturday morning is another dialysis day. How are you going to be at the protest
Right.
on
But what I
Saturday?
was saying was go to the ballpark. I'm not talking take a road trip. I'm saying go to a stadium, watch people play on your off day.
It's also an interesting thought. I mean, isn't there anyone in Kentucky that can also do it? So basically, yes, you're not getting um, your dialysis done there. You're getting it done somewhere else, and then that ties you another couple of days, so you can get back.
Yeah,
You know,
Yeah,
I
unfortunately, we don't have the National Health Service, and these other doctors in Kentucky may not be quote unquote in network kind of thing.
yeah, there's the
So,
problem.
just
Well,
going to another state is problematic.
um,
Yeah.
and then they've already said, well, yeah, you can travel. You can have dialysis at the various places you go. 4 hours dialysis, which overlaps the entirety of the protest. So why did you even go to Kentucky in the first place?
Well, no, hold on, hold on. Get dialysis. Go to Kentucky for the protest. Stay in Kentucky an extra day. Get the dialysis. Go home.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's the sort of thing where you're trying to convince people that you can slide things down a day or something like that. It's
It
What? So
really comes
you
down
want
to
2 days off instead of one? Is what you're saying?
yeah, because what happens is, well, I'm already in a position where once a week I do get 2 days off, but um, you do the thing on Thursday, and then by the time you get, um, by the time you're over with everything, it's Monday, and you've had that number of days off, and by that time you're home already, because nobody's
Okay,
open on
but
Sundays.
wait, hospitals would be, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but
I don't think hospitals can take Sundays off.
the problem with hospitals is I'm not so sure that they'll let you come in for a non-emergency dialysis. I'm not sure.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hospitals aren't just the ER.
Right, right.
So I don't know. I mean, it seems like there's possibilities that would allow you to do what it is you want to do. I
Do you
mean,
know,
it just requires a certain amount of, I don't know, compromise, I guess. Like, don't just go for the ARC protest, stay that extra day. Or two, who knows? Or here's an idea get dialysis, get on a plane or a train or whatever, and sleep the whole way through because you're so fucking tired after dialysis.
Yeah, that would be great. I wish I could. I've already looked for flights to the Ark Encounter, and there ain't none.
Well, okay, but anything else you want to do? And again, it's not just the Ark Encounter. You keep talking about going to see a ball game. I mean, you can do that on your day off,
Oh,
unless you insist on going to Chicago or something. Like you keep talking about going to Chicago for a game. If you don't do that, you can probably see a game.
Yeah, I could most certainly see a ball game here. I plan to see one in September. I've already.
Well, then quit your bitching.
There are certain things that are really high on my list of important things, and seeing certain people.
Yeah. You're not going to space. Hush.
I mean, seeing certain people one more time is really, really, really high on my list. And there's got to be a way I can work that out, because I am not entirely certain that I will be able to have a kidney, and that, have a donated kidney, and then be able to do a lot more than I can now. Anytime
Well,
soon. I mean, especially anytime
I got
before
a
I
wacky
die.
idea for you. I got a wacky idea for you. Some of those people you want to see, ask them if they'll come to you.
I
They
alre-
might.
Yeah, I've tried that with a couple people. They're not doing it. I don't know about all of them.
Well, get asking. Someone will say yes.
There you go.
And like I say, the thing
I
is,
mean-
one of the other things as well. I could have sworn you said some, that they can organize things or something like that. If you don't ask, you don't know. So it could be that, well, we have a place in Kentucky because our medical insurance is this company, and we also have facilities here and there and there and
It's
there. And they're
easy.
all of the US or whatever.
It's
I don't
easy.
know.
It's the same kind of thing when I keep telling you to stand up for yourself and tell them you want to go on a different day. You're just going to have that moment of, I don't care if I'm being impertinent. I need something. Let's see if I can get it.
Daju korostu. It's a little bit easier paying for it, because I just signed some of the papers today. We have NHS for kidneys only. Nixon signed into law back in the 70s legislation that will pay for virtually everything associated with end-stage renal failure. And
You'd think a liver would be in there too.
Say again?
You'd think a liver would be in there too. Kidneys and livers.
Yeah, you would think, but that's not the case.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah, for one reason or another, it's only the kidneys.
It's probably a reason you couldn't ever get an answer to, even if Nixon was still alive.
Right.
Seems like the kind of thing where he might be a smidge cagey about it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hi, Colleen. You're back. Yay.
Well, I
I'm
should probably seriously consider bed soon, although it isn't even 11 yet, so fuck it.
Yeah,
But
but
I slept rather poorly last night as part of it.
but over here it's already after 1.
Yeah, well,
And then there's
I don't know. I've been like I say, sleeping kind of badly. I mean, the melatonin's helping, but it's not perfect, and so I'm seriously thinking, it might be a good idea to hit the sack.
and then in Manchester, what? The sun's about to come up, isn't it?
It's already been up.
Oh, well,
in
However,
this-
it's a cloudy day, so but it's 6:13 in the morning here.
I
Horizon shiny,
I know I harp on this a lot, but in this day and age, shouldn't it be person Chester?
yeah. Okay,
Well, it comes
Titan.
from the Mancunians, and it's not man. It's not related to the word man.
They do liver
Sorry, wait,
transplants.
rewind.
Yes.
I didn't catch the beginning of that. Can you repeat it?
It's Mancunian is the name of the tribe from this area, and it's and the word man is nothing to do with like human beings, man.
Okay. Sorry, it was every now and then you say something in a way where I just don't understand it. Like the words get mushed together or something.
Yeah. Yeah, Titan, if you were asking whether liver transplants are done, well, they are done, but Medicare doesn't pay for them.
They really ought to revamp that whole system. That's just so much bullshit.
Absolutely. And then there are so many the politicians here in the U.S. with Jesus would not want universal health care. I mean, there are people who have said that.
I mean, like, I don't believe in Jesus in any fashion, but that's really dumb. I mean, we're talking about a guy who allegedly healed people by touching them on the forehead like lepers and shit. I have a feeling he'd be in favor of like universal health care. I seriously have a feeling he would. And those people who say like we don't want this, we don't want that, all of that. Like I'd have to say to them something like, well, what if this is part of God's plan? You know?
It all comes down to that whole Tea Party, no taxation without presentation thing. Effectively, after America had a revolution over it, it became allergic to pay taxes. And the idea of someone doing the equivalent of getting something that they didn't pay for, that is against the, capitalist, Republican leaning, sort of zealot, effectively. The idea of healthy people equals more productivity. More productivity means the capitalist system works better. Yeah, but that person might get something and I didn't, so therefore they shouldn't have it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Well, hold on. If the alt-right playbook is anything to go by, part of it is just their mindset of how certain people are supposed to be in certain places. There's a hierarchy, and giving people stuff for free that they didn't earn is basically elevating them outside of the place where they are meant to be, because they believe in sharks and minnows, and if you're a shark you deserve everything you get, and the minnows are there to serve the sharks, essentially. So I mean, there's more to it than just, oh, this person didn't get that, this person didn't earn that. Part of it is they're just afraid of the hierarchy changing without their permission.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I say, I mean, it all has roots that go back a long way, and it's all rather stupid because, at the end of the day, not sick people means you got less people dying, which means, it's better for everybody. Even if it's just grandma lives longer, which means she can look after the kids while you go away for a romantic weekend. Or she can act as babysitter while both the parents go to work or something, But anyway, right, I've got to go. So it's been lovely chatting to you.
Yay.
And time.
Well, take
Have
care,
fun.
honey.
Thank
Don't
you.
get like horribly burned alive by any monsters or anything.
Fool.
No, I sleep better. Anyway, good night. Bye-bye.
Later.
Oh, and then there were three.
I am tired. I don't like it.
Yeah, well,
Probably a food coma from eating those Cocoa Krispies.
I actually
boy,
slept
I'll
well
tell
last
you.
night.
What?
I actually slept well last night.
Sorry, you played some pool last night? Is that what you said?
I actually slept well last night.
Oh, slept
Murphy.
well. Okay. Yeah, I miss sleeping well.
Yeah, I haven't done much of that lately. I mean, the last 3 or 4 nights, I've got 0 sleep overnight, and I've been asleep all day, and not a good thing. But the thing is, I can't sleep during dialysis. I mean, it's not that they won't let me; it's just that I can't fall asleep in that chair.
You know what you could try? Melatonin.
Yeah. Well, next when I go to get some foodstuffs and things like that, I want to see about picking up a little bit on the melatonin.
I'm still going back and forth.
I still recommend make sure you get the 0.3 if you can find it. I mean, like 3 milligrams is way the fuck too much.
I found the children's dose 1 milligram. I'm thinking cutting it into pieces.
Well, the thing is, okay, I bought 2 different melatonin pills. The 3 milligrams, because I couldn't find the 0.3, were not in a form that cut easily. Like, I tried to cut it, and it just exploded into powder. The 0.3s, though, that I have are like caplets. They're not gel caps, but they're little capsules with the melatonin inside it, rather than just something that looks like one of those gigantic vitamins, which was what the 3s were.
Well, I think these are something like gummies.
Oh,
They're chewable.
Okay, I'm looking over here, and okay, they say pickup not available, so it's not in stores. But on the Walmart catalog, you can get 300 microgram, 120 tablets for $7.50.
Well, okay. These are the ones I got. Right? Oh, there. Okay. Now, these are the good ones. These are the ones that did too much. Right? Now,
Moo.
let's see if I can. When I said they look like gigantic vitamins, this is what I'm talking about. And they crumble really easily, right? They also smell horrific. You have no idea. It smells like peaches that have gone off,
Ooh,
right?
bleh.
Now, the good ones, on the other hand, are these.
Okay, more manageable. They look about the size of the capsules of Dilantin that I take.
And you can see, like I'm not going to pop one out because I'm not ready to take one yet, but like they're in the little plastic looking dissolvable capsule thing,
Yeah.
rather than like these ones, which here I'm not going to take them again. So you can see how there's no like wrapper around it. There's no capsule around it. It's just this, and
Yes,
that's
sir.
it. Right? So, oh god, that stinks. Oh man, ew. But these are pretty good though. The 0.3 ones. So yeah.
I'll
Yeah, I was
have to
reading
s-
some of the side effects were anxiety and depression, and seeing as that's basically what I'm on disability for. I'm kind of going back and forth on taking melatonin.
Well, all I can say about that, the side effects I felt from the 3 milligrams was I woke up feeling like I was hungover. Now I don't know if that is like I was dehydrated or what. It might just be like, I don't know, effect of the drug, a side effect. But the only thing I felt was a little bit hungover.
Okay.
Now, I mean, obviously your mileage may vary though.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, wat is for to into by 4 to 1 to into? Okay, melatonin and sleep.
Right. I mean, if you buy any and they're not in that little capsule form like I showed you, although you can still a little bit smell it, you'll know why I was reacting so strongly. Holy shit, that's gross.
Moo. Okay. Appropriate dosage of melatonin
Yeah.
in studies, dosages range from a tenth of a milligram to 12 milligrams.
Ugh, I wouldn't want to take 12. Holy shit.
Daju korostu.
I mean, I can't imagine what ailment you have that you need 12 goddamn milligrams. I mean, 3 made me feel almost sick. So I don't know. I mean, like I say, your mileage may vary, but looking it up, I saw a lot of websites that said less is more with melatonin.
Mm.
So yeah.
It'll be interesting because I need to get some food. I need to buy some food at the food selling place. It's not getting food here. So when I do that, I will have to go to the rack that has the supplementes and the other stuff like that and see what they've got.
That's not the rack I'd be going for, but okay.
Well, I'd like to go for a rack, but I don't know that I'll be getting anything anytime soon.
Yeah. Well, what you gonna do?
Metepechon desta. Or as they say in the old country, they say Daju korostu. That's what they say. Or they say, oh, borscht.
Maybe they say Judan Vina.
Okay.
That's actually like Finnish, I think. It essentially means let's get drunk, but I believe it's actually literally let's drink wine. That's where the vina comes from, is wine. I think. I don't really speak Finnish.
I barely got started.
I mean, I don't know. It's funny. I've started on so many languages, but something's gotten in the way of getting fluent for whatever reason, be it money or moving or something, you know. So, like, I know all of 10 words or so in Swedish. I can count to 10 in Korean. I know a bit more Japanese and Spanish than that, but not enough to carry on a conversation. And the less said about my Klingon skills, the better. So,
Oh
yeah.
man, I can count down from 3 in Finnish, but you know.
Klingon whole Jiajbe. That's it. Klingon whole Jiajbe is I don't speak Klingon. No, it's I don't understand Klingon, not I don't speak it.
Ah, moo.
At least I think that's what it is. I might be mixing it up with something else because I know Japanese has 2 different words for speak and understand. You know, when it comes to language, I mean.
Okay then.
Yeah. I don't know, like for a good long time, I thought I was telling people I speak very little Japanese when I was actually telling them I understand very little, which is still true, but it wasn't what I was trying to say.
Moo. Moo 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 moo.
Yeah.
Moo.
But yeah, like wakarimasu is understand, and hanasemasu is speak.
Okay.
Yeah. But,
So that mas at the end, what is that about?
it's well, it'll change based on tense, but it basically indicates a verb.
Oh, moof beef. Okay.
You know, like hanasemasu is like the base form of it. Like hanasemashita is understood. It's past tense. And like if I remember, hanashite, I believe is the action of speaking. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up again. It's been a while, but yeah, like you have a word that's a verb. It ends in mas, and then you know you change that suffix, and it becomes other tenses.
Moo. Many much
Yeah.
moo.
I don't know. Now I am getting tired.
Yeah, I'm fading as well.
One thing I've noticed, like they say, take the melatonin a half hour before you go to bed. I have found that an hour is much better for me, because I know my system is weird when it comes to sleep. You know, so don't change it up just on my word is what I'm on. But I don't know. I was going somewhere with that. Oh, yeah. I've also found that the act of getting ready for bed has a tendency to wake me up. Like, I can't keep my eyes open, so I go brush my teeth and take a leak and empty the litter box as I lie in bed for 2 hours because I woke myself up doing that.
Boo-foo.
You know, so it's like I like to take the melatonin in enough time that I can do all of those things, climb into bed, read a little, and then zonk out. Because, I mean, I will admit, all of my reading time is now me reading myself to sleep. I have too many other things I can do while I'm awake, like, you know, animate and play games and go out kind of thing. So, you know, I don't tend to read a lot when I'm not in bed.
Moo.
I actually got this tablet to read.
Yeah?
Yeah, the one I'm
What-
using right now.
Oh, I see. I could probably do this with my Kindle, but I don't have a proper tablet, just a Kindle.
I have a bunch of tablets, and some of them are chewable, some are not.
Yeah, I knew you were going there.
Hmm.
Wait, hold on, Titan. Which one's called sleep anxiety? Oh, no, well, that's. I don't know which one of us you're addressing there, but that's not what's going on for me. Because I'm not having insomnia. My problem is I'm not getting quality sleep. like for a good long time there, I thought I wasn't even getting REM sleep. I certainly wasn't remembering, like I used to remember the details about my dreams, and then I remembered that I had dreamed and not what the details were. And then for a good long time, I don't remember dreaming at all, and I would wake up super drained. And then when I started taking the melatonin, I started remembering that I dreamed, though I didn't remember the dream itself. And like I also was waking up rested. So again, it's not insomnia. I can fall asleep just fine. It's just I wake up feeling like I'd been jogging all day or all night rather. And
Well,
and that's not okay.
Titan, you're saying
That's a lot what. Sorry,
Moo? Moo?
go ahead.
Oh, Titan, you're saying lie on your side, breathe through your nose, purse your lips, and breathe gently out. That impresses me as something I would have to concentrate on doing, and that would keep me awake.
I agree. That would happen to me too. Yeah, because I'd have to remind myself to switch.
Like almost.
Oh, it's no. It's not that I become more awake as I get closer to bed. It's that I become more awake because I'm doing things. I'm brushing my teeth, and that's an activity, and it's like highly stimulating. And using the can is, well, not stimulating, but I mean, all of this stuff just builds up into my body saying, "Oh, we're doing things. Time to be awake again." And so it's like if I went to bed without doing any of that stuff, without brushing my teeth or anything, I'd fall asleep immediately simply because I'm tired and I'm not doing anything to counteract it. But because I have to brush my teeth and all those other things, those sleep chores, I wake up as a result of doing them.
Moo.
Well, that's again, Titan. Sure, lack of REM sleep could be a lot of things, but since the melatonin is helping, I mean, whatever melatonin does, that's what needed doing, I guess. No, Titan. I concentrating on breathing won't help me sleep. It will be a distraction. It'll
Yeah.
be a constant, okay, in nose, out mouth, in nose, out mouth, and eventually maybe I'll get bored and start just doing one. And then I'll remember, oh, whoops, I'm supposed to be doing both. Fuck. There's no way that I can breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth and not be distracted to a wakefulness.
I've tried the whole breathing thing. It didn't work for me.
Yeah. But okay, again, Titan, I'm not resisting sleep. I don't have insomnia. I don't know how many times I can say this. I can fall asleep. I just don't get good sleep.
Doc says, so if you're falling asleep, you should go to bed as soon as you can. You haven't hosted this show, Doc, have you?
Yeah, and I mean, if you're falling asleep, go to bed as soon as you can. Well, I mean, I can't speak for Diana, but as soon as I can is after I've brushed my teeth, because fuck cavities. And after I've voided my bladder, because the last thing I need is waking up at 4 a.m. needing to pee.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, Titan. All right. You promise it'll make me sleep to breathe that way. All right. What do you give me if it doesn't work?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, Titan, maybe I should mention I'm like weapons grade ADHD over here. So concentrating on autonomic functions will have me concentrating, which means I will stay awake because I'm concentrating. It's no different than if the book I'm reading while I'm trying to fall asleep is too goddamn interesting. That'll keep me awake too. Like focusing on my breathing will be stimulation that'll keep me awake.
Move beef.
And I know me well enough to know that's what will happen. This isn't a guess. I've been in this boat before, and distractions are what keep me awake. And concentrating on breathing will be exactly that, a distraction. You know, it's one of the reasons why I keep my windows closed even at the most hot, just blistering, sweltering nights, because those cicadas won't shut the fuck up, and that'll keep me awake too.
No,
Yeah.
moo.
Okay. See, that won't be nearly as satisfying. Just like knowing I was right. That happens all the time.
Mam bodaya.
I mean, I can't speak for Titan being wrong, but I'm right a lot.
Like I said, I've tried breathing techniques and they didn't work for me.
Yeah. It's funny because like I took martial arts way back in like high school. I actually got to high yellow belt before I had to stop. And you know, they would always say, "Oh, breathe this way," like Mr. Miyagi, and I just couldn't keep it up. You know, like after a while I found it was all I could think about, you know, making sure I was breathing in and out from the right holes. You know, I mean, it doesn't work. It was like when I was trying to talk to my parents about this whole thing, and actually trying to talk to Facebook about this whole thing, and a huge number of people said, "Oh, try meditating." Now, I've tried meditating my entire life, and either it's uncomfortable or I get distracted by the brain monkeys screaming at me because I'm like not lacking stimulation or something, but basically all I got out of meditation was stress, which I gather is the opposite of what you're supposed to be getting out of it.
Okay, then.
Okay, you may be a time traveling cyborg Titan, but I'm a hoopy fruit who really knows where her towel is. I'm hoping people understood that.
Yes.
Come on, surely some of you have read Hitchhikers.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's
Yeah.
from Hitchhikers. I'm a hoopy fruit who knows where my towel is.
Mm-hmm.
Surrounded by
that's good old.
Philistines.
That's good
I
old
am.
Ford.
Yeah, I don't know. I will admit I don't bring a towel with me everywhere. You know what I had once, and it was just really like, you ever get those towels that are so compressed down into the size of a sponge, and then there's a package around them, and so they're portable, and you can take the package off and just spread it out, and it's a blanket now, right? Thing is, the one I had, the creases never left it, no matter how many times it was washed, because it had been compressed for so long or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought it was kind of funny that the creases wouldn't come out. Especially since, okay, like this is weird, or maybe it's not, but I don't know anyone else this works for. If I put on a shirt that's wrinkled, it unwrinkles within 10 minutes.
Okay, then.
I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. But it's true. You know, I'm gonna say that it's like static electricity and ions coming off of my hair.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. I'll just be over here.
Moo.
Never noticed that Xena backwards is Annex?
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's missing an N,
Yeah, I
but
was gonna say not
still.
a sufficient number of ends.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's something I think about sometimes. I like to look at words backward and see if there's something there. Because sometimes there is. You know, like sometimes, like, okay, this isn't backwards, but you know the movie Zardoz? Sean Connery?
I've heard of it.
Okay. Do you know what the title comes from?
No.
It is a truncation of The Wizard of Oz.
Oh, okay.
Wizardoz.
Okay.
Wizardoz. Wizard of Oz. Yeah, that's yeah. And like that works into the plot in some really stupid way. Like the movie is so bad. I mean, you have no idea. It makes Logan's Run look like Terminator 2.
Ah,
But I mean, it was an experience I'm glad I had because I'd seen it on the shelf for ages. But I don't know. It was a really bad movie. And when I found out that Zardoz meant Wizard of Oz, you okay? You could not hear the movie over the sound of my eyes rolling.
okay then. Tayo Korostu.
Yeah. Ah. Also, another reason why I don't like breathing out of my mouth too much is simply because if I've been doing weed, which I haven't tonight, I'm out. Mouth dries out really quickly.
Okay.
You know that like weed will dehydrate you to begin with. You know, any good pothead knows to have a drink handy, and I don't mean alcoholic. But also like because of that, you know, if you're breathing through your mouth and not your nose, eventually your mouth just dries the hell out big time. So, you know, I prefer breathing through my nose. It's just easier.
Moo.
Of course, one problem with that is weed has a tendency to make my sinuses activate, and the next thing I know, I'm all snotty.
Eek.
Nah. I don't know. I'm gonna like leave it for a while this time, I think, before I go back to the dispensary. Hell, the last time I went to the dispensary, it was only because I was going frickin' stir crazy and had to walk somewhere.
Oh, okay.
You know, so I figured, what the hell? It's like a 2 mile round tripper, give or take, and the like back the way back is mostly uphill, which by the way is so much easier without a mask on.
Oh, yeah.
Did not realize how much the mask was restricting my breathing. I had no idea. Like for some reason, I guess I just didn't do anything like vigorous or strenuous when I started wearing one. And then like I thought I was just really out of shape every time I'd walk back from the dispensary. But then, you know, things started to relax a bit and I was vaccinated and I took the walk without the mask and I'm like, holy shit, I'm not out of shape. I just couldn't breathe.
The one thing I do notice is that the mask restricts my eyesight.
Yeah, I get that
Because your
problem.
glasses fog.
Yeah, huh?
Well, as someone who's had LASIK, let me just say neener.
Took me a while to find a mask that wouldn't fog up my glasses.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's another thing is I'm using exclusively disposables. I don't have a reusable mask at all. I find them better. They're easier to remove for one thing because you can just yank on them and the little like elasticy bits just rip.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You know, so you don't even like if I'm wearing headphones, I don't have to take them off to take off the mask. Apparently,
Oh.
Skeptic Mafia asked a question, but
Yeah.
oh, there it is. Do you think if I created an extremely efficient debating website which ensured all points were thoroughly examined, it could disrupt religions throughout the world? I don't know how you'd ever enforce that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because these people are so entrenched that disrupting religion is a very arduous task.
That's not why I think that. Well, what I said is, I don't think you can enforce that all points are thoroughly examined. That part, I don't see how that is possible unless what happened was like moderators stepped in and said, no, you don't get to avoid that particular part of your opponent's argument. Address it. and if you don't, you're out of here. I mean, I don't know how else to do that. I mean, because that is the big problem arguing with right wingers and religious people, and boy, do those overlap.
Shut
Is
up.
that like you'll say a whole bunch of stuff, ask a whole bunch of questions, and they'll only address the one where they think they can get a conversational advantage.
Yeah.
And I've started shutting that shit down pretty hard. Like, I might give a one-line response to whatever they said, maybe, but one thing's for certain. I will reiterate the thing they left on the cutting room floor, because it was often the part that my argument hinges on.
Moo.
Well, when you say theology debates there, Titan, what exactly do you mean? I mean, I've watched Hitchens debate people. I've watched people online debate each other. What are we talking about? And are these okay, this one pisses me off. Why do religious people never argue with each other the way they argue with atheists?
I don't know.
They might go to war, but they won't have a debate about who's right.
Yeah, which is interesting. I mean, you'll hear them complain about each other, but they won't direct those complaints to each other.
But for some reason, atheists are fair game. I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
You know what? I bet it's the same mindset that came up with Pascal's wager without remembering there's other religions in the world. I think the two are related.
It might be something like the female slimy bastard once said. At least your sister has a religion. It's. She had broken with the Catholics. She complained about the Catholics a whole bunch, but because she was involved with a religion, she was okay.
Well, that's one of the things I've encountered a lot from theists, is this whole idea of everyone has a God-shaped hole in their heart that needs to be filled with something. That's an assumption they all seem to make, even though I've never heard anyone phrase it that way. I'm just getting this by inference. But I mean, I've mentioned it to them and never really got a satisfactory response. Like I don't know. Like I tell them I don't need a God. And they'll say like, oh, well, watching sci-fi is your religion. And I'm like, oh, fuck off. It's not a religion. Like the people who say that anything you are really dedicated to is a religion, even if it doesn't involve the supernatural or the paranormal or gods in any fashion, it's your religion because you're passionate about it.
Move beef.
Bullshit.
Move beef.
Bullshit. I mean, granted, some people like Trekkies might take it to the level of religion, but even so, it's just like these people insist they can't envision a life where God is not part of it.
Yeah.
Like I don't, the concept, the paradigm just doesn't compute for them.
That's what indoctrination will do to you, I guess.
And you know what? I could, well, let's put this in an ironic and amusing way. God, please save me from the people who try to tell me what I believe and what I don't believe.
Okay.
I was going for irony. But, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, okay. When I don't understand someone else's mindset, I will genuinely try. Now, granted, usually I end up stopping my attempts to understand when part of what I understand is just super disgusting, anathema, deal breaker, but I will at least try to understand it, before I start arguing against it, where they have been fed this idea of what atheism is like, of what evolution is like, et cetera, and they will spew the stereotype at us no matter how many times we tell them that's not what I think.
Yeah.
Or that's not what evolution is. Like, I really wish I could sit a creationist down and explain to them why what they think evolution is wrong. And if they want to argue against actual evolution, I will have that conversation. But first, we need to make sure we're not talking past each other and having two completely separate conversations. Oh, and also, by the way, if you're a theist out there and a creationist, guess what? Evolution and abiogenesis are not the same thing.
Absolutely.
Like that is one that drives me up the wall. They go, "Oh, I want to debate you with evolution. How did life start?" I thought you wanted to debate me on evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, well.
And then Hans has a great point. Hans says, why would we fill in this God hole if we already have cats?
You know, the thing is, cats are definitely my subordinates.
Moo.
I have birds.
What was that?
I have birds.
Pissards?
Birds.
Oh. Well, no, I mean, like, it's really rare for my cats to dictate what happens in this house. You know, I mean, they might bitch at me and I'll say yes, but I'll say no sometimes too. You know, like, well, hell, you've heard it. Columbia comes up and starts whining for dinner, and I tell her it's not time yet. Do I get up and feed her early? No, I don't. So, you know.
Oh, my.
Xander is weird with his food, though. Like I can fill his bowl with everything he loves, and he'll walk away from it, and he'll come back later. But for some reason, he doesn't want it when it's fresh.
Well, I don't know.
Wait a minute. I need to check something. I need to check if he does that in the morning, or at night, or both, or what. Because if it's at night, I think I know what might be happening. Because I feed the cats less than a whole can in the morning, plus a bunch of kibble. Maybe he just doesn't like it while it's still cold, because I store the remnants in the fridge until dinner.
Oh, then, okay.
I mean, I don't know. I'd have to, like, start observing on purpose, like, you know, deliberately to find out, but that won't be difficult.
Okay, then. Yay. I like.
Skeptic. That's a thing. We're like the debaters, by trying to prove or disprove a specific claim in the argument, it'll go down a rabbit hole for possibly a long time. I have been myself making sure to stick to a topic, right? Like, I know that what you're describing is possible, and if they try to drag us down a rabbit hole, I refuse to go.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's just like, I will not engage with them on their own terms. I'll take their arguments the way they mean them. I'll take them on their literal terms. But when it comes to the terms of the debate, I'm setting them, not them. Because they'll set them dishonestly, and I won't.
Yeah, they love to do that, dragging you down a rabbit hole in order to derail the conversation when they see you having an advantage.
Mm-hmm. Well, did I tell you about that one lady who like decided to go full on right wing at a picture of me with that backpack that had a kitty in it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I love how I was able to deconstruct her argument and then make her run away. You know, like I explained why the backpack was perfectly safe, and then, you know, I asked her, so what about this is liberal? And that's when she stopped responding. I don't know. It was funny. Like, yeah, man, the assumptions they make about us they're so weird. Like, I love how they're saying, oh, Joe Biden wants to turn us into a communist paradise or something. And I'm sitting there going, Joe Biden? Do you really think that's what Joe Biden's goal is? Because honestly, I wish Joe Biden was as left as you think he is.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I didn't vote for Joe Biden because he's not left enough for me. I don't
So
know.
you're a Trump supporter.
That's what they think. Truth is, I've kind of joined the People's Party, which is a socialist party. It's getting off the ground here in California. They're trying to bring it to other places. There have been like a bunch of videos, and I know Jimmy Dore endorsed it, and I like where it's headed, and hopefully we can become a viable third party. Someone was pointing out today in a video I was watching that if we just get 10% of the population to go along with us, now the Democrats and Republicans need us to win, and we can wield that power to move them left.
I might join that party as well.
Say that again?
I might join that party as well.
Oh, right on. Yeah, I mean, so far it hasn't really meant anything to me, but maybe someday they'll have like a rally in San Diego or something.
Oh my. Okay, this thing is being. Come here, you. It's being poo-poo.
I swear I was sent a voter registration card and I can't remember where I put it.
Oh, they don't send me voter registration cards anymore. They send me ballots.
Well, I mean, the thing is that, like, if you want to vote in a primary here, you have to show party affiliation.
Yeah, I know that feeling. It's the same here.
Then why do they just send you ballots?
Because I'm registered as a Democrat, so they send me a Democrat ballot for the primary, whereas they would send me a
Okay.
Republican ballot where I registered as Republican, and I were registered as neither, I wouldn't get to vote in the primary.
I remember them checking my voter ID when I went to drop off my ballot, though.
Oh, okay. I dropped my ballot in the local post box.
Is that incense? Oh, yeah, it is incense. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I remember going to the polling place specifically to drop my ballot in for Bernie Sanders. And I mean, that's part of what I'm thinking. Like, I went to vote for Bernie Sanders with my mail in ballot to make sure it got to a ballot box. I didn't want to put it in the postal service. I brought it right to the polling place and dropped it in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There's only one of those drop boxes in Allegheny County, and it would take me quite a while to get there from here.
Yet not a drop box. This was literally a polling place.
Oh.
This was a school, and they check your ID on the way in. They have voting booths and everything. This was not a drop box.
No, they don't do that one over here. No, they just open up the polling places on voting day, and that's it.
Well, primary is kind of a voting day.
Oh, so you're saying you're not dropping the ballot off on a day other than voting day? Oh, okay. You're dropping the ballot off on voting day.
Yes, at the polling place.
Oh, okay. Because I might be dropping my ballot in the box 10 days early.
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to make sure it got to the right place without being tampered with.
Dayu korostu.
Yeah, I mean, it's what made sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Or even $1 or two.
So it's like less than a minute to 11, and
Yeah,
I think
I think
if I take the melatonin, get ready for bed, get in bed, I can probably get in a good half hour or hour of reading before I'm tired enough to conk.
yeah, I kind of know that feeling. So I'll tell you what, everybody. I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. You people, you are wonderful. I thank you extremely much for all your love and support. And I'll even thank you for jumping all over me to keep me alive. Damn you people.
I want to thank the residents of the third planet of the star Vega for being proper vegans instead of those vegetable eating motherfuckers.
There you are. There you are. That
Yeah,
works. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's a chance I should swear less.
Okay, a chance.
I don't know. I've been mildly angry the last week or two. I don't know why. Like not even like "Arr," angry, just more like in a mood, you know?
Anyway,
Okay, whatever that is. Anyway, I'm gonna catch you like the plague. Have fun, folks.
night night, honey, and
Bye.
night night, mage, and you be good and you have fun, and everybody in the side chat, you be good and you have fun, and I am going to say thanks a lot, folks. See you on the other side.